This is Chesterton.
The chair she sat in like a burnished throne glowed on the marble where the glass held up by standards wrought with fruited vines, from which a golden Cupidon peeped out. Another hid his eyes beneath his wing.
You are listening to the voice of T.S. Eliot, reading an excerpt from The Wasteland, a page from this afternoon's edition of Anthology. Finest poetry recordings we've heard is the Columbia LP album Pleasure Dome. On Anthology last week, we played for you selections from North and South, read by the poet Elizabeth Bishop. This afternoon, we'll bring you two more highlights from the album. First, an American-born English poet, T.S. Eliot. Secondly, a St. Louis-born Brooklyn poet, Marianne Moore. T.S. Eliot went to live in London after his graduation from Harvard and has since become a British subject. Winner of the Nobel Prize in 1948, he is generally regarded as the most influential living poet and critic. The Wasteland, his most famous poem, has achieved the stature of a modern classic. Its grand theme is the contemporary sense of doom, flecked by hints of possible salvation. This afternoon, we're to hear Mr. Eliot reading from Part 2 of The Wasteland, a game of chess which compares the checkmated relations of two pieces, an upper-class lady and her shadowy lover, I, with those of two pawns, the lower-class Lil and her recently demobilized husband, Albert. And here is Mr. Eliot.
The chair she sat in like a burnished throne glowed on the marble where the glass held up by standards wrought with fruited vines, from which a golden Cupidon peeped out. Another hid his eyes beneath his wing. Doubled the flames of seven-branched candelabra, reflecting light upon the table as the glitter of her jewels rose to meet it from satin cases poured in rich profusion. In vials of ivory and colored glass, unstoppered, lurked her strange synthetic perfumes, unguent, powdered or liquid, troubled, confused and drowned the sense in odors. Stirred by the air that freshened from the window, these ascended, enfattening the prolonged candle flames, flung their smoke into the lacriaria, stirring the pattern on the coffered ceiling. Huge seawood fed with copper, burned green and orange, framed by the colored stone, in which sad light a carved dolphin swam. Above the antique mantel was displayed, as though a window gave upon the sylvan scene, the change of Philomel by the barbarous king so rudely forced. Yet there the nightingale filled all the desert with inviolable voice, and still she cried, and still the world pursues, jug, jug, to dirty ears. And other withered stumps of time were told upon the walls. Staring forms leaned out, leaning, hushing the room enclosed. Footsteps shuffled on the stair. Under the firelight, under the brush, her hair spread out in fiery points, glowed into words then would be savagely still. My nerves are bad tonight. Yes, bad. Stay with me. Speak to me. Why do you never speak? Speak. What are you thinking of? What thinking? What? I never know what you are thinking. Think. I think we are in Rat's Alley, where the dead men lost their bones. What is that noise? The wind under the door. What is that noise now? What is the wind doing? Nothing again. Nothing. Do you know nothing? Do you see nothing? Do you remember nothing? I remember those are pearls that wear his eyes. Are you alive or not? Is there nothing in your head? But that Shakespearean rag, it's so elegant, so intelligent. What shall I do now? What shall I do? I shall rush out as I am and walk the street with my hair down, so. What shall we do tomorrow? What shall we ever do? The hot water at 10, and if it rains, a closed car at 4, and we shall play a game of chess, pressing lidless eyes and waiting for a knock upon the door. When Lil's husband got demobbed, I didn't mince my words. I said to her myself, hurry up, please, it's time. Now Albert's coming back. Make yourself a bit smart. He'll want to know what you done with that money he gave you to get yourself some teeth. He did, I was there. You have them all out, Lil, and get a nice set, he said. I swear I can't bear to look at you. And no more can't I said, and think of poor Albert. He's been in the army 4 years. He wants a good time. And if you don't give it him, there's others will, I said. Oh, is there, she said. Something of that, I said. Then I'll know who to thank, she said, and give me a straight look. Hurry up, please, it's time. If you don't like it, you can get on with it, I said. Others can pick and choose if you can't. But if Albert makes off, it won't be for lack of telling. You ought to be ashamed, I said, to look so antique, and her only 31. I can't help it, she said, pulling a long face. It's them pills I took to bring it off, she said. She's had 5 already and nearly died of young George. The chemist said it would be all right, but I've never been the same. You are a proper fool, I said. Well, if Albert won't leave you alone, there it is, I said. What you get married for if you don't want children? Hurry up, please. It's time. Well, that Sunday Albert was home. They had a hot gammon. They asked me in to dinner to get the beauty of it hot. Hurry up, please. It's time. Hurry up, please. It's time. Good night, Bill. Good night, Lou. Good night, May. Good night. Ta-ta. Good night. Good night. Good night, ladies. Good night, sweet ladies. Good night. Good night.
Our second poet this afternoon is Miss Marianne Moore, who just this week made banner headlines in the book department of every major New York newspaper with her translation from the French of the beautiful tales of La Fontaine. Miss Moore, as we mentioned, was born in St. Louis, but moved east to attend college at Bryn Mawr. Upon her graduation, she first taught shorthand to Indians. Then, for a longer period, was librarian at the Hudson Park branch of the New York Public Library. From 1925 to 1929, she edited the distinguished literary review, The Dial. She's the author of selected poems, What Are Years, and Nevertheless, from which we'll hear a short selection this afternoon. The poem is called In Distrust of Merits, and is considered to be one of the finest American poems on the theme of the late war. Marianne Moore.
Strengthened to live, strengthened to die for medals and positioned victories, they are fighting the blind man who thinks he sees who cannot see that the enslaver is enslaved, the hater harmed. O shining, O firm star, O tumultuous ocean, lashed till small things go as they will. The mountainous wave makes us who look no depth, lost at sea before they fought. O Star of David, Star of Bethlehem, O black imperial lion of the Lord, emblem of a risen world, be joined at last, be joined. There is hate's crown, beneath which all is death. There's love, without which none is king. The blessed deeds bless the halo. As contagion of sickness makes sickness, contagion of trust can make trust. They are fighting in deserts and caves, one by one, in battalions and squadrons. They are fighting that I may yet recover from the disease myself. Some have it lightly, some will die. Man's wolf to man, and we devour ourselves. The enemy could not have made a greater breach in our defenses. One piloting a blind man can escape him. But Job, disheartened by false comfort, knew that nothing can be so defeating as a blind man who can see. O alive who are dead, who are proud not to see. O small dust of the earth that walks so arrogantly. Trust begets power, and faith is an affectionate thing. We vow, we make this promise to the fighting, it's a promise. We'll never hate black, white, red, yellow, Jew, Gentile, untouchable. We are not confident to make our vows. with set jaw. They are fighting, fighting, fighting. Some we love whom we know, some we love but know not, that hearts may feel and not be numb. It cures me. Or am I what I... Some in snow, some on crags, some in quicksands, little by little, much by much, they are fighting, 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 that where there was death, there may be life. When a man is prey to anger, he is moved by outside things. When he holds his ground in patience, 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 that is action or beauty, the soldier's hardest armor for the fight. The world's an orphan's home. Shall we never have peace without sorrow, without pleas of the dying for help that won't come? Oh, quiet form upon the dust, I cannot look, and yet I must. If these great patient dyings, all these agonies and wound-bearings and bloodshed can teach us how to live, these dyings were not wasted. Hate-hardened heart, oh, heart of iron, iron is iron till it is rust. There never was a war that was not inward. I must fight till I have conquered in myself what causes war, but I would not believe it. I inwardly did nothing. Oh, Iscariot like crime. Beauty is everlasting, and dust is for a time.
Marianne Moore reading In Distrust of Merits from her book of poems, Nevertheless. There has always been an active exchange of radio fare between America and England. And this afternoon, we're particularly delighted to have not only a guest program on our program, but a guest program which is actually Anthology's counterpart on the BBC in London. Called Time for Verse, the program is a poetry notebook edited and introduced by Patrick Dickinson. The readers you'll hear are Jill Balkin and C. Day Lewis. So, through the generosity of the BBC, we take you now, transcribed of course, to London, in time to hear...
Blow, Blow, Thou Winter Wind, by William Shakespeare. Read for LibriVox.org. Blow, blow, thou winter wind, thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude. Thy tooth is not so keen, because thou art not seen, although thy breath be rude. Hey-ho! Sing hey-ho unto the green holly. Most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly. Then hey-ho the holly, this life is most jolly. Freeze, freeze, thou bitter sky, that doth not bite so nigh as benefits forgot. Though thou the waters warp, thy sting is not so sharp as a friend remembered not. Hey-ho, sing hey-ho unto the green holly. Most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly. Then hey-ho the holly, this life is most jolly. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Ballad of the White Horse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, July 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Prefatory Note and Dedication. Prefatory Note to the First Edition. This ballad needs no historical notes, for the simple reason that it does not profess to be historical. All of it that is not frankly fictitious, as in any prose romance about the past, is meant to emphasize tradition rather than history. King Alfred is not a legend in the sense that King Arthur may be a legend, that is, in the sense that he may possibly be a lie. But King Alfred is a legend in this broader and more human sense, that the legends are the most important things about him. The cult of Alfred was a popular cult, from the darkness of the 9th century to the deepening twilight of the 20th. It is wholly as a popular legend that I deal with him here. I write as one ignorant of everything, except that I have found the legend of a king of Wessex still alive in the land. I will give 3 curt cases of what I mean. A tradition connects the ultimate victory of Alfred with the valley in Berkshire called the Vale of the White Horse. I have seen doubts of the tradition, which may be valid doubts. I do not know when or where the story started. It is enough that it started somewhere and ended with me, for I only seek to write upon a hearsay, as the old balladists did. For the second case, there is a popular tale that Alfred played the harp and sang in the Danish camp. I select it because it is a popular tale, at whatever time it arose. For the third case, there is a popular tale that Alfred came in contact with a woman and cakes. I select it because it is a popular tale, because it is a vulgar one. It has been disputed by grave historians, who were, I think, a little too grave to be good judges of it. The 2 chief charges against the story are that it was first recorded long after Alfred's death, and that, as Mr. Oman urges, Alfred never really wandered all alone without any thanes or soldiers. Both these objections might possibly be met. It has taken us nearly as long to learn the whole truth about Byron, and perhaps longer to learn the whole truth about Pepys, than elapsed between Alfred and the first writing of such tales. As for the other objection, do the historians really think that Alfred after Wilton, or Napoleon after Leipzig, never walked about in a wood by himself for the matter of an hour or 2? 10 minutes might be made sufficient for the essence of the story. But I am not concerned to prove the truth of these popular traditions. It is enough for me to maintain 2 things: that they are popular traditions, and that without these popular traditions we should have bothered about Alfred about as much as we bother about Edwig. One other consideration needs a note. Alfred has come down to us in the best way, that is by national legends, solely for the same reason as Arthur and Roland and the other giants of that darkness, because he fought for the Christian civilization against the heathen nihilism. But since this work was really done by generation after generation, by the Romans before they withdrew, and by the Britons while they remained, I have summarized this first crusade in a triple symbol, and given to a fictitious Roman, Celt, and Saxon a part in the glory of Ethandune. I fancy that in fact Alfred's Wessex was of very mixed bloods, but in any case it is the chief value of legend to mix up the centuries while preserving the sentiment, to see all ages in a sort of splendid foreshortening. That is the use of tradition. It telescopes history. G.K.C. End of prefatory note. Dedication. To my wife. Of great limbs gone to chaos, a great face turned to night, why bend above a shapeless shroud, seeking in such archaic cloud sight of strong lords and light? Where 7 sunken Englands lie buried one by one, why should one idle spade, I wonder, shake up the dust of thanes like thunder, to smoke and choke the sun? In cloud of clay so cast to heaven, what shape shall man discern? These lords may light the mystery of mastery or victory, and these ride high in history, but these shall not return. Gored on the Norman gonfalon, the golden dragon died. We shall not wake with ballad strings the good time of the smaller things. We shall not see the holy kings ride down by Severn side. Stiff, strange, and quaintly coloured as the broidery of Bayeux, the England of that dawn remains, and this of Alfred and the Danes seems like the tales a whole tribe feigns too English to be true. Of a good king on an island, that ruled once on a time, and as he walked by an apple tree, there came green devils out of the sea, with sea plants trailing heavily, and tracks of opal slime. Yet Alfred is no fairy tale. His days as our days ran. He also looked forth for an hour on peopled plains and skies that lower, from those few windows in the tower that is the head of a man. But who shall look from Alfred's hood, or breathe his breath alive? His century, like a small dark cloud, drifts far. It is an eyeless crowd, where the tortured trumpets scream aloud, and the dense arrows drive. Lady, by one light only, we look from Alfred's eyes. We know he saw athwart the wreck the sign that hangs about your neck, where one more than Melchizedek is dead and never dies. Therefore I bring these rhymes to you, who brought the cross to me, since on you flaming without flaw I saw the sign that Guthrum saw, when he let break his ships of awe, and laid peace on the sea. Do you remember when we went under a dragon moon, and mid volcanic tints of night walked where they fought the unknown fight, and saw black trees on the battle height, black thorn on Ethandune? And I thought, I will go with you, as man with God has gone, and wander with a wandering star, the wandering heart of things that are, the fiery cross of love and war, that like yourself goes on. O go you onward, where you are shall honour and laughter be, past purpled forest and pearled foam, God's winged pavilion free to roam, your face, that is a wandering home, a flying home for me. Ride through the silent earthquake lands, wide as a waste is wide, across these days like deserts when pride and a little scratching pen have dried and split the hearts of men, heart of the heroes ride. Up through an empty house of stars, being what heart you are, up the inhuman steeps of space, as on a staircase go in grace, carrying the firelight on your face beyond the loneliest star. Take these, in memory of the hour we strayed a space from home, and saw the smoke-hued hamlets quaint with Westland king and Westland saint, and watched the western glory faint along the road to Frome. G.K.C. End of dedication. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, August 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 1. The Vision of the King. Before the gods that made the gods had seen their sunrise pass, the white horse of the White Horse Vale was cut out of the grass. Before the gods that made the gods had drunk at dawn their fill, the white horse of the White Horse Vale was hoary on the hill. Age beyond age on British lands, eons on eons gone, was peace and war in western hills, and the white horse looked on. For the white horse knew England when there was none to know. He saw the first oar break or bend. He saw heaven fall and the world end. O God, how long ago! For the end of the world was long ago, and all we dwell today as children of some second birth, like a strange people left on earth after a judgment day. For the end of the world was long ago, when the ends of the world waxed free, when Rome was sunk in a waste of slaves, and the sun drowned in the sea. When Caesar's sun fell out of the sky, and whoso hearkened right could only hear the plunging of the nations in the night. When the ends of the earth came marching in to torch and cresset gleam, and the roads of the world that lead to Rome were filled with faces that moved like foam, like faces in a dream. And men rode out of the eastern lands, broad river and burning plain, trees that are Titan flowers to see, and tiger skies striped horribly with tints of tropic rain, where Ind's enamelled peaks arise around that inmost one, where ancient eagles on its brink, vast as archangels, gather and drink the sacraments of the sun. And men break out of the northern lands, enormous lands alone, where a spell is laid upon life and lust, and the rain is changed to a silver dust, and the sea to a great green stone. And a shape that moveth murkily in mirrors of ice and night hath blanched with fear all beasts and birds, as death and a shock of evil words blast a man's hair with white. And the cry of the palms and the purple moons, or the cry of the frost and foam, swept ever around an inmost place, and the din of distant race on race cried and replied round Rome. And there was death on the emperor, and night upon the pope, and Alfred, hiding in deep grass, hardened his heart with hope. A sea-folk blinder than the sea broke all about his land, but Alfred up against them bare, and gripped the ground and grasped the air, staggered and strove to stand. He bent them back with spear and spade, with desperate dike and wall, with foemen leaning on his shield, and roaring on him when he reeled, and no help came at all. He broke them with a broken sword a little towards the sea, and for 1 hour of panting peace, ringed with a roar that would not cease, with golden crown and girded fleece, made laws under a tree. The Northmen came about our land, a Christless chivalry, who knew not of the arch or pen, great, beautiful, half-witted men from the sunrise and the sea. Misshapen ships stood on the deep, full of strange gold and fire, and hairy men as huge as sin, with horned heads came wading in through the long low sea mire. Our towns were shaken of tall kings, with scarlet beards like blood. The world turned empty where they trod. They took the kindly cross of God, and cut it up for wood. Their souls were drifting as the sea, and all good towns and lands they only saw with heavy eyes, and broke with heavy hands. Their gods were sadder than the sea, gods of a wandering will, who cried for blood like beasts at night, sadly from hill to hill. They seemed as trees walking the earth, as witless and as tall, yet they took hold upon the heavens, and no help came at all. They bred like birds in English woods, they rooted like the rose, when Alfred came to Athelney, to hide him from their bows. There was not English armour left, nor any English thing, when Alfred came to Athelney, to be an English king. For earthquake swallowing earthquake uprent the Wessex tree. The whirlpool of the pagan sway had swirled his sires as sticks away when a flood smites the sea. And the great kings of Wessex wearied and sank in gore, and even their ghosts in that great stress grew greyer and greyer, less and less, with the lords that died in Lyonnesse, and the king that comes no more. And the god of the golden dragon was dumb upon his throne, and the lord of the golden dragon ran in the woods alone. And if ever he climbed the crest of luck, and set the flag before, returning as a wheel returns, came ruin and the rain that burns, and all began once more. And naught was left King Alfred but shameful tears of rage, in the island, in the river, in the end of all his age. In the island, in the river, he was broken to his knee, and he read, writ with an iron pen, that God had wearied of Wessex men, and given their country, field and fen, to the devils of the sea. And he saw in a tiny picture, tiny and far away, his mother sitting in Egbert's hall, and a book she showed him very small, where a sapphire Mary sat in stall, with a golden Christ at play. It was wrought in the monk's slow manner, from silver and sanguine shell, where the scenes are little and terrible, keyholes of heaven and hell. In the river island of Athelney, with the river running past, in colours of such simple creed, all things sprang at him, sun and weed, till the grass grew to be grass indeed, and the tree was a tree at last. Fearfully plain the flowers grew, like the child's book to read, or like a friend's face seen in a glass. He looked, and there Our Lady was. She stood and stroked the tall live grass, as a man strokes his steed. Her face was like an open word, when brave men speak and choose. The very colours of her coat were better than good news. She spoke not, nor turn not, nor any sign she cast. Only she stood up, straight and free, between the flowers in Athelney, and the river running past. One dim ancestral jewel hung on his ruined armour grey. He rent and cast it at her feet, where after centuries with slow feet men came from hall and school and street, and found it where it lay. "Mother of God," the wanderer said, "I am but a common king, nor will I ask what saints may ask, to see a secret thing. The gates of heaven are fearful gates, worse than the gates of hell, nor would I break the splendours barred, or seek to know the things they guard, which is too good to tell. But for this earth most pitiful, this little land I know, if that which is for ever is, or if our hearts should break with bliss, seeing the stranger go. When our last bow is broken, Queen, and our last javelin cast, under some sad green evening sky, holding a ruined cross on high, under warm westland grass to lie, shall we come home at last?" And a voice came, human but high up, like a cottage climbed among the clouds, or a serf of hut and croft, that sits by his hovel fire as oft, but hears on his old bare roof aloft a belfry burst in song. "The gates of heaven are lightly locked, we do not guard our gain. The heaviest hind may easily come silently and suddenly upon me in a lane, and any little maid that walks in good thoughts apart may break the guard of the three kings, and see the dear and dreadful things I hid within my heart. The meanest man, in grey fields gone behind the set of sun, heareth between star and other star, through the door of the darkness fallen ajar, the counsel, eldest of things that are, the talk of the three in one. The gates of heaven are lightly locked, we do not guard our gold. Men may uproot where worlds begin, or read the name of the nameless sin, but if he fail, or if he win, to no good man is told. The men of the east may spell the stars, and times and triumphs mark, but the men signed of the cross of Christ go gaily in the dark. The men of the east may search the scrolls for sure fates and fame, but the men that drink the blood of God go singing to their shame. The wise men know what wicked things are written on the sky. They trim sad lamps, they touch sad strings, hearing the heavy purple wings, where the forgotten seraph kings still plot how God shall die. The wise men know all evil things under the twisted trees, where the perverse in pleasure pine, and men are weary of green wine, and sick of crimson seas. But you, and all the kind of Christ, are ignorant and brave, and you have wars you hardly win, and souls you hardly save. I tell you not for your comfort, yea, not for your desire, save that the sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher. Night shall be thrice night over you, and heaven an iron cope. Do you have joy without a cause? Yea, faith without a hope? Even as she spoke she was not, nor any word said he. He only heard, still as he stood, under the old knight's nodding hood, the sea-folk breaking down the wood, like a high tide from sea. He only heard the heathen men, whose eyes are blue and bleak, singing about some cruel thing, done by a great and smiling king in daylight on a deck. He only heard the heathen men, whose eyes are blue and blind, singing what shameful things are done between the sunlit sea and the sun, when the land is left behind. End of Book 1. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, August 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 2. The Gathering of the Chiefs. Up across windy wastes and up went Alfred over the shaws, shaken of the joy of giants, the joy without a cause. In the slopes away to the western bays, where blows not ever a tree, he washed his soul in the west wind, and his body in the sea. And he set to rhyme his ale measures, and he sang aloud his laws, because of the joy of the giants, the joy without a cause. For the king went gathering Wessex men, as grain out of the chaff, the few that were alive to die, laughing as littered skulls that lie, after lost battles turn to the sky an everlasting laugh. The king went gathering Christian men, as wheat out of the husk, Eldred, the franklin by the sea, and Mark, the man from Italy, and Colin of the sacred tree, from the old tribe on Usk. The rook croaked homeward heavily, the west was clear and warm, the smoke of evening food and ease rose like a blue tree in the trees when he came to Eldred's farm. But Eldred's farm was fallen awry, like an old crippled's bones, and Eldred's tools were red with rust, and on his well was a green crust, and purple thistles upward thrust between the kitchen stones. But smoke of some good feasting went upwards evermore, and Eldred's doors stood wide apart, for loitering foot or labouring cart, and Eldred's great and foolish heart stood open like his door. A mighty man was Eldred, a bulk for casks to fill, his face a dreaming furnace, his body a walking hill. In the old wars of Wessex his sword had sunken deep, but all his friends, he sighed and said, were broken about Ethelred, and between the deep drink and the dead he had fallen upon sleep. Come not to me, King Alfred, save always for the ale. Why should my harmless hinds be slain, because the chiefs cry once again, as in all fights, that we shall gain, and in all fights we fail? Your skalds still thunder and prophesy that crown that never comes. Friend, I will watch the certain things, swine and slow moons like silver rings, and the ripening of the plums. And Alfred answered, drinking, and gravely, without blame, Nor bear I boast of skald or king, the thing I bear is a lesser thing, but comes in a better name. Out of the mouth of the Mother of God, more than the doors of doom, I call the muster of Wessex men, from grassy hamlet or ditch or den, to break and be broken, God knows when, but I have seen for whom. Out of the mouth of the Mother of God, like a little word come I, for I go gathering Christian men, from sunken paving and ford and fen, to die in a battle God knows when, by God but I know why. And this is the word of Mary, the word of the world's desire. No more of comfort shall ye get, save that the sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher. Then silence sank, and slowly arose the sea-land lord, like some vast beast for mystery. He filled the room and porch and sky, and from a cobwebbed nail on high unhooked his heavy sword. Up on the shrill sea downs and up went Alfred all alone, turning but once ere the door was shut, shouting to Eldred over his butt that he bring all spears to the woodman's hut, hewn under Egbert's stone. And he turned his back and broke the fern, and fought the moths of dusk, and went on his way for other friends, friends fallen of all the wide world's ends, from Rome that wrath and pardon sends, and the grey tribes on Usk. He saw gigantic tracks of death, and many a shape of doom, good steadings to grey ashes gone, and a monk's house white like a skeleton in the grey crypt of the combe. And in many a Roman villa earth and her ivies eat, saw coloured pavements sink and fade in flowers, and the windy colonnade like the spectre of a street. But the cold stars clustered among the cold pines, ere he was half on his pilgrimage over the western lines. And the white dawn widened ere he came to the last pine, where Mark, the man from Italy, still made the Christian sign. The long farm lay on the large hillside, flat like a painted plan, and by the side the low white house, where dwelt the Southland man. A bronzed man, with a bird's bright eye, and a strong bird's beak and brow. His skin was brown like buried gold, and of certain of his sires was told that they came in the shining ship of old, with Caesar in the prow. His fruit trees stood like soldiers, drilled in a straight line. His strange stiff olives did not fail, and all the kings of the earth drank ale, but he drank wine. Wide over wasted British plains stood never an arch or dome, only the trees to toss and reel, the tribes to bicker, the beasts to squeal, but the eyes in his head were strong like steel, and his soul remembered Rome. Then Alfred of the lonely spear lifted his lion head, and fronted with the Italian's eye, asking him of his whence and why, King Alfred stood and said, I am that oft-defeated king, whose failure fills the land, who fled before the Danes of old, who chaffered with the Danes with gold, who now upon the Wessex wold hardly has feet to stand. But out of the mouth of the Mother of God I have seen the truth like fire, this, that the sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher. Long looked the Roman on the land, the trees as golden crowns, blazed drenched with dawn and dew impearled, while faintlier coloured, freshlier curled, the clouds from underneath the world stood up over the downs. These vines be ropes that drag me hard, he said. I go not far. Where would you meet? For you must hold half Wiltshire, and the White Horse Wold, and the Thames bank to Owensfold, if Wessex goes to war. Guthrum sits strong on either bank, and you must press his lines, inwards and eastward drive him down. I doubt if you shall take the crown, till you have taken London town. For me, I have the vines. If each man on the judgment day meet God on a plain alone, said Alfred, I will speak for you, as for myself, and call it true, that you brought all fighting folk you knew, lined under Egbert's stone. Though I be in the dust ere then, I know where you will be. And shouldering suddenly his spear, he faded like some elfin fear, where the tall pines ran up, tier on tier, tree over toppling tree. He shouldered his spear at morning, and laughed to lay it on, but he leaned on his spear as on a staff, with might and little mood to laugh, or ever he sighted chick or calf, of Colan of Caerleon. For the man dwelt in a lost land, of boulders and broken men, in a great grey cave far off to south, where a thick green forest stopped the mouth, giving darkness in his den. And the man was come like a shadow, from the shadow of druid trees, where Usk with mighty murmurings, past Caerleon of the fallen kings, goes out to ghostly seas. Last of a race in ruin, he spoke the speech of the Gaels. His kin were in holy Ireland, or up in the crags of Wales. But his soul stood with his mother's folk, that were of the rain-wrapped isle, where Patrick and Brandon Westerly looked out at last on a landless sea and the sun's last smile. His harp was carved and cunning, as the Celtic craftsman makes, graven all over with twisting shapes, like many headless snakes. His harp was carved and cunning, his sword prompt and sharp, and he was gay when he held the sword, sad when he held the harp. For the great Gaels of Ireland are the men that God made mad, for all their wars are merry, and all their songs are sad. He kept the Roman order, he made the Christian sign, but his eyes grew often blind and bright, and the sea that rose in the rocks at night rose to his head like wine. He made the sign of the cross of God, he knew the Roman prayer, but he had unreason in his heart, because of the gods that were. Even they that walked on the high cliffs, high as the clouds were then, gods of unbearable beauty, that broke the hearts of men, and whether in seat or saddle, whether with frown or smile, whether at feast or fight was he heard the noise of a nameless sea on an undiscovered isle. Lifting the great green ivy, and the great spear lowering, one said, I am Alfred of Wessex, and I am a conquered king. And the man of the cave made answer, and his eyes were stars of scorn, and better kings were conquered, or ever your sires were born. What goddess was your mother? What fay your breed begot, that you should not die with Uther and Arthur and Lancelot. But when you win you brag and blow, and when you lose you rail. Army of Eastland yokels, not strong enough to fail. I bring not boast or railing, spake Alfred, not in ire. I bring of Our Lady a lesson set. This, that our sky grows darker yet, and the sea rises higher. Then Colan of the sacred tree tossed his black mane on high, and cried as rigidly he rose, And if the sea and sky be foes, we will tame the sea and sky. Smiled Alfred, Seek ye a fable more dizzy and more dread than all your mad barbarian tales where the sky stands on its head? A tale where a man looks down on the sky that has long looked down on him, a tale where a man can swallow a sea that might swallow the seraphim. Bring to the hut by Egbert's stone all bills and bows ye have. And Alfred strode off rapidly, and Colan of the sacred tree went slowly to his cave. End of Book 2. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, August 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 3. The Harp of Alfred. In a tree that yawned and twisted, the king's few goods were flung, a mass-book mildewed, line by line, and weapons and a skin of wine, and an old harp unstrung. By the yawning tree in the twilight, the king unbound his sword, severed the harp of all his goods, and there in the cool and soundless woods sounded a single chord. Then laughed, and watched the finches flash, the sullen flies and swarm, and went unarmed over the hills with a harp upon his arm, until he came to the White Horse Vale, and saw across the plains, in the twilight high and far and fell, like the fiery terraces of hell, the campfires of the Danes, the fires of the great army that was made of iron men, whose lights of sacrilege and scorn ran around England red as morn, fires over Glastonbury Thorn, fires out on Ely Fen. And as he went by White Horse Vale, he saw lie wan and wide the old horse graven, God knows when, by gods or beasts or what things then walked a new world instead of men, and scrawled on the hillside. And when he came to White Horse Down, the great White Horse was grey, for it was ill scoured of the weed, and lichen and thorn could crawl and feed, since the foes of settled house and creed had swept old works away. King Alfred gazed all sorrowful at thistle and mosses grey, till a rally of Danes with shield and bill rolled drunk over the dome of the hill, and hearing of his harp and skill, they dragged him to their play. And as they went through the high green grass, they roared like the great green sea, but when they came to the red campfire, they were silent suddenly. And as they went up the wastes away, they went reeling to and fro, but when they came to the red campfire, they stood all in a row. For golden in the firelight, with a smile carved on his lips, and a beard curled right cunningly, was Guthrum of the northern sea, the emperor of the ships. With 3 great earls King Guthrum went the rounds from fire to fire, with Harold, nephew of the king, and Ogier of the stone and sling, and Elf, whose gold lute had a string that sighed like all desire. The earls of the great army, that no man born could tire, whose flames anear him or aloof took hold of towers or walls of proof, fire over Glastonbury roof, and out on Ely fire. And Guthrum heard the soldier's tale, and bade the stranger play, not harshly, but as one on high, on a marble pillar in the sky, who sees all folk that live and die, pigmy and far away. And Alfred, king of Wessex, looked on his conqueror, and his hands hardened, but he played, and leaving all later hates unsaid, he sang of some old British raid on the wild west march of yore. He sang of war in the warm wet shires where rain nor fruitage fails, where England of the motley states deepens like a garden to the gates in the purple walls of Wales. He sang of the seas of savage heads, and the seas and seas of spears, boiling all over Offa's dike, what time a Wessex club could strike the kings of the mountaineers. Till Harold laughed and snatched the harp, the kinsman of the king, a big youth, beardless like a child, whom the new wine of war sent wild, smote and began to sing. And he cried of the ships as eagles that circle fiercely and fly, and sweep the seas and strike the towns from Cyprus round to Skye. How swiftly and with peril they gather all good things, the high horns of the forest beasts, or the secret stones of kings. For Rome was given to rule the world, and gat of it little joy. But we shall enjoy the world, the whole huge world a toy. Great wine like blood from Burgundy, cloaks like the clouds from Tyre, and marble like solid moonlight, and gold like frozen fire. Smells that a man might swill in a cup, stones that a man might eat, and the great smooth women like ivory that the Turks sell in the street. He sang the throne of the thief of the world, and the gods that love the thief. And he yelled aloud at the cloister yards, where men go gathering grief. Well have you sung, O stranger, of death on the dike in Wales. Your chief was a bracelet giver, but the red unbroken river of a race runs not for ever, but suddenly it fails. Doubtless your sires were sword-swingers, when they waded fresh from foam, before they were turned to women by the god of the nails from Rome. But since you bent to the shaven men, who neither lust nor smite, thunder of Thor, we hunt you, a hare on the mountain height. King Guthrum smiled a little, and said, It is enough. Nephew, let elf retune the string. A boy must needs like bellowing, but the old ears of a careful king are glad of songs less rough. Blue-eyed was Elf the minstrel, with womanish hair and ring, yet heavy was his hand on sword, though light upon the string. And as he stirred the strings of the harp, to notes but 4 or 5, the heart of each man moved in him like a babe buried alive. And they felt the land of the folk-songs spread southward of the Dane, and they heard the good Rhine flowing in the heart of all Alamein. They felt the land of the folk-songs, where the gifts hang on the tree, where the girls give ale at morning, and the tears come easily. The mighty people, woman-like, that have pleasure in their pain, as he sang of Balder beautiful, whom the heavens loved in vain. As he sang of Balder beautiful, whom the heavens could not save, till the world was like a sea of tears, and every soul a wave. There is always a thing forgotten, when all the world goes well, a thing forgotten as long ago, when the gods forgot the mistletoe, and soundless as an arrow of snow the arrow of anguish fell. The thing on the blind side of the heart, on the wrong side of the door. The green plant groweth, menacing, almighty lovers in the spring. There is always a forgotten thing, and love is not secure. And all that sat by the fire were sad, save Ogier, who was stern, and his eyes hardened even to stones as he took the harp in turn. Earl Ogier of the stone and sling was odd to ear and sight. Old he was, but his locks were red, and jests were all the words he said, yet he was sad at board and bed, and savage in the fight. You sing of the young gods easily in the days when you are young, but I go smelling yew and sods, and I know there are gods behind the gods, gods that are best unsung. And a man grows ugly for women, and a man grows dull with ale. Well, if he find in his soul at last fury, that does not fail. The wrath of the gods behind the gods, who would rend all gods and men. Well, if the old man's heart hath still wheels sped of rage and roaring will, like cataracts to break down and kill, well for the old man then. While there is one tall shrine to shake, or one live man to rend, for the wrath of the gods behind the gods, who are weary to make an end. There lives one moment for a man when the door at his shoulder shakes, when the taut rope parts under the pull, and the barest branch is beautiful, one moment while it breaks. So rides my soul upon the sea that drinks the howling ships, though in black jest it bows and nods, under the moons with silver rods, I know it is roaring at the gods, waiting the last eclipse. And in the last eclipse the sea shall stand up like a tower, above all moons made dark and riven, hold up its foaming head to heaven, and laugh, knowing its hour. And the high ones in the happy town, propped of the planets 7, shall know a new light in the mind, a noise about them and behind, shall hear an awful voice and find foam in the courts of heaven. And you that sit by the fire are young, and true loves wait for you. But the king and I grow old, and hate alone is true. And Guthrum shook his head but smiled, for he was a mighty clerk, and had read lines in the Latin books when all the north was dark. He said, I am older than you, Ogier. Not all things would I rend, for whether life be bad or good, it is best to abide the end. He took the great harp wearily, even Guthrum of the Danes, with wide eyes bright as the one long day on the long polar plains. For he sang of a wheel returning, and the mire trod back to mire, and how red hells and golden heavens are castles in the fire. It is good to sit where the good tales go, to sit as our fathers sat. But the hour shall come after his youth, when a man shall know not tales but truth, and his heart fail thereat. When he shall read what is written, so plain in clouds and clods, when he shall hunger without hope, even for evil gods. For this is a heavy matter, and the truth is cold to tell. Do we not know, have we not heard, the soul is like a lost bird, the body a broken shell. And a man hopes, being ignorant, till in white woods apart he finds at last the lost bird dead, and a man may still lift up his head, but never more his heart. There comes no noise but weeping out of the ancient sky, and a tear is in the tiniest flower, because the gods must die. The little brooks are very sweet, like a girl's ribbon curled, but the great sea is bitter that washes all the world. Strong are the Roman roses, or the free flowers of the heath, but every flower, like a flower of the sea, smelleth with the salt of death. And the heart of the locked battle is the happiest place for men, where shrieking souls as shafts go by, and many have died, and all may die. Though this word be a mystery, death is most distant then. Death blazes bright above the cup, and clear above the crown, but in that dream of battle we seem to tread it down. Wherefore I am a great king, and waste the world in vain, because man hath not other power, save that in dealing death for dower he may forget it for an hour, to remember it again. And slowly his hands and thoughtfully fell from the lifted lyre, and the owls moaned from the mighty trees, till Alfred caught it to his knees, and smote it as in ire. He heaved the head of the harp on high, and swept the framework barred, and his stroke had all the rattle and spark of horses flying hard. When God put man in a garden, he girt him with a sword, and sent him forth a free knight, that might betray his lord. He brake him, and betrayed him, and fast and far he fell, till you and I may stretch our necks, and burn our beards in hell. But though I lie on the floor of the world, with the 7 sins for rods, I would rather fall with Adam, than rise with all your gods. What have the strong gods given? Where have the glad gods led, when Guthrum sits on a hero's throne, and asks if he is dead? Sirs, I am but a nameless man, a rhymester without home, yet since I come of the Wessex clay, and carry the cross of Rome, I will even answer the mighty Earl, that asked of Wessex men, why they be meek and monkish folk, and bow to the white lord's broken yoke. What sign have we, save blood and smoke? Here is my answer then, that on you is fallen the shadow, and not upon the name, that though we scatter, and though we fly, and you hang over us like the sky, you are more tired of victory than we are tired of shame. That though you hunt the Christian man like a hare on the hillside, the hare has still more heart to run than you have heart to ride. That though all lances split on you, all swords be heaved in vain, we have more lust again to lose than you to win again. Your lord sits high in the saddle, a broken-hearted king, but our King Alfred, lost from fame, fallen among foes or bonds of shame, in I know not what mean trade or name, has still some song to sing. Our monks go robed in rain and snow, but the heart of flame therein. But you go clothed in feasts and flames, when all is ice within. Nor shall all iron dooms make dumb men wondering ceaselessly, if it be not better to fast for joy than feast for misery. Nor monkish order only slides down as fields to fen. All things achieved and chosen pass, as the white horse fades in the grass, no work of Christian men. Ere the sad gods that made your gods saw their sad sunrise pass, the white horse of the white horse vale that you have left to darken and fail was cut out of the grass. Therefore your end is on you and your kings, not for a fire in Ely fen, not that your gods are 9 or 10, but because it is only Christian men guard even heathen things. For our God hath blessed creation, calling it good. I know what spirit with whom you blindly band hath blessed destruction with his hand. Yet by God's death the stars shall stand, and the small apples grow. And the king, with harp on shoulder, stood up and ceased his song, and the owls moaned from the mighty trees, and the Danes laughed loud and long. End of Book 3. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, October 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 4. The Woman in the Forest. Thick thunder of the snorting swine, enormous in the gloam, rending among all roots that cling, and the wild horses whinnying, were the night's noises when the king, shouldering his harp, went home. With eyes of owl and feet of fox, full of all thoughts he went. He marked the tilt of the pagan camp, the paling of pine, the sentry's tramp, and the one great stolen altar lamp over Guthrum in his tent. By scrub and thorn and Ethandune that night the foe had lain, whence ran across the heather grey the old stones of a Roman way, and in a wood not far away the pale road split in twain. He marked the wood and the cloven ways with an old captain's eyes, and he thought how many a time had he sought to see doom he could not see, how ruin had come, and victory, and both were a surprise. Even so had he watched and wondered under Ashdown from the plains, with Ethelred praying in his tent, till the white hawthorn swung and bent, as Alfred rushed his spears and rent the shield-wall of the Danes. Even so had he watched and wondered, knowing neither less nor more, till all his lords lay dying, and axes on axes plying, flung him and drove him flying like a pirate to the shore. Wise he had been before defeat, and wise before success, wise in both hours, and ignorant, knowing neither more nor less. As he went down to the river hut, he knew a nightshade scent. Owls did as evil cherubs rise, with little wings and lantern eyes, as though he sank through the underskies, but down and down he went. As he went down to the river hut, he went as one that fell, seeing the high forest domes and spars, dim green or torn with golden scars, as the proud look up at the evil stars in the red heavens of hell. For he must meet by the river hut them he had bidden to arm, Mark from the towers of Italy, and Colan of the sacred tree, and Eldred who beside the sea held heavily his farm. The roof leaned gaping to the grass as a monstrous mushroom lies. Echoing and empty seemed the place, but opened in a little space a great grey woman with scarred face and strong and humbled eyes. King Alfred was but a meagre man, bright-eyed but lean and pale, and swordless. With his harp and rags he seemed a beggar such as lags looking for crusts and ale. And the woman, with a woman's eyes of pity at once and ire, said, when that she had glared a span, "There is a cake for any man, if he will watch the fire." And Alfred, bowing heavily, sat down the fire to stir, and even as the woman pitied him, so did he pity her, saying, "O great heart in the night, O best cast forth for worst, twilight shall melt and morning stir, and no kind thing shall come to her, till God shall turn the world over, and all the last are first. And well may God with the serving folk cast in his dreadful lot. Is not he too a servant? And is not he forgot? For was not God my gardener, and silent like a slave, that opened oaks on the uplands, or thicket in graveyard gave? And was not God my armourer, all patient and unpaid, that sealed my skull as a helmet, and ribs for hauberk made? Did not a great grey servant of all my sires and me build this pavilion of the pines, and herd the fowls and fill the vines, and labour and pass and leave no signs, save mercy and mystery? For God is a great servant, and rose before the day, from some primordial slumber torn, but all we living later born sleep on and rise after the morn, and the Lord has gone away. On things half sprung from sleeping, all sleepy suns have shone. They stretch stiff arms, the yawning trees, the beasts blink upon hands and knees. Man is awake and does and sees, but heaven has done and gone. For who shall guess the good riddle, or speak of the holiest, save in faint figures and failing words? Who loves, yet laughs among the swords, labours and is at rest? But some see God like Guthrum, crowned with a great beard curled, but I see God like a good giant, that labouring lifts the world. Wherefore was God in Golgotha, slain as a serf is slain, and hate he had of prince and peer, and love he had, and made good cheer, of them that, like this woman here, go powerfully in pain. But in this grey morn of man's life cometh sometime to the mind a little light that leaps and flies like a star blown on the wind. A star of nowhere, a nameless star, a light that spins and swirls, and cries that even in hedge and hill, even on earth it may go ill at last with the evil earls. A dancing sparkle, a doubtful star, on the waste wind whirled and driven, but it seems to sing of a wilder worth, a time discrowned of doom and birth, and the kingdom of the poor on earth come as it is in heaven. But even though such days endure, how shall it profit her, who shall go mourning to the grave, with many a meek and mighty slave, field-breaker and fisher on the wave, and woodman and waggoner? Bake ye the big world all again, a cake with kinder leaven, yet these are sorry evermore, unless there be a little door in heaven. And as he wept for the woman, he let her business be, and like his royal oath and rash, the good food fell upon the ash, and blackened instantly. Screaming, the woman caught a cake yet burning from the bar, and struck him suddenly on the face, leaving a scarlet scar. King Alfred stood up wordless, a man dead with surprise, and torture stood, and the evil things that are in the childish hearts of kings an instant in his eyes. And even as he stood and stared, drew round him in the dusk those friends creeping from far-off farms, Marcus with all his slaves in arms, and the strange spears hung with ancient charms of Colin of the Usk. With one whole farm marching afoot, the trampled road resounds, farm-hands and farm-beasts blundering by, and jars of mead and stores of rye, where Eldred strode above his high and thunder-throated hounds. And grey cattle and silver lowed against the unlifted morn, and straw clung to the spear-shafts tall, and a boy went before them all, blowing a ram's horn. As mocking such rude revelry, the dim clan of the Gael came like a bad king's burial end, with dismal robes that drop and rend, and demon pipes that wail, in long outlandish garments, torn though of antique worth, with druid beards and druid spears, as a resurrected race appears out of an elder earth. And though the king had called them forth, and knew them for his own, so still each eye stood like a gem, so spectral hung each broidered hem, grey carven men he fancied them, hewn in an age of stone. And the two wild peoples of the north stood fronting in the gloam, and heard and knew each in its mind the third great thunder on the wind, the living walls that hedge mankind, the walking walls of Rome. Marks were the mixed tribes of the west, of many a hue and strain, Gurth with rank hair like yellow grass, and the Cornish fisher Gorlias, and Halmer come from his first mass, lately baptized, a Dane. But like one man in armour those hundreds trod the field. From red Arabia to the Tyne the earth had heard that marching line, since the cry on the hill Capitoline, and the fall of the golden shield. And the earth shook, and the king stood still under the greenwood bough, and the smoking cake lay at his feet, and the blow was on his brow. Then Alfred laughed out suddenly, like thunder in the spring, till shook aloud the lintel beams, and the squirrels stirred in dusty dreams, and the startled birds went up in streams for the laughter of the king. The giant laughter of Christian men, that roars through 1,000 tales, where greed is an ape, and pride is an ass, and Jack's away with his master's lass, and the miser is banged with all his brass, the farmer with all his flails. Tales that tumble, and tales that trick, yet end not all in scorning, of kings and clowns in a merry plight, and the clock gone wrong, and the world gone right, that the mummers sing upon Christmas night, and Christmas day in the morning. "Now here is a good warrant," cried Alfred, "by my sword, for he that is struck for an ill servant should be a kind lord. He that has been a servant knows more than priests and kings, but he that has been an ill servant, he knows all earthly things. Pride flings frail palaces at the sky, as a man flings up sand, but the firm feet of humility take hold of heavy land. Pride juggles with her toppling towers, they strike the sun and cease, but the firm feet of humility, they grip the ground like trees. He that hath failed in a little thing hath a sign upon his brow, and the earls of the great army have no such seal to show. The red print on my forehead, small flame for a red star, in the van of the violent marching, then, when the sky is torn of the trumpets 10, and the hands of the happy howling men fling wide the gates of war. This blow that I return not, 10 times will I return, on kings and earls of all degree, and armies, wide as empires be, shall slide like landslips to the sea, if the red star burn. One man shall drive 100, as the dead kings drave. Before me rocking hosts be riven, and battering cohorts backward driven, for I am the first king known of heaven that has been struck like a slave. Up on the old white road, brothers, up on the Roman walls, for this is the night of the drawing of swords, and the tainted tower of the heathen hordes leans to our hammers, fires, and cords, leans a little and falls. Follow the star that lives and leaps, follow the sword that sings, for we go gathering heathen men, a terrible harvest 10 by 10, as the wrath of the last red autumn, then, when Christ reaps down the kings. Follow a light that leaps and spins, follow the fire unfurled, for riseth up against realm and rod a thing forgotten, a thing downtrod. The last lost giant, even God, is risen against the world. Roaring they went o'er the Roman wall, and roaring up the lane. Their torches tossed a ladder of fire, higher their hymn was heard, and higher, more sweet for hate and for heart's desire, and up in the northern scrub and briar they fell upon the Dane. End of Book 4. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, October 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 5. Ethandune, the First Stroke. King Guthrum was a dread king, like death out of the north. Shrines without name or number he rent and rolled as lumber. From Chester to the Humber he drove his foemen forth. The Roman villas heard him in the valley of the Thames, come over the hills roaring above their roofs, and pouring on spire and stair and flooring brimstone and pitch and flames. Sheer o'er the great chalk uplands and the hill of the Horse went he, till high on Hampshire beacons he saw the southern sea. High on the heights of Wessex he saw the southern brine, and turned him to a conquered land, and where the northern thornwoods stand, and the road parts on either hand, there came to him a sign. King Guthrum was a war chief, a wise man in the field, and though he prospered well, and knew how Alfred's folk were sad and few, not less with weighty care he drew long lines for pike and shield. King Guthrum lay on the upper land, on a single road at gaze, and his foe must come with lean array up the left arm of the cloven way to the meeting of the ways. And long ere the noise of armour, an hour ere the break of light, the woods awoke with crash and cry, and the birds sprang clamouring harsh and high, and the rabbits ran like an elves' army ere Alfred came in sight. The live wood came at Guthrum, on foot and claw and wing. The nests were noisy overhead, for Alfred and the Star of Red, all life went forth, and the forest fled before the face of the king. But halted in the woodways, Christ's few were grim and grey, and each with a small far bird-like sight saw the high folly of the fight, and though strange joys had grown in the night, despair grew with the day. And when white dawn crawled through the wood, like cold foam of a flood, then weakened every warrior's mood, in hope, though not in hardihood, and each man sorrowed as he stood in the fashion of his blood. For the Saxon franklin sorrowed, for the things that had been fair, for the dear dead woman crimson-clad, and the great feasts and the friends he had, but the Celtic prince's soul was sad for the things that never were. In the eyes Italian all things but a black laughter died, and Alfred flung his shield to earth, and smote his breast, and cried, I wronged a man to his slaying, and a woman to her shame, and once I looked on a sworn maid that was wed to the holy name, and once I took my neighbour's wife that was bound to an Eastland man, in the starkness of my evil youth, before my griefs began. People, if you have any prayers, say prayers for me, and lay me under a Christian stone in that lost land I thought my own, to wait till the holy horn is blown, and all poor men are free. Then Eldred of the idle farm leaned on his ancient sword, as fell his heavy words and few, and his eyes were of such alien blue, as gleams where the Northman saileth new into an unknown fjord. I was a fool and wasted ale, my slaves found it sweet. I was a fool and wasted bread, and the birds had bread to eat. The kings go up and the kings go down, and who knows who shall rule? Next night a king may starve or sleep, but men and birds and beasts shall weep at the burial of a fool. O drunkards in my cellar, boys in my apple tree, the world grows stern and strange and new, and wise men shall govern you, and you shall weep for me. But yoke me my own oxen down to my own farm. My own dog will whine for me, my own friends will bend the knee, and the foes I slew openly have never wished me harm. And all were moved a little, but Colin stood apart, having first pity, and after, hearing like rat in rafter that little worm of laughter that eats the Irish heart. And his grey-green eyes were cruel, and the smile of his mouth waxed hard. And he said, And when did Britain become your burying yard? Before the Romans lit the land, when schools and monks were none, we reared such stones to the sun-god as might put out the sun. The tall trees of Britain we worshipped, and were wise, but you shall raid the whole land through, and never a tree shall talk to you, though every leaf is a tongue taught true, and the forest is full of eyes. On one round hill to the seaward, the trees grow tall and grey, and the trees talk together when all men are away. Or a few round hills forgotten, the trees grow tall in rings, and the trees talk together of many pagan things. Yet I could lie and listen with a cross upon my clay, and hear unhurt forever what the trees of Britain say. A proud man was the Roman, his speech a single one, but his eyes were like an eagle's eyes that is staring at the sun. "Dig for me where I die," he said, "if first or last I fall, dead on the fell at the first charge, or dead by Wantage wall. Lift not my head from bloody ground, bear not my body home, for all the earth is Roman earth, and I shall die in Rome." Then Alfred, King of England, bade blow the horns of war, and fling the golden dragon out, with crackle and acclaim and shout, scrolled in a flame and far. And under the golden dragon went Wessex all along, past the sharp point of the cloven ways, out from the black wood into the blaze of sun and steel and song. And when they came to the open land, they wheeled, deployed, and stood. Midmost were Marcus and the king, and Eldred on the right-hand wing, and leftwards Colin darkling in the last shade of the wood. But the earls of the great army lay like a long half-moon, 10 poles before their palisades, with wide-winged helms and runic blades, red giants of an age of raids in the thornland of Ethandune. Midmost the saddles rose and swayed, and a stir of horses' manes, where Guthrum and a few rode high on horses seized in victory, but Ogier went on foot to die in the old way of the Danes. Far to the king's left Elf the bard led on the eastern wing, with songs and spells that change the blood, and on the king's right Harold stood, the kinsman of the king. Young Harold, coarse, with colours gay, smoking with oil and musk, and the pleasant violence of the young, pushed through his people, giving tongue, forwards where, grey as cobwebs hung, the banners of the Usk. But as he came before his line a little space along, his beardless face broke into mirth, and he cried, "What broken bits of earth are here? For what their clothes are worth, I would sell them for a song." For Colin was hung with raiment, tattered like autumn leaves, and his men were all as thin as saints, and all as poor as thieves. No bows, nor slings, nor bolts they bore, but bills and pikes ill-made, and none but Colin bore a sword, and rusty was its blade. And Colin's eyes with mystery and iron laughter stirred, and he spoke aloud, but lightly, not labouring to be heard. "Oh, truly we be broken hearts. For that cause, it is said, we light our candles to that Lord that broke himself for bread. But though we hold but bitterly what land the Saxon leaves, though Ireland be but a land of saints, and Wales a land of thieves, I say you yet shall weary of the working of your sword, that stricken spirits never strike, nor lean hands hold a sword. And if ever you ride in Ireland, the jest may yet be said, there is the land of broken hearts, and the land of broken heads." Not less barbarian laughter choked Harold like a flood. "And shall I fight with scarecrows that am of Guthrum's blood? Meeting may be of war-men, where the best war-man wins, but all this carrion a man shoots before the fight begins." And stopping in his onward strides, he snatched a bow in scorn from some mean slave, and bent it on Colin, whose doom grew dark and shone stars evil over Caerleon in the place where he was born. For Colin had not bow nor sling, on a lonely sword leaned he, like Arthur on Excalibur in the battle by the sea. To his great gold earring Harold tugged back the feathered tail, and swift had sprung the arrow, but swifter sprang the gale. Whirling the one sword round his head, a great wheel in the sun, he sent it splendid through the sky, flying before the shaft could fly. It smote Earl Harold over the eye, and blood began to run. Colin stood bare and weaponless. Earl Harold, as in pain, strove for a smile, put hand to head, stumbled, and suddenly fell dead, and the small white daisies all waxed red with blood out of his brain. And all at that marvel of the sword, cast like a stone to slay, cried out, said Alfred, "Who would see signs must give all things, verily, man shall not taste of victory till he throws his sword away." Then Alfred, Prince of England, and all the Christian earls, unhooked their swords and held them up, each offered to Colin like a cup of chrysolite and pearls. And the king said, Do thou take my sword, who have done this deed of fire. For this is the manner of Christian men, whether of steel or priestly pen, that they cast their hearts out of their ken to get their heart's desire. And whether ye swear a hive of monks, or one fair wife to friend, this is the manner of Christian men, that their oath endures the end. For love, our Lord, at the end of the world, sits a red horse like a throne, with a brazen helm and an iron bow, but one arrow alone. Love, with the shield of the broken heart, ever his bow doth bend, with a single shaft for a single prize, and the ultimate bolt that parts and flies comes with a thunder of split skies and a sound of souls that rend. So shall you earn a king's sword, who cast your sword away. And the king took, with a random eye, a rude axe from a hind hard by, and turned him to the fray. For the swords of the earls of Daneland flamed round the fallen lord. The first blood woke the trumpet tune, as in monk's rhyme or wizard's rune, beginneth the battle of Ethandune, with the throwing of the sword. End of Book 5. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 6. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, November 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton, Book 6. Ethandune, the Slaying of the Chiefs. As the sea, flooding the flat sands, flew on the sea-borne horde, the two hosts shocked with dust and din, left of the Latian paladin, clanged all Prince Harold's howling kin on Colin and the sword. Crashed in the midst of Marcus, Ogier with Guthrum by, and eastward of such central stir, far to the right and faintlier, the house of Elf the harp-player struck Eldred's with a cry. The centre swat for weariness, stemming the screaming horde, and wearily went Colin's hands that swung King Alfred's sword. But like a cloud of morning, to eastward easily, tall Eldred broke the sea of spears as a tall ship breaks the sea. His face like a sanguine sunset, his shoulder a Wessex down, his hands like a windy hammer-stroke, men could not count the crests he broke, so fast the crests went down. As the tall white devil of the plague moves out of Asian skies, with his foot on a waste of cities, and his head in a cloud of flies, or purple and peacock skies grow dark with a moving locust tower, or tawny sand winds tall and dry, like hell's red banners beat and fly, when death comes out of Araby, was Eldred in his hour. But while he moved like a massacre, he murmured as in sleep, and his words were all of low hedges and little fields and sheep. Even as he strode like a pestilence that strides from Rhine to Rome, he thought how tall his beans might be, if ever he were home. Spoke some stiff piece of childish prayer, dull as the distant chimes, that thanked our God for good eating, and corn and quiet times, till on the helm of a high chief fell shatteringly his brand, and the helm broke, and the bone broke, and the sword broke in his hand. Then from the yelling Northmen, driven splintering on him ran, full 7 spears, and the 7th was never made by man. 7 spears, and the 7th was wrought as the fairy blades, and given to Elf the minstrel by the monstrous water-maids, by them that dwell where luridly lost waters of the Rhine move among roots of nations, being sunken for a sign. Under all graves they murmur and rebel, down to the buried kingdoms creep, and like a lost rain roar and weep o'er the red heavens of hell. Thrice drowned was Elf the minstrel, and washed as dead on sand, and the 3rd time men found him, the spear was in his hand. 7 spears went about Eldred, like stays about a mast, but there was a sorrow by the sea for the driving of the last. 6 spears thrust upon Eldred were splintered when he laughed. 1 spear thrust into Eldred 3 feet of blade and shaft. And from the great heart grievously came forth the shaft and blade, and he stood with the face of a dead man, stood a little and swayed, then fell, as falls a battle-tower on smashed and struggling spears, cast down from some unconquered town that rushing earthward carries down loads of live men of all renown, archers and engineers. And a great clamour of Christian men went up in agony, crying, "Fallen is the tower of Wessex that stood beside the sea." Centre and right the Wessex guard grew pale for doubt and fear, and the flank failed at the advance, for the death-light on the wizard lance, the star of the evil spear. "Stand like an oak," cried Marcus, "stand like a Roman wall. Eldred the Good is fallen. Are you too good to fall? When we were wan and bloodless, he gave you ale enow. The pirates deal with him as dung. God, are you bloodless now? Grip, Wulf and Gorlius, grip the ash, slaves, and I make you free. Stamp, Hildred hard in English land. Stand Gurth, stand Gorlius, Gawain stand. Hold Halfgar with the other hand. Halmer, hold up the knee. The lamps are dying in your homes, the fruits upon your bough. Even now your old thatch smoulders, Gurth. Now is the judgment of the earth. Now is the death grip, now. For thunder of the captain, not less the Wessex line, leaned back and reeled a space to rear, as elf charged with the Rhine-maid's spear, and roaring like the Rhine. For the men were borne by the waving walls of woods and clouds that pass, by dizzy plains and drifting sea, and they mixed God with glamoury, God with the gods of the burning tree and the wizard's tower and glass. But Mark was come of the glittering towns, where hot white details show, where men can number and expound, and his faith grew in a hard ground of doubt and reason and falsehood found, where no faith else could grow. Belief that grew of all beliefs, one moment back was blown, and belief that stood on unbelief stood up iron and alone. The Wessex crescent backwards, crushed as with bloody spear, went elf roaring and routing, and Mark against elf yet shouting, shocked in his mid-career. Right on the Roman shield and sword did spear of the Rhine-maids run, but the shield shifted never, the sword rang down to sever, the great Rhine sang for ever, and the songs of elf were done. And a great thunder of Christian men went up against the sky, saying, God hath broken the evil spear, ere the good man's blood was dry. Spears at the charge, yelled Mark amain, death on the gods of death, over the thrones of doom and blood, goeth God that is a craftsman good, and gold and iron, earth and wood, loveth and laboureth. The fruits leap up in all your farms, the lamps in each abode, God of all good things done on earth, all wheels or webs of any worth, the God that makes the roof, Girth, the God that makes the road. The God that heweth kings in oak, writeth songs on vellum, God of gold and flaming glass, confrigit potentias, arcruum scrutum Gorlias, gladium et bellum. Steel and lightning broke about him, battle bays and palm. All the sea-kings swayed among woods of the Wessex arms upflung, the trumpet of the Roman tongue, the thunder of the psalm. And midmost of that rolling field ran Ogier ragingly, lashing at Mark, who turned his blow, and brake the helm about his brow, and broke him to his knee. Then Ogier heaved over his head his huge round shield of proof, but Mark set one foot on the shield, on one some sundered rock uppealed, and towered among the tossing field, a statue on a roof, dealing far blows about the fight, like thunderbolts a-roam, like birds about the battlefield, while Ogier writhed under his shield, like a tortoise in his dome. But hate in the buried Ogier was strong as pain in hell. With bare brute hand from the inside he burst the shield of brass and hide, and a death-stroke to the Roman side sent suddenly and well. Then the great statue on the shield looked his last look around, with level and imperial eye, and Mark, the man from Italy, fell in the sea of agony, and died without a sound. And Ogier, leaping up alive, hurled his huge shield away, flying as when a juggler flings a whizzing plate in play, and held two arms up rigidly, and roared to all the Danes, Fallen is Rome, yea, fallen, the city of the plains. Shall no man born remember that breaketh wood or weald, how long she stood on the roof of the world, as he stood on my shield? The new wild world forgetteth her, as foam fades on the sea, how long she stood with her foot on man, as he with his foot on me. No more shall the brown men of the south move like the ants in lines, to quiet men with olives, or madden men with vines. No more shall the white towns of the south, where Tiber and Nilus run, sitting around a secret sea, worship a secret sun. The blind gods roar for Rome fallen, and Forum and Garland gone, for the ice of the north is broken, and the sea of the north comes on. The blind gods roar and rave and dream of all cities under the sea, for the heart of the north is broken, and the blood of the north is free. Down from the dome of the world we come, rivers on rivers down. Under us swirl the sects and hordes, and the high dooms we drown. Down from the dome of the world and down, struck flying as a skiff, on the river in spate is spun and swirled, until we come to the end of the world that breaks short like a cliff. And when we come to the end of the world, for me I count it fit to take the leap like a good river, shot shrieking over it. But what so hap at the end of the world, where nothing is struck and sounds? It is not, by Thor, these monkish men, these humbled Wessex hounds, not this pale line of Christian hinds, this one white string of men, shall keep us back from the end of the world and the things that happen then. It is not Alfred's dwarfish sword, nor Egbert's pygmy crown, shall stay us now that descend in thunder, rending the realms and realms thereunder, down through the world and down. There was that in the wild men back of him, there was that in his own wild song, a dizzy throbbing, a drunkard smoke, that dazed to death all Wessex folk, and swept their spears along. Vainly the sword of Colin and the axe of Alfred plied. The Danes poured in like a brainless plague, and knew not when they died. Prince Colin slew a score of them, and was stricken to his knee. King Alfred slew 67, and was borne back on a tree, back to the black gate of the woods, back up the single way, back by the place of the parting ways Christ's knights were whirled away. And when they came to the parting ways, doom's heaviest hammer fell, for the king was beaten, blind, at bay, down the right lane with his array, but Colin swept the other way, where he smote great strokes and fell. The thornwoods over Ethandune stand sharp and thick as spears. By night and furs and forest harms, far sundered were the friends in arms. The loud lost blows, the last alarms, came not to Alfred's ears. The thornwoods over Ethandune stand stiff as spikes in mail, as to the Haut king came at morn, dead Roland on a doubtful horn, seemed unto Alfred lightly borne, the last cry of the gale. End of Book 6. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 7. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, November 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse, by G.K. Chesterton. Book 7. Ethandune, the Last Charge. Away in the waste of White Horse Down, an idle child alone played some small game through hours that pass, and patiently would pluck the grass, patiently push the stone. On the lean green edge forever, where the blank chalk touched the turf, the child played on, alone, divine, as a child plays on the last line that sunders sand and surf. For he dwelleth in high divisions, too simple to understand, seeing on what morn of mystery the uncreated rent the sea with roarings from the land. Through the long infant hours like days he built one tower in vain, piled up small stones to make a town, and evermore the stones fell down, and he piled them up again. And crimson kings on battle towers, and saints on Gothic spires, and hermits on their peaks of snow, and heroes on their pyres, and patriots riding royally that rush the rocking town, stretch hands in hunger and aspire, seeking to mount where high and higher the child whom time can never tire sings over White Horse Down. And this was the might of Alfred at the ending of the way, that of such smiters, wise or wild, he was least distant from the child piling the stones all day. For Eldred fought like a frank hunter that killeth and goeth home, and Mark had fought because all arms rang like the name of Rome. And Colin fought with a double mind, moody and madly gay, but Alfred fought as gravely as a good child at play. He saw wheels break and work run back, and all things as they were, and his heart was orbed like victory, and simple like despair. Therefore is Mark forgotten, that was wise with his tongue and brave, and the cairn over Colin crumbled, and the cross on Eldred's grave. Their great souls went on a wind away, and they have not tale or tomb, and Alfred, born in wantage, rules England till the doom, because in the forest of all fears, like a strange fresh gust from sea, struck him that ancient innocence that is more than mastery, and as a child whose bricks fall down repiles them o'er and o'er, came ruin and the rain that burns, returning as a wheel returns, and crouching in the furze and ferns he began his life once more. He took his ivory horn unslung, and smiled, but not in scorn. Endeth the battle of Ethandune with the blowing of a horn. On a dark horse at the double way he saw great Guthrum ride, heard roar of brass and ring of steel, the laughter and the trumpet peal, the pagan in his pride. And Ogier's red and hated head moved in some talk or task, but the men seemed scattered in the briar, and some of them had lit a fire, and one had broached a cask. And wagons one or two stood up, like tall ships in sight, as if an outpost were encamped at the cloven ways for night. And joyous of the sudden stay of Alfred's routed few, sat one upon a stone to sigh, and some slipped up the road to fly, till Alfred in the fern hard by set horn to mouth and blew. And they all abode like statues, one sitting on the stone, one halfway through the thorn hedge tall, one with a leg across a wall, and one looked backwards very small, far up the road alone. Grey twilight and a yellow star hung over thorn and hill. 2 spears and a cloven war-shield lay, loose on the road as cast away. The horn died faint in the forest grey, and the fleeing men stood still. "Brothers at arms," said Alfred, "on this side lies the foe. Are slavery and starvation flowers that you should pluck them so? For whether is it better, to be prodded with Danish poles, having hewn a chamber in a ditch, and hounded like a howling witch, or smoked to death in holes? Or that before the red cock crow, all we 1,000 strong, go down the dark road to God's house, singing a Wessex song, to sweat a slave to a race of slaves, to drink up infamy? No, brothers, by your leave, I think, death is a better ale to drink, and by all the stars of Christ that sink, the Danes shall drink with me. To grow old cowed in a conquered land, with the sun itself discrowned, to see trees crouch and cattle slink, death is a better ale to drink, and by high death on the fell brink that flagon shall go round. Though dead are all the paladins whom glory had in ken, though all your thunder-sworded thanes with proud hearts died among the Danes, while a man remains, great war remains. Now is a war of men. The men that tear the furrows, the men that fell the trees, when all their lords be lost and dead, the bondsmen of the earth shall tread the tyrants of the seas. The wheels of the roaring stillness of all labours under the sun speed the wild work as well at least as the whole world's work is done. Let Hildred hack the shield wall, clean as he hacks the hedge. Let Gurth the fowler stand as cool as he stands on the chasm's edge. Let Gorlias ride the sea-kings as Gorlias rides the sea. Then let all hell and Denmark drive, yelling to all its fiends alive, and not a rag care we. When Alfred's word was ended, stood firm that feeble line, each in his place with club or spear, and fury deeper than deep fear, and smiles as sour as brine. And the king held up the horn and said, "See ye my father's horn, that Egbert blew in his empery, once when he rode out commonly, twice when he rode for venery, and thrice on the battle morn. But heavier fates have fallen, the horn of the Wessex kings, and I blew once the riding sign, to call you to the fighting line, and glory, and all good things. And now 2 blasts, the hunting sign, because we turn to bay, but I will not blow the 3 blasts, till we be lost, or they. And now I blow the hunting sign, charge some by rule and rod, but when I blow the battle sign, charge all, and go to God. Wild stared the Danes at the double ways, where they loitered all at large, as that dark line for the last time doubled the knee to charge, and caught their weapons clumsily, and marvelled how and why, in such degree, by rule and rod, the people of the peace of God went roaring down to die. And when the last arrow was fitted and was flown, when the broken shield hung on the breast, and the hopeless lance was laid in rest, and the hopeless horn blown, the king looked up, and what he saw was a great light like death. For Our Lady stood on the standard's rent, as lonely and as innocent as when between white walls she went, and the lilies of Nazareth. One instant in a still light he saw Our Lady then. Her dress was soft as western sky, and she was a queen most womanly, but she was a queen of men. Over the iron forest he saw Our Lady stand. Her eyes were sad without an art, and 7 swords were in her heart, but 1 was in her hand. Then the last charge went blindly, and all too lost for fear. The Danes closed round, a roaring ring, and 20 clubs rose o'er the king. 4 Danes hewed at him, hallowing, and Ogier of the stone and sling drove at him with a spear. But the Danes were wild with laughter, and the great spear swung wide. The point stuck to a straggling tree, and either host cried suddenly as Alfred leapt aside. Short time had shaggy Ogier to pull his lance in line. He knew King Alfred's axe on high, he heard it rushing through the sky. He cowered beneath it with a cry, it split him to the spine, and Alfred sprang over him dead, and blew the battle sign. Then bursting all and blasting came Christendom like death, kicked of such catapults of will, the staves shiver, the barrels spill, the wagons waver and crash and kill the wagoners beneath. Barriers go backwards, banners rend, great shields groan like a gong, horses like horns of nightmare neigh horribly and long. Horses ramp high and rock and boil, and break their golden reins, and slide on carnage clamorously, down where the bitter blood doth lie, where Ogier went on foot to die, in the old way of the Danes. "The high tide," King Alfred cried, "the high tide and the turn! As a tide turns on the tall grey seas, see how they waver in the trees, how stray their spears, how knock their knees, how wild their watchfires burn. The Mother of God goes over them, walking on wind and flame, and the storm cloud drifts from city and dale, and the white horse stamps in the white horse vale, and we all shall yet drink Christian ale in the village of our name. The Mother of God goes over them, on dreadful cherubs borne, and the psalm is roaring above the rune, and the cross goes over the sun and moon. Endeth the battle of Ethandune with the blowing of a horn." For back indeed disorderly the Danes went clamouring, too worn to take anew the tale, or dazed with insolence and ale, or stunned of heaven, or stricken pale before the face of the king. For dire was Alfred in his hour, the pale scribe witnesseth, more mighty in defeat was he than all men else in victory, and behind his men came murderously, dry-throated, drinking death. And Edgar of the golden ship he slew with his own hand, took Ludwig from his lady's bower, and smote down Harmor in his hour, and vain and lowly stood the tower in Guilderland, and tore out of his tiny boat, whose eyes beheld the Nile, Wolf with his war-cry on his lips, and Harco born in the eclipse, who blocked the scene with battleships round Paris on the Isle. And Hakon of the harvest song, and Dirk from the Elbe he slew, and Knut the melted Durham bell, and Fulk and fiery Oscar fell, and Goderic and Sigael, and Uriel of the Yew. And highest sang the slaughter, and fastest fell the slain, when from the wood road's blackening throat a crowning and crashing wonder smote the rear guard of the Dane. For the dregs of Colin's company, lost down the other road, had gathered and grown and heard the din, and with wild yells came pouring in, naked as their old British kin, and bright with blood forebode. And bare and bloody and aloft they bore before their band the body of the mighty lord, Colin of Caerleon and its horde, that bore King Alfred's battle-sword broken in his left hand. And a strange music went with him, loud and yet strangely far, the wild pipes of the western land, too keen for the ear to understand, sang high and deathly on each hand when the dead man went to war. Blocked between ghost and buccaneer, brave men have dropped and died, and the wild sea lords might well quail as the ghastly war-pipes of the gale called to the horns of White Horse Vale, and all the horns replied. And Hildred, the poor hedger, cut down 4 captains dead, and Helmar laid 3 others low, and the great earls wavered to and fro for the living and the dead. And Gorlius grasped the great flag, the raven of Odin, torn, and the eyes of Guthrum altered for the first time since morn. As a turn of the wheel of tempest tilts up the whole sky tall, and cliffs of wan clouds luminous lean out like great walls over us, as if the heavens might fall. As such a tall and tilted sky sends certain snow or light, so did the eyes of Guthrum change, and the turn was more certain and more strange than 1,000 men in flight. For not till the floor of the skies is split, and the hellfire shines through the sea, or the stars look up to the rent earth's knees, cometh such rendings of certainties, as when one wise man truly sees what is more wise than he. He set his horse in the battle breach, even Guthrum of the Dane, and as ever had fallen fell his brand, a falling tower o'er many a land, but Gurth the fowler laid one hand upon this bridle rein. King Guthrum was a great lord, and higher than his gods. He put the popes to laughter, he chid the saints with rods. He took this hollow world of ours for a cup to hold his wine. In the parting of the woodways there came to him a sign. In Wessex in the forest, in the breaking of the spears, we set a sign on Guthrum to blaze 1,000 years. Where the high saddles jostle and the horse-tails toss, there rose to the birds flying a roar of dead and dying. In deafness and strong crying we signed him with the cross. Far out to the winding river the blood ran down for days, when we put the cross on Guthrum in the parting of the ways. End of Book 7. The Ballad of the White Horse, Book 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joshua Christensen, November 2007. The Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton. Book 8. The Scouring of the Horse. In the years of the peace of Wessex, when the good king sat at home, years following on that bloody boon, when she that stands above the moon stood above death at Ethandune, and saw his kingdom come. When the pagan people of the sea fled to their palisades, nailed there with javelins to cling, and wonder smote the pirate king, and brought him to his christening, and the end of all his raids. For not till the night's blue slate is wiped of its last star utterly, and fierce new signs writ there to read, shall eyes with such amazement heed, as when a great man knows indeed a greater thing than he. And there came to his chrism loosing lords of all lands afar, and a line was drawn northwesterly, that gave King Egbert's empire free, giving all lands by the northern sea to the sons of the northern star. In the days of the rest of Alfred, when all these things were done, and Wessex lay in a patch of peace like a dog in a patch of sun, the king sat in his orchard among apples green and red, with a little book in his bosom and the sunshine on his head. And he gathered the songs of simple men that swing with helm and hod, and the alms he gave as a Christian, like a river alive with fishes ran, and he made gifts to a beggar man, as to a wandering god. And he gat good laws of the ancient kings, like treasure out of the tombs, and many a thief in thorny nook, or noble in sea-stained turret shook, for the opening of his iron book, and the gathering of the dooms. Then men would come from the ends of the earth, whom the king sat welcoming, and men would go to the ends of the earth, because of the word of the king. For folk came in to Alfred's face, whose javelins had been hurled on monsters that make boil the sea, kraken and coils of mystery, or thrust in ancient snows that be the white hair of the world. And some had knocked at the northern gates of the ultimate icy floor, where the fish freeze and the foam turns black, and the wide world narrows to a track, and the other sea at the world's back cries through a closed door. And men went forth from Alfred's face, even great gift-bearing lords, not to Rome only, but more bold, out to the high hot courts of old, of negroes clad in cloth of gold, silence and crooked swords. Scrawled screens and secret gardens, and insect-laden skies, where fiery plains stretch on and on, to the purple country of Prester John and the walls of Paradise. And he knew the might of the Terre Majeure, where kings began to reign, where in a night rout without name, of gloomy Goths and Gauls there came, white above candles all aflame like a vision, Charlemagne. And men, seeing such embassies, spake with the king and said, The steel that sang so sweet a tune on Ashdown and on Ethandune, why hangs it scabbarded so soon, all heavily like lead? Why dwell the Danes in North England, and up to the river ride? 3 more such marches like thine own would end them, and the Picts should own our sway, and our feet climb the throne in the mountains of Strathclyde. And Alfred in the orchard, among apples green and red, with the little book in his bosom, looked at green leaves and said, When all philosophies shall fail, this word alone shall fit, that a sage feels too small for life, and a fool too large for it. Asia and all imperial plains are too little for a fool, but for one man whose eyes can see, the little isle of Athelney is too large a land to rule. Haply it had been better, when I built my fortress there, out in the reedy waters wide, I had stood on my mud wall and cried, Take England all from tide to tide, be Athelney my share. Those madmen of the throne scramble, oppressors and oppressed, had lined the banks by Athelney, and waved and wailed unceasingly, where the river turned to the broad sea by an island of the blest. An island like a little book, full of 100 tales, like the gilt page the good monks pen, that is all smaller than a wren, yet hath high towns, meteors, and men, and suns, and spouting whales. A land having a light on it, in the river dark and fast, an isle with utter clearness lit, because a saint had stood in it, where flowers are flowers indeed and fit, and trees are trees at last. So were the island of a saint, but I am a common king, and I will make my fences tough, from Wantage town to Plymouth Bluff, because I am not wise enough to rule so small a thing. And it fell in the days of Alfred, in the days of his repose, that as old customs in his sight were a straight road and a steady light, he bade them keep the white horse white, as the first plume of the snows. And right to the red torchlight, from the trouble of morning grey, they stripped the white horse of the grass, as they strip it to this day. And under the red torchlight he went dreaming, as though dull, of his old companions, slain like kings, and the rich irrevocable things of a heart that hath not openings, but is shut fast, being full. And the torchlight touched the pale hair, or silver clouded gold, and the frame of his face was made of cords, and a young lord turned among the lords, and said, The king is old. And even as he said it, a post ran in amain, crying, Arm, Lord King, the hamlet's arm, in the horror and the shade of harm. They have burnt Brand of Unger's farm, the Danes are come again. Danes drive the white east angles, in 6 fights on the plains. Danes waste the world about the Thames, Danes to the eastward, Danes! And as he stumbled on one knee, the thanes broke out in ire, crying, Ill the watchmen watch, and ill the sheriffs keep the shire. But the young earl said, Ill the saints of England guard, the land wherein we pledge them gold. The dykes decay, the king grows old, and surely this is hard, that we be never quit of them, that when his head is hoar, he cannot say to them he smote and spared with a hand hard at the throat, Go and return no more. Then Alfred smiled, and the smile of him was like the sun for power, but he only pointed, bade them heed, those peasants of the Berkshire breed, who plucked the old horse of the weed, as they pluck it to this hour. Will ye part with the weeds for ever, or show daisies to the door? Or will you bid the bold grass go and return no more? So ceaseless and so secret thrive terror and theft set free. Treason and shame shall come to pass when one weed flowers in a morass, and like the stillness of stiff grass, the stillness of tyranny. Over our white souls also wild heresies and high wave prouder than the plumes of grass, and sadder than their sigh. And I go riding against the raid, and ye know not where I am, but ye shall know in a day or year, when one green star of grass grows here, chaos has charged you, charger and spear, battle-axe and battering ram. And though skies alter and empires melt, this word shall still be true. If we would have the horse of old, scour ye the horse anew. One time I followed a dancing star that seemed to sing and nod, and ring upon earth all evil's knell. But now I wot if ye score not well, red rust shall grow on God's great bell, and grass in the streets of God. Ceased Alfred, and above his head the grand green domes, the downs, showed the first legions of the press, marching in haste and bitterness for Christ's sake in the crowns. Beyond the cavern of Colon, past Eldred's by the sea, rose men that owned King Alfred's rod, from the windy wastes of Exe untrod, or where the thorn of the grave of God burns over Glastonbury. Far northward and far westward the distant tribes grew nigh, plains beyond plains, fell beyond fell, that a man at sunset sees so well, and the tiny coloured towns that dwell in the corners of the sky. But dark and thick as thronged the host, with drum and torch and blade, the still-eyed king sat pondering, as one that watches a live thing, the scoured chalk, and said, Though I give this land to Our Lady, that helped me in Athelney, though lordlier trees and lustier sod, and happier hills hath no flesh trod, than the garden of the Mother of God between Thames side and the sea, I know that weeds shall grow in it, faster than men can burn, and though they scatter now and go, in some far century, sad and slow, I have a vision, and I know, the heathen shall return. They shall not come with warships, they shall not waste with brands, but books be all their eating, and ink be on their hands. Not with the humour of hunters, or savage skill in war, but ordering all things with dead words, strings shall they make of beasts and birds, and wheels of wind and star. They shall come mild as monkish clerks, with many a scroll and pen, and backwards shall ye turn and gaze, desiring one of Alfred's days, when pagans still were men. The dear sun dwarfed of dreadful suns, like fiercer flowers on stalk, earth lost and little like a pea, in high heaven's towering forestry, these be the small weeds ye shall see, crawl covering the chalk. But though they bridge St. Mary's sea, or steal St. Michael's wing, though they rear marvels over us, greater than great Virgilius, wrought for the Roman king, by this sign shall ye know them, the breaking of the sword, and man no more a free knight, that loves or hates his lord. Yea, this shall be the sign of them, the sign of the dying fire, and man made like a half-wit, that knows not of his sire. What though they come with scroll and pen, and grave as a shaven clerk, by this sign shall ye know them, that they ruin and make dark. By all men bond to nothing, being slaves without a lord, by one blind idiot world obeyed, too blind to be abhorred. By terror and the cruel tales of curse in bone and kin, by weird and weakness winning, accursed from the beginning, by detail of the sinning and denial of the sin. By thought a crawling ruin, by life a leaping mire, by a broken heart in the breast of the world and the end of the world's desire. By God and man dishonoured, by death and life made vain, know ye the old barbarian, the barbarian come again. When is great talk of trend and tide, and wisdom and destiny? Hail that undying heathen that is sadder than the sea. In what wise men shall smite him, or the cross stand up again, or charity, or chivalry? My vision saith not, and I see no more, but now ride doubtfully to the battle of the plain. And the grass edge of the great down was cut clean as a lawn, while the levies thronged from near and far, from the warm woods of the western star, and the king went out to his last war on a tall grey horse at dawn. And news of his far-off fighting came slowly and brokenly, from the land of the East Saxons, from the sunrise and the sea, from the plains of the white sunrise and sad St. Edmund's crown, where the pools of Essex pale and gleam out beyond London town, in mighty and doubtful fragments, like faint or fabled wars, climbed the old hills of his renown, where the bald brow of White Horse Down is close to the cold stars. But away in the eastern places the wind of death walked high, and a raid was driven athwart the raid, the sky reddened and the smoke swayed, and the tall grey horse went by. The gates of the great river were breached as with a barge, the walls sank crowded, say the scribes, and high towers populous with tribes seemed leaning from the charge. Smoke like rebellious heavens rolled, curled over coloured flames, mirrored in monstrous purple dreams in the mighty pools of Thames. Loud was the war on London wall, and loud in London gates, and loud the sea-kings in the cloud broke through their dreaming gods, and loud cried on their dreadful fates. And all the while on White Horse Hill the horse lay long and wan. The turf crawled and the fungus crept, and the little sorrel, while all men slept, unwrought the work of man. With velvet finger, velvet foot, the fierce soft mosses then crept on a large white commonweal. All folk had striven to strip and peel, and the grass like a great green witch's wheel unwound the toils of men. And clover and silent thistle throve, and buds burst silently, with little care for the Thames valley, or what things there might be, that away on the widening river, in the eastern plains for crown, stood up in the pale purple sky one turret of smoke like ivory, and the smoke changed and the wind went by, and the king took London town. End of Book 8. End of the Ballad of the White Horse by G.K. Chesterton.
Section 22 of Poems by G.K. Chesterton, read for LibriVox.org by Phil Chenevert. The Kingdom of Heaven. Said the Lord God, build a house, build it in the gorge of death, found it in the throats of hell, where the lost sea muttereth, fires and whirlwinds, build it well. Laboured sternly flame and wind, but a little, and they cry, Lord, we doubt of this thy will, we are blind, and murmur why, and the winds are murmuring still. Said the Lord God, Build a house, cleave its treasure from the earth, with the jarring powers of hell strive with formless might and mirth, tribes and war men, build it well. Then the raw red sons of men break the soil and lop the wood, but a little, and they shrill, Lord, we cannot view thy good, and the wild men clamor still. Said the Lord God, Build a house, smoke and iron, spark and steam, speak and vote and buy and sell, let a new world throb and stream, seers and makers, build it well. Strove the cunning men and strong, but a little, and they cry, Lord, mayhap we are but clay, and we cannot know the why, and the wise men doubt today. Yet, though worn and deaf and blind, force and savage, king and seer, labor still, they know not why, at the dim foundation here, knead and plough, and think and ply, till at last, mayhaps hereon, fused of passion and accord, love its crown and peace its stay, rise the city of the Lord, that we darkly build today. End of section 22. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Chenevert.
Your Beauty Hope and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair bring you Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Our Miss Brooks manages to keep pretty busy teaching English at Madison High School. But in spite of her preoccupation with her own subject, she's managed to find quite a bit of time lately to pursue the study of biology.
One thing is certain. I've spent more time pursuing the study of biology than the biology teacher has spent pursuing me. It isn't that Mr. Boynton doesn't believe in romance. After all, if it weren't for him, Alice and Vincent, Mabel and Ted, and Bernice and Henry would never have gotten together. And everybody knows they're six of the happiest rabbits in town. Anyway, I was pretty surprised last week when my landlady, Mrs. Davis, told me that Mr. Boynton had borrowed my copy of Rossand's Cyrano de Bergerac from our library. We were discussing it last Thursday morning while Mrs. Davis was getting breakfast ready.
I can't understand it, Connie. Cyrano is a very romantic play. Does Mr. Boynton read that kind of literature?
I doubt it very much, although he surprised me once before this when I saw a book on his desk called Come Fly With Me.
That sounds like a very racy novel.
That's what I thought till I saw the rest of the title. That read, The Life and Times of an African Tsetse Fly.
Yes, maybe now that the weather's getting nicer, he'll warm up a bit. Remember the old saying, in the spring, a young man's fancy.
Not Mr. Boynton. He's no fancier in the spring than he is in the winter. Oh, that must be Walter Denton. I asked him to pick me up this morning. Coming. Oh, come in, Walter.
Thanks, Miss Brooks.
Come on into the dinette. I was about to have some breakfast. Will you join me?
No, thanks, Miss Brooks. I couldn't eat a thing. Not the way I feel.
What's the matter, Walter? Are you ill?
Well, not physically.
Mentally?
No, not mentally either. I guess it's what you'd call spiritual mal de mer. You know what they say? When love enters the heart, appetite flees the stomach.
Who says that?
I don't know. I guess it's anonymous.
It deserves to be.
Hello, Walter. Oh, how are you, Mrs. Davis? Fine, thanks. I'll set a place for you right here. Just sit down and we'll have a nice breakfast in a jiffy.
Walter doesn't want anything to eat, Mrs. Davis. He's got spiritual mal de mer.
Oh, that's too bad. But how about you, Connie? I've got a big bowl of wheat cake batter humming in the mixmaster. Or would you rather have a fried egg?
I'll just have some fruit juice and coffee, Mrs. Davis. If I don't watch my figure now, Mr. Boynton never will.
I'll have my eggs scrambled, Mrs. Davis. And just so you shouldn't waste the batter, you can give me a stack of wheats on the side.
With maybe a couple of strips of bacon?
Let's see now. What was I talking about again?
About love killing your appetite.
Oh, yeah. I'm really worried, Miss Brooks. It's about Harriet Conklin. She's been very cool to me lately.
Why? Have you been eating at her home, too?
No, it isn't that. It's this poetry she's been getting lately.
Poetry? From whom?
That's just the trouble. I don't know who from.
You don't know from whom?
I don't know from nothing. Somebody's been sending her love lyrics like mad. Here are your eggs, Walter. Oh, thanks, Mrs. Davis. Miss Brooks, I suspect that the sender of the notes works around the cafeteria.
Why the cafeteria?
Because that's where she receives most of them. Whoever's writing the poetry has been sneaking it into her desserts.
How did you find that out?
Well, I've been suspicious for over a week. So yesterday, while Harriet wasn't looking, I switched desserts with her. And sure enough, tucked right in the middle of my chocolate eclair, Omar Khayyam. At least I think it was Omar Khayyam.
You mean you're not sure?
Well, it was pretty gooey.
That's Omar Khayyam, all right.
Here are the wheat cakes, Walter. Oh, thanks, Mrs. Davis. Now, this thing has got me all at sea, Miss Brooks. I can't sleep at night. I can't study right. I can't eat.
I know. Here's the syrup, Walter.
Thanks. Some more butter, too, please?
Oh, sorry. Here you are. Listen, Walter, Harriet's just like any other adolescent. She's intrigued with the idea of having a secret admirer. Receiving anonymous poetry is a very romantic thing for a young girl.
Can you remember receiving any poetry, Miss Brooks? Back when you were young, I mean?
Just one, Walter. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow sent me the original copy of Evangeline.
Now you're kidding me, Miss Brooks. You must have been a baby when Longfellow was alive.
I was big for my age. Look, Walter, there's only one thing to do. Beat this unknown rival of yours at his own game.
You mean I should send her some anonymous poems, and then after a while tell her it's been me all along?
Exactly. Now, doesn't that make you feel better?
It sure does. Oh, Mrs. Davis.
Yes, Walter.
On second thought, I think I will have some breakfast. What have you got in the house?
Just our cat Minerva. You've eaten everything else.
And these are the main points of difference in the circulatory systems of cold and warm-blooded animals. Well, that'll be all for today.
Excuse me, Mr. Boynton, but you asked me to wait after class?
Oh, yes, Walter. About that note you were scribbling while you should have been listening to my lecture on the North American tree toad. Hand it over, please.
But, Mr. Boynton, it's personal.
I'm sorry, Walter. I've got to find out what it is that's so much more important to you than the North American tree toad.
Well, all right, Mr. Boynton. But you won't learn much from this.
Well, let's see. Oh, it's a poem. "'Tis but for you that my heart does beat, and over it does repeat. As it says your name, it twists like a lariat, just because your name is Harriet."
Well, Mr. Boynton, now you know. It's Harriet Conklin that's more important to me than a North American tree toad.
I didn't mean to embarrass you, Walter. I think our esteemed principal's daughter's a fine girl, and I'm quite fond of poetry myself.
You, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, me. There are things in my life besides toads, too.
Really? What?
Well, one of my favorite bits of verse is quite similar to the one you've written. It goes, "Your name hangs in my heart like a bell's tongue, and evermore with love I tremble. And the bell swings, and then your name rings out. And everything you do lives in my heart." Well, Walter, what do you think of it?
It's pretty mushy, if you ask me.
Not at all, Walter. That's one of the loveliest passages in Rostand Cyrano de Bergerac. You'd be surprised how efficacious those lines can be.
I sure would.
Here, I'll write it down for you. Now, I'm sure this will help you a great deal in your pursuit of the fair Harriet.
You certainly have a beautiful handwriting, Mr. Boynton. Gosh, Harriet practically swoons every time you write the questions on the blackboard.
Oh, that's very flattering, Walter. There you are.
I sure appreciate this, Mr. Boynton. Gosh, after all the trouble you've gone through already, I hate to ask you, but... Well, if this works, will you be my best man?
I have
sent for you, Miss Brooks, for two reasons.
Yes, Mr. Conklin?
First, I want you to pick up your allotment of report cards. You'll find them in one of those envelopes on the desk.
Yes, sir.
It's marked for Miss Brooks. Have you got it?
Not yet. Let's see here.
So now, they're all alphabetically listed. Are you looking under B?
But you said the envelope's marked for Miss Brooks. I've been looking under F. I found it, Mr. Conklin.
Well, good for you. Pick up your lifetime supply of lifesavers on the way out. Now, the second thing I want you to do is change my daughter Harriet's seat in your class.
Why, what's wrong with her present location?
She's right across the aisle from a case of walking arrested development called Walter Denton. Their very proximity has fostered an infantile romance, culminating in Harriet's receiving a series of mushy, ridiculous toys.
Oh, but Mr. Conklin, Walter didn't send those
Just move
poems.
him away from my daughter or vice versa.
But Mr. Conklin, the poems that...
The only poem I'm interested in, Miss Brooks, goes, yours not to reason why, yours but to do or die.
I believe in private enterprise myself.
Good day, Miss Brooks.
But Mr. Conklin...
I have spoken.
Yes, master, I go.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, will continue in just a moment. But first, here is Vern Smith. Regardless of age, skin type, or previous beauty care, doctors prove you too may win a lovelier complexion with Palmolive soap.
But to win this lovelier complexion, you must stop improper cleansing. Instead, use Palmolive the way doctors advise.
36 doctors, leading skin specialists, advise using Palmolive soap this way for 1,285 women with all types of skin. Young, old, dry, oily, normal. And using Palmolive soap alone, 2 out of 3 won lovelier complexions. Oily skin looked less oily. Dull, drab skin wonderfully brighter. Coarse-looking skin appeared finer. Here's what the doctors advise.
Wash your face with Palmolive soap 3 times a day. Massage with Palmolive's wonderful beauty lather for 60 seconds each time to get Palmolive's full beautifying effect. Then rinse.
Look for improvement within 14 days. For doctors prove this way, using Palmolive alone really works. So get Palmolive soap and start today to win a lovelier complexion. And ladies, enter the $100,000 49 Gold Rush contest. The makers of Palmolive soap offer $49,000 first prize and over 4,900 other prizes. Get entry blanks and complete rules from your dealer now. You may win a fortune in cash.
When I left Mr. Conklin's office, I headed for my classroom again.
Hello, Miss Brooks.
Oh, hello, Harriet.
Guess what? I just found another poem smuggled into my history book. And this one is the loveliest one of all, and the most important, too. Because I know who sent it. I know at last who my secret admirer has been.
Look, Harriet. How do you know?
By his handwriting. Every time I've seen it on the blackboard, I've practically swooned. But Miss Brooks, he's a little older than I am, and what do you think an older man could become infatuated with a woman my age?
It's happened, but I'd think it over very carefully if I were you. The first man with whom I fell madly in love was a little older than I was, and because of the difference, our romance got nowhere.
How old were you at the time?
I was 3 and he was 68. I just knew it couldn't work out. I figured that by the time I'd come of age, he would have already went.
You're just teasing me, Miss Brooks. But this is a serious matter. I've got to let him know I know who he is.
How are you going to do that?
In a very subtle manner, Miss Brooks. I'll just give him back his poem without saying a word, and then he'll know that I know.
But, Harriet, your father doesn't admire your secret admirer.
Oh, he will. I wish I had an envelope to put this note in, though. I don't want to lose it before I meet him.
Here. You can use this envelope, Harriet. Wait till I take out these report cards. There you are. Now, I'd better be getting into my room, Harriet. I've got to sort these cards before my next class.
Very well, Miss Brooks. And Miss Brooks.
Yes?
Isn't love a wonderful feeling?
It's dandy.
Poor Miss Brooks. In love with the one who loves me. But that's life, I guess. the eternal triangle.
Oh, good morning, Harriet. Have you seen Miss Brooks?
Mr. Boynton! Oh, dear Mr. Boynton. Dear Mr. Boynton. Au revoir, Mr. Boynton.
Oh, but Harriet, just a minute. What's this envelope? For Miss Brooks. Oh, I guess she wants me to give it to her. Funny how kids act sometimes.
Come in.
Busy, Miss Brooks?
Why, no, Mr. Boynton. I was just sorting these cards.
Well, I just dropped in to tell you how much I'm enjoying the book I borrowed. Of course, what with coaching the basketball team and all, I haven't finished it, but there are several passages in it that really remind me of my youth. I was a romantic kid, all right.
Them were the days.
In those days, I had a lot more, well, if you'll excuse the expression, intestinal fortitude.
You mean concerning, if you'll excuse the expression, girls?
Well, yes. You might not believe this, but I even wrote poetry. Isn't that silly?
I don't think it's silly at all.
You don't? Miss Brooks, if I were to... Well, that is, if you were to...
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
What I mean is, in your honest opinion...
Yes?
How do you think the basketball team will make out tonight?
With you coaching them, they may back right out of the gym.
I've got to be running along, Miss Brooks. Maybe we can discuss Cyrano again at lunch.
All right, Mr. Boynton, but I'm still a little amazed at your interest in such amorous literature.
Well, maybe you've underestimated me, Miss Brooks.
Underestimated you?
Yes, I almost forgot this envelope. It's for you. Well, so long, Miss Brooks.
But, Mr. Boynton... Now, what is this all about? What's in here? Your name hangs in my heart like a bell's tongue, and evermore with love I tremble. And the bell swings, and then your name rings out, and everything you do lives in my heart. Why, Mr. Boynton, you underestimated dog, you. Well, lunch period finally arrived, and I hurried into the cafeteria just as Mr. Boynton got there. This, of course, was pure coincidence. The same pure coincidence which has occurred every day for the past 2 years. The students' threat to boycott this cafeteria last week seems to have done some good, doesn't it, Mr. Boynton?
Oh, yes, indeed. And they've even put flower pots around on the windowsills. Have you noticed them?
Those? I thought those were jars of Jell-O.
Yeah, I'm crazy about flowers, Miss Brooks. I just ordered some for my biology lab, and they certainly do a lot to relieve the drabness of a schoolroom.
So do you. I mean, aren't flower pots a pretty expensive luxury for a teacher?
Oh, they don't cost anything at all, Miss Brooks. Mr. Conklin gets them through the school nursery. You just tell him how many you want, he signs the requisition, and that's all there is to it. Well, you ought to get a dozen or so for your room.
My room? But it's so crowded, where would I put them?
On the windowsills.
Oh, that's right. The pupils who sit there could hold them on their lap.
Well, I suggest you request the small-size pots, Miss Brooks. You'll be surprised how a few flowers will brighten things up. Frankly, when I was in your room this morning, it seemed rather cold.
Cold? For a biologist, you're a pretty bad judge of temperature. But if it's flower pots you want, it's flower pots you'll get. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to get back to my room before my next class and make out the requisition.
Certainly, Miss Brooks.
But before I go, Mr. Boynton, this interest you have in flowers, does it extend to bees?
Yes, bees fascinate me.
Oh, then you know about the bees and the flowers.
Of course, that's the first thing a biologist has to learn.
But that was quite a while ago, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Mr. Boynton?
Yes?
Don't you think you could use a refresher course? And so I would like a dozen small flower pots for my windowsill. Come in.
It's me, Stretch Snodgrass. You gotta help me, Miss Brooks. I got a problem.
A problem, Stretch?
Yeah, it's about Harriet Conklin.
No names, please. What's your problem, Stretch?
As you know, Walter Denton is my best friend, and I know he's gone on Harriet Conklin, but I'm gone on her, too. I realized as soon as I seen her that she was a real gone gal, Miss Brooks, and even though she's my best friend's girl, I can't help it. I'm gone on her.
Thank you, Nellie Lutcher.
Even Mr. Boynton has noticed how it's affected me. He coaches me in basketball, you know, and he said if I don't snap out of it, I won't get to play in the playoffs.
Well, why don't you tell Harriet how you feel about her? I'm sure Mr. Conklin would welcome the change.
I don't want to go with Mr. Conklin. Besides, I can't talk at all hardly when I'm near Harriet. I get so scared I can't open my mouth.
Sounds like Mr. Boynton coaches you in something besides basketball.
You don't understand, Miss Brooks. I wouldn't want Harriet to find out how I feel. I just want to worship her from afar.
Believe me, Stretch, and I speak from experience, it's no fun from that distance.
You see, Miss Brooks, for quite a while now, I've been smuggling little notes to her every day without signing them.
So you're the one.
What one?
The one who's been slipping Omar Khayyam into Harriet's eclairs.
That's right. But I lost the book somewhere, so I had to make up today's poem myself. That's why I came to you, Miss Brooks. I want you to hear it and tell me if it's okay.
All right, Stretch, go ahead.
To Harriet. Oh, I love the dear silver that ain't in your hair. And the brow that ain't furrowed or wrinkled with care. I kissed at your fingers, not toil-worn for me. Oh, I love you, dear Harriet.
Well, what's the next line?
I couldn't think of another original one, so I just put down Mother McCree. Well, Miss Brooks, what's your honest opinion?
My honest opinion, Stretch, is that it's pretty abominable.
No kidding? And it's the very first poem I ever wrote.
Amazing. I know poets who've written for years without getting that abominable. Look, Stretch, if you want to make a hit with Harriet and get her mind off Walter, which will get Mr. Conklin's mind off me, you'll have to give her a different type of poem.
What do you mean, Miss Brooks?
Well, something like, say, I've got one right here. There, it's all written out for you.
Let's see. Your name hangs in my heart like a bell's tongue, and evermore with love I tremble. Miss Brooks, what's a bell's tongue?
It's right in front of the bell's tonsils.
And the bell swings, and then your name rings out, and everything you do lives in my heart.
What do you think of it, Stretch?
Keen. What I like about it, it's just the right size to fit into a Napoleon. I'll go right to the cafeteria now.
Oh, wait a minute, Stretch. I'd like you to do something for me first, if you don't mind.
Sure, Miss Brooks. What is it?
Just take this requisition to Mr. Conklin's office, will you?
Sure, right away.
No detours now. I want those flower pots as soon as possible.
Okay, and thanks for the poem, Miss Brooks.
Well, if it isn't Stretch Snodgrass.
Harriet. Oh, gosh, Harriet, you're just the one I wanted to see. Harriet, even though you're Walter's girl, I mean, well, I can't help it. I've just got to tell you how I feel about you. Harriet, I think you're abominable. I felt it right from the start. There's something I want you to have, Harriet. Here, take it.
Hey, wait a second, Harriet. I'll walk you down to the... Oh, hiya, Stretch.
Hello, Walter. I can't talk to you now. I got to hurry and deliver a message to Mr. Conklin. So long, Harriet. Goodbye, everybody.
What's the matter with him?
Oh, I don't know. He seems awfully mixed up. He told me I was abominable, and then he gave me this note.
A note? Well, what does it say?
I don't quite understand it. It says, I would like a dozen small flower pots for my windowsill.
Ask Miss Brooks to step into my office immediately, please. Now then, Stretch, you're positive Miss Brooks told you to give me this note?
Yes, Mr. Conklin.
I see. Well, that will be all, Stretch. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Goodbye, Mr. Conklin.
Your name hangs in my heart like a bell's tongue. And evermore with love I tremble. Now, really. Come in.
You sent for me, Mr. Conklin?
Yes, Miss Brooks, I did. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
Miss Brooks, I don't know quite how to begin. I received your note, of course, and, well, I never suspected you felt the way you do.
Well, I did decide rather recently, Mr. Conklin.
But, Miss Brooks, you know Mrs. Conklin so well. What do you suppose she'd say?
Don't you think she'd like the idea?
Like the idea?
Mr. Conklin, aren't you exaggerating the importance of my little note? It isn't as if I'm asking for the moon. All I want is some little ones.
Little ones?
Yes. I've got as much right to them as anybody else, haven't I?
But, Miss Brooks...
If a dozen is too many, I'll settle for 6. And if you don't mind, I'd like to have them by the end of the day.
You've been working very hard lately.
And I know conditions here aren't too good. And
Conditions aren't too good in any school, Mr. Conklin. That's one of the reasons I want them.
Let me review this request, Miss Brooks. You say you want 6 little ones by the end of the day.
That's right. I'd like to string them along my windowsill.
String them along your windowsill?
Well, that's better than letting them lie around the nursery, isn't it?
But why do you come to me?
Because you supply the whole school.
Miss Brooks, what are you talking about?
Flower pot. I want you to sign the requisition for me.
Requisition? But I didn't get a requisition. Here's what Snodgrass brought me.
Your name hangs in my heart like a bell's tongue.
Excuse me, Daddy, but there's been a terrible mistake.
What are you talking about, Harriet? Why aren't you in class, Denton?
It was Stretch's mistake, Mr. Conklin.
I guess I got excited.
Oh, pardon me, but the door was open, Mr. Conklin.
Mr. Boynton, what is this, a convention?
I heard you were called up on the carpet, Miss Brooks, so I thought I'd come by and see if there was anything I could do.
Oh, that was very sweet of you, Mr. Boynton. It's about the poem that was
What's going on here? What's all this poem nonsense, anyway?
But don't you see, Daddy? Stretch gave you the poem he was planning to give me by mistake. But he wasn't the only one that gave Harriet a poem. I did, too. I put one in her history book.
What?
But it wasn't my idea, Mr. Conklin.
Then whose idea was it?
Did they take women in the Foreign Legion?
As our Miss Brooks returns in just a moment. But first, dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream Girl. Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic formula blend of secret ingredients plus gentle lanolin. Gives loveliness lather even in hardest water. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Luster Cream, not a soap, not a liquid, but a dainty cream shampoo. Leaves hair fragrantly clean, free of loose dandruff, glistening with sheen. Soft, manageable. Gives new beauty to all hairdos or permanents. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, either tubes or jars. Tonight, try Luster Cream Shampoo and be a dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream Girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream Shampoo. And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, Harriet was so impressed by Walter's efforts to woo her away from her secret admirer that she forgot about Mr. Boynton and Stretch before you could say, your name hangs in my heart like a tongue in Barney's delicatessen. As for Stretch, he, of course, was heartbroken, but out of his soul-shaking anguish came another great original composition, which he cleverly entitled Melancholy Baby. I had a date with Mr. Boynton that night, and while I was waiting for him to pick me up, Mrs. Davis and I were chatting in the living room.
Well, Tommy, do you think that his reading Cyrano will change Mr. Boynton's bashful attitude any?
I hope so, Mrs. Davis. He certainly has been backward when it comes... I'll get it. Hello?
Oh, hello, Miss Brooks. This is Mr. Boynton. I just wanted to let you know I've certainly had my eyes opened by this book you loaned me.
You mean Cyrano, Mr. Boynton?
Yes, it's wonderful, Miss Brooks, and it's made me realize something I should have known long ago.
What's that, Mr. Boynton?
I don't read half enough. So if you don't mind, Miss Brooks, I'd like to call off our date tonight and stay home and finish the book.
Mr. Boynton?
Yes?
May I suggest another book for you to read?
What book is that, Miss Brooks?
It's called Everything Comes to Him Who Waits. But, brother, you're waiting too long.
Next week, tune into another Our Miss Brooks show brought to you by Palmolive Soap, Your Beauty Hope, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous, caressable hair. Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, is produced by Larry Burns, written and directed by Al Lewis, with music by Wilbur Hatch. Here's good shaving news. 3 men out of every 4 can get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves with Palmolive brushless shaving cream. This is not just a claim. Here's the proof. 1,297 men tried the Palmolive brushless way to shave described on the tube. And no matter how they shaved before, 3 men out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Try Palmolive brushless yourself. See if you don't get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the proved Palmolive brushless way. For mystery liberally sprinkled with laughs, listen to Mr. and Mrs. North, the exciting, fun-packed adventures of an amateur detective and his beautiful wife. Tune in Tuesday evenings over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at this same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob Lamont speaking. Stay tuned now for Life with Luigi, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Quiz Kids, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire. Ladies and gentlemen, before we open the classroom door for the Quiz Kids, I'd just like to remind you that Alka-Seltzer offers quick, pleasant relief for acid indigestion and upset stomach, and is also good for muscular fatigue. May I suggest the next time you suffer from one of these unpleasant ailments that you ask your druggist for Alka-Seltzer. And now for another exciting half hour with 5 swell youngsters, the Quiz Kids. The questions we are about to ask were sent in by you listeners and selected for the program by Sidney L. James of the editorial staff of Time and Life magazines. We will award a fine Zenith portable radio with patented detachable built-in wave magnet for each question used. And now here's the chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Marvin Miller, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before we proceed, I want to introduce our special guest observer for this evening, E. Hugh Matheson, head of the Modern Languages Department of famous Lake Forest Academy. Mr. Matheson. Well, kids, win or lose tonight, you each get a $100 denomination United States savings bond to apply on your future education. And the 3 with the highest scores will be invited back for next week's program. Of course, we said that last week, and 4 of you promptly made yourselves eligible to come back tonight by turning in 2 sets of tie scores. So, our 4 winners from last week, Geraldine.
I'm Geraldine Harold. I'm 14 years old, and I go to the Evanston Township High School.
And Jackie.
I'm Jack Lucal. I'm 13 years old, and I go to Oak Park High School.
Who tied for first, incidentally, friends. And Cynthia.
I'm Cynthia Klein. I'm 14 years old, and I go to Francis Parker School.
And Jack.
I'm Jack Beckman, 13. I attend St. Philip's High School.
Who tied for second, incidentally. Now, the difference between the tie scores for first and the tie scores for second was only 10 points. So, with these 4 back again, we should have a battle royal tonight. And just to make it even tougher, we have a very capable newcomer, Paul.
I'm Paul Kirk. I'm 13, and I go to Leo High School.
All right, open the throttle on those bright young brains, because here's the first question. Carrie M. Kish of Chicago, Illinois, who writes poetry when she isn't teaching school, wants you quiz kids to write a 4-line poem using Timbuktu as the last word in one line and words that rhyme with Timbuktu as the last word in the other 3 lines. The best poem will be graded on the basis of a 4-part question. Now, do you want me to read that over again, or is that clear to you, boys and girls? Is it clear?
Yes, Mr. Kelly.
All right, fine. Now raise your hands when you have finished your poems. In the meantime, let's get along to the next question. Miss Belle Iverson of Ames, Iowa, sends this one in. She wants you to tell us how the following fairy tale characters met their deaths. Now listen carefully. The wolf in Little Red Riding Hood, Jack Beckman.
A woodcutter chopped his head off.
That's right. Incidentally, could you tell me who the woodcutter was, Jack?
Red Riding Hood's father?
That's right. All right, here's the next one. Cock Robin in Who Killed Cock Robin? Paul?
He was shot by Sperling.
Was shot
sparrow.
by what?
He was shot by a sparrow with his little bow and arrow.
Well, it's poetry, isn't it? That's right, though. Now, the third one here, Humphrey and Rosie in Babes in the Woods. How did they meet their deaths? Humphrey and Rosie in Babes in the Woods. Jackie?
Was it by a wolf?
No. Cynthia?
Did they freeze to death?
Yes. And what else prompted their death? Jack Beckman.
Did they die of hunger?
That's right, yes. Cold and hunger. So that takes care of that question. Now then, Hestane Weaver of Oak Park, Illinois, wants you to name the present Speaker of the House of Representatives. And listen carefully because this is tricky. Who will be the next presiding officer of the Senate? Jack Beckman.
Isn't it Representative Martin?
No.
Well, the next one will be the vice president, the next vice president.
That's right. Can you tell me who the present speaker is now? Jackie?
Well, Speaker Bankhead, do they want that answer, or was the question
No.
sent in since he died?
This has been received since he passed away.
Well, isn't that Senator or Representative Samuel Rayburn from Texas?
That's right. That's correct. I was a little bit dubious about that, but the kids got the question all right. Now then, Mrs. Gilda Conweiser of Newark, New Jersey, who is a musician herself, wants you kids to identify the Soldiers' Chorus, the Pilgrims' Chorus, and the Bridal Chorus. All right, Cynthia?
Well, the soldiers' chorus is in the opera Tannhäuser
By whom?
by Wagner.
That's correct, all right. Oh, no, wait just a moment. Correction. The Soldiers' Chorus, no, that was an incorrect answer you gave me, Cynthia. Would you like to try that again?
I know the song.
Well, wait a minute. Did you say the Pilgrims' Chorus or the Soldiers' Chorus?
Well, now I remember the Pilgrim's chorus is in Tannhäuser. Or is...
That's correct. All right, the Soldiers' Chorus, Jackie?
The Soldiers' Chorus is from Faust by Gounod, I believe.
That's correct. Let's see. The next one is the Bridal Chorus. Geraldine?
The Bridal Chorus is from Lohengrin by Wagner, and it goes, da 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 da. And do you want to know the other two choruses? How it goes?
Well, I'll tell you, Geraldine, you sort of stole a march on me here, Steve, but go ahead, we'll let it go.
Well, the Soldiers' Chorus goes, da 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 da. I know it goes.
No, wait a minute. Let's give Cynthia a chance.
It goes, glory and love to the men of war.
That's it. That's it. All right, how about the Pilgrim's Chorus?
It goes, da 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 da.
That's it. That's fine. Well, Jack Beckman has his hand up. What is it, Jack?
Mr. Kelly, I finished my poem.
Oh, you have, huh? Well, swell. I'll tell you what you do now. You just hang on to it, and we'll wait until the rest of the quiz kids finish their poems, see? And then we'll have them in order. In the meantime, back to the questions. Nellie Smith of Chicago, Illinois, wants you to tell us in what 3 books or plays Do the plots depend very largely on the following articles of wearing apparel?
A slipper, a coat, and a handkerchief. Jackie.
The slipper is Cinderella.
The slipper is Cinderella. Well, now, can you be a little more
explicit? The slipper is from the story Cinderella.
That's right. All right. And we have the other two items, a coat and a handkerchief. A coat and a handkerchief. Jack Beckman.
Is that from, the nursery rhyme? The black sheep has some wool, and he won't give it to one fella, and he won't give it to another, so he gives it to his master to make himself a coat?
No, no, that isn't the answer that we want, Jack. How about the rest of you kids? Paul?
Jacob's coat of many
colors.
Whose?
Jacob's.
No, now just a moment. Let's, would you like to try that again, Paul, before we call on somebody else?
No, I can't think of that name right now.
All right, Jackie.
That was Joseph's coat of many colors.
That's right, sir. And how about the handkerchief? The handkerchief played a very important part in a certain, I'm not going to tell you. That is, unless I am obliged to. The handkerchief. From Shakespeare's Othello. When Othello saw Cassio handling Desdemona's hanky, which he had found innocently, Othello made up his mind that Desdemona had been unfaithful and decided to kill her. So that's that. Now, Mr. A. Frederick Drahim of Detroit, Michigan, is capitalizing on his knowledge of geography to get his portable radio set. He wants you to name the 3 state capitals that lie on the banks of the Missouri River. 2 out of 3. 3 state capitals. Geraldine?
The capital of Missouri.
The 3 state capitals that lie on the banks of the Missouri River. I can't give you the state, you know. Paul?
Would it be Jackson City, Missouri?
That's one of them. Well, will you tell me that again? I didn't...
Jackson City.
Oh, I misunderstood you. No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. Would you like to try it again, Paul?
Jefferson City?
Jefferson City. All right, let's continue. Jackie?
Does Bismarck, North Dakota, is that on the Missouri River?
That's right. Of course, I'm asking the questions, and, you know. And, of course, you kids forget that sometime. Well, that's all right, though. Now we got 2 out of 3, and there's another one. I can tell you this one, Pierre, South Dakota. Well, that's a good beginning, kids, and now then you can relax a moment because it's recess time.
While our youngsters are enjoying their relaxation, I'd like to ask you this question. How well do you relax? I mean, at the end of a long, hard day, how easy can you just sit back and relax? If you have been doing more physical work than you used to and your muscles are sore and aching, it's sometimes even hard to rest. Or your restlessness may be caused by an annoying headache or an upset stomach. Well, right then is the time for Alka-Seltzer. Believe me, that's where Alka-Seltzer shines. Yes, Alka-Seltzer is just the thing for the dull, aching feeling of muscular fatigue and for headaches, acid indigestion, upset stomach, and heartburn. Let Alka-Seltzer help you in its quick, pleasant way to relax and enjoy a pleasant evening at home or with your friends. Drink a glass of sparkling, refreshing Alka-Seltzer right now if you need it. If your supply is running low, see your druggist right away. Remember, Alka-Seltzer is accepted and commended by the Consumer Service Bureau of Parents Magazine. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the Quiz Kids, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. May I remind you that questions used are sent in by you listeners, and that none of the children ever sees or hears any of the questions before the program. The sender of each question used receives a new Zenith portable radio with patented detachable built-in wave magnet, which enables you to get perfect reception under conditions ordinarily impossible. The set has its own self-contained battery or will operate on your direct or alternating electric light current. If you wish to try for one of these fine radios, send your original questions to the Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. Or if you're too busy to write, just step to the telephone and dictate your message to Postal Telegraph, which now has available special Quiz Kids telegraph blanks at low night telegram rates. We reserve the right to reword questions, and if like questions are submitted, the first received will be used. All questions become the property of Quiz Kids.
Well, kids, we're ready for the second period. So far, you've missed only one question, and your individual scores at the halfway mark are Geraldine 30 points, Cynthia 25 points, Paul 20 points, Jack Beckman 25 points, and Jackie Lukel 50 points. So let's get along now with the rest of the questions, as many as we can answer. On the next question, you take your cue from Paul Coase of Chicago, Illinois. He wants you to substitute a word beginning with the letter Q for each of the following: fruit, traitor, coin, and bird. 3 out of 4 on this one. Jackie?
Quince, is that a fruit?
That's right. Cynthia?
The quarter is the coin.
That's good. Paul?
Would the bird be a quail?
It certainly would. And I guess that takes care of 3 out of 4. The fruit, the coin, and the bird. That's fine. Because you were so apt on the date question last week, Jessie MacArthur of Wilton Junction, Iowa, wants you to tell her with what historical events you associate the following dates. 1620. Cynthia?
Well, that's when the Pilgrims landed at Plymouth Rock.
That's good. 1781. 1781. Jackie?
Some people say that that's when the Constitution was signed. Some other people say that it was signed in 1783.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's do. We let them argue about that, see? Some people. And 1781, we must have a correct answer to this one. Jack Beckman.
The end of the Revolutionary War?
That's right. Correct. 1849. 1849. Jack Beckman.
The end of the Mexican War?
That's right. That certainly is. Mrs. S.J. Davies of Oshkosh, Wisconsin, found the following strange assortment of characters all in one book. She wants you to name the book and the author. Now, I want you to withhold your hands until I give you the question completely. A caterpillar who smokes, a rabbit who carries a fan and wears gloves, a lobster who dances. Cynthia?
Alice in Wonderland.
That's right. Lillian Mayer of Milwaukee, Wisconsin wants you to identify a widow's peak, a widow's weeds, and a widow's mite. 2 out of 3. Geraldine?
A widow's peak is some people's hair comes to a little point in the middle of their forehead.
Well, don't look at me now. My goodness sakes.
And a widow's weeds are the clothes that she wears when she's in mourning.
That's correct.
What was the other one?
Widow's mite.
I don't know that.
Cynthia?
I don't
Jackie?
either.
Paul?
No.
Jack?
No.
Well, a widow's mite is a small contribution of money from a widow. It's spelled M-I-T-E, widow's mite. E.B. Leadholt, Jr. of Glendale, California, says that a friend of his came back last year from a tour abroad with a pound, a franc, a peseta, a lira, a Reichsmark, and a krona in his pocket. Now, wait a minute now, kids. Can you name at least 5 countries he visited? Cynthia?
Well, he went through England and Germany.
Well, why would you say England?
Well, a pound.
Oh, I see. All right.
And the mark. is used in Germany.
That's correct. Would you like to continue?
What were the others?
Well, let's see. The franc, peseta, lira, and krona. All right?
Well, the franc is in France.
That's good. And what else? Geraldine?
A peseta's from Spain, isn't it?
That's correct. Jackie?
Isn't a lira or what was that again?
Lira?
That's Italy.
That's correct.
And Corona? Hungary?
Beg pardon?
Hungary? Corona?
No. Krona. Krona. Jack Beckman.
Norway?
That's right. How are you coming along with your poems now, kids? Geraldine, I see you're busy with your pencil and paper. All right, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll start off with them. We'll start with Jack Beckman.
A man once visited Timbuktu. Don't you wish you were there, too? Although there isn't much to do, you could say you were there, couldn't you?
Paul?
It's mighty hot in Timbuktu. There's humid days and insects, too. I've never been there, nor wish to do, but adventure there may well lure you.
All right, swell. Jackie?
I've never been to Timbuktu. I hear it's really like a zoo. It's where they get the funny new, the lions and the tiger, too.
Fine, Jackie. All right, Cynthia.
I haven't gone to Timbuktu, nor have I been to Waterloo. But maybe before my life is through, I'll go to both. Shoo!
Well, Cynthia, how about you, Geraldine?
I've never been to Timbuktu, but as far are the seas of sapphire blue, which many a ship with a pirate crew has sailed with a cargo of gold and silver, too.
Fine. A lot of folks haven't been to Timbuktu. I think we'll have to get some special excursion rates there. All right, let's get along now. Margaret Lenderink of Belding, Michigan, wants you to imagine that you are operating an employment agency. Now, what sort of a job might the following operatic characters ask you to find for them? Listen carefully. Figaro. Geraldine?
He was a barber.
That's right. Where was he a barber?
In Seville.
Very good. All right. The next one, Coco. Jackie?
He was the Lord High, something in the Mikado.
Well, now you just put your thinking cap over on the other side.
The Lord High Executioner.
That's right, Jackie. All right, and Patience. Patience. And then we have the last item here, Lieutenant Pinkerton. Geraldine?
Well, he was the admiral of ships in Madame Butterfly. Lieutenant.
Well, he wasn't an admiral. He couldn't have been one. Huh?
He was on a U.S. Destroyer.
All right, swell. Well, Patience, we are getting a little impatient here, maybe, with time going along. Patience?
I'd get her a job singing.
Oh, you would, Jack. Well, Patience was in the opera by the same name, Patience, by Gilbert and Sullivan. She was a very beautiful but dumb milkmaid. So she'd be looking for Bossy, I guess. Now, the following lines are taken from a well-known English poem, and they are spoken in a well-known American story. Miss Dorothy Crust of Chicago, Illinois, wants you to identify the poem, identify the novel, and tell by whom each was written. Now, do you recognize these lines? Breathes there a man with soul so dead, who never to himself hath said, This is my own, my native land?
Joe, I hate to interrupt, but as long as we haven't answered any portion of this question, suppose we save it, eh? Because our time is nearly up.
All right, Marvin, go right ahead.
Well, that was the last question, and I know we're very proud of the way all of you came through tonight. We'll have the scores as soon as the judges finish checking them. Have you noticed how prevalent colds have been lately? Changeable weather, rain, muggy days, chilly nights. Now is the time to beware of colds. If you're troubled with one now, if your throat feels scratchy and raw, take care of it. Get more rest than usual. Stay out of crowded, poorly ventilated rooms. Avoid overexertion. Eat light, easily digested food. Then, for that miserable achy feeling, the headache and sore throat, do this. Dissolve 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets in a glass of warm water and drink it. Then continue to take Alka-Seltzer according to the directions in each package. It's the quick, pleasant way to relief from the misery of colds. See how much better it can make you feel. When you have a sore throat with your cold, try Alka-Seltzer as a gargle. Dissolve 2 tablets in a quarter glass of warm water and gargle freely. Take care of that cold. Take Alka-Seltzer. Get Alka-Seltzer from your druggist and start taking it right away.
Before we read the scores, we should be pleased to hear from our special guest observer this evening, E. Hugh Matheson, head of the Modern Languages Department of Lake Forest Academy. Mr. Matheson.
This evening, I've had the privilege of meeting these amazing children personally, chatting and generally visiting with them. One is struck at once by their delightful spontaneity, eagerness, and gaiety. Moreover, it is quite obvious that the program is entirely unrehearsed. These youngsters look upon the whole thing as an exciting game, and all the fun will be taken from the game with the questions known and answers prepared. Another happy surprise is the personality of the group. They are not myopic, narrow-chested, precocious little bookworms. Far from it. These are healthy, wholesome, natural American kids, keen, alert, with a multiplicity of interests, and possessing that which the old Greeks called the divine curiosity. As I sat there entranced, I hope that among you listeners are all those old sourpusses who constantly belittle the oncoming generation and bewail the destiny that awaits this country when the children of today are the men and women of America. These pessimists have as their slogan, "Now when I was a kid," implying that in those golden days children were far superior to the trash of today. Now, I was never famous for my modesty, yet I am free to confess that when I was a kid I didn't know half as much as these children, nor have anything like as much charm. Another group whose ears should be glued to this program every Wednesday night is composed of the long-faced gentry whose cry is, "What are schools coming to?" All they do is to amuse the children. Now, when I was at school, we'd really learn something. The weekly performance of the Quiz Kids is, to me at least, sufficient evidence that there's nothing wrong with the younger generation, nor with the American educational system, which has helped to produce the 5 young people who have entertained and instructed us this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Matheson. And now for the final report cards. We asked 12 questions tonight, which means that 12 of you listeners will receive new Zenith portable radios with patented detachable built-in wave magnets within a day or two. The Quiz Kids missed only one question. The individual scores placed Geraldine first, Cynthia second, and Jackie Lucal third. I'll see you 3 back next week. And Jack Beckman and Paul Kirk, you boys did very well tonight. I'm really proud of you. And maybe you should be glad you lost, for next week, the 3 who won tonight will have to face 2 formidable Quiz Kids veterans brought back to our schoolroom by popular request, Gerard Darrow, 8 years old of Chicago, and Van Dyke Tears, 13 of Dolton, Illinois. And now, in behalf of the makers of Alka-Seltzer, I present each of you with a $100 denomination United States savings bond to help you in continuing your education. Friends, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until next Wednesday at this same time. Good Good night, kids.
Good night, Mr. Kelly.
The makers of Alka-Seltzer present 3 programs each week, all of them on NBC networks. On Friday night, Alec Templeton Time. On Saturday night, the famous Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance. And next Wednesday night, listen again to the Quiz Kids. For interesting variety entertainment, listen to the Alka-Seltzer shows. Marvin Miller speaking.
The National Broadcasting Company.
The Donkey by G.K. Chesterton. Read for LibriVox.org by Noel Badrian, County Offaly, Ireland. When fishes flew and forests walked, and figs grew upon thorn, some moment when the moon was blood, then surely I was born, with monstrous head and sickening cry, and ears like errant wings, the devil's walking parody on all 4-footed things, the tattered outlaw of the earth, of ancient crooked will. Starve, scourge, deride me, I am dumb, I keep my secret still. Fools, for I also had my hour, one far fierce hour and sweet. There was a shout about my ears, and palms before my feet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lepanto by G.K. Chesterton, for the LibriVox Coffee Break Collection 10, War and Conflict. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Patrick Wallace. Lepanto by G.K. Chesterton, for the LibriVox Coffee Break Collection 10, War and Conflict. White founts falling in the courts of the sun, and the Soldan of Byzantium is smiling as they run. There is laughter like the fountains in that face of all men feared. It stirs the forest darkness, the darkness of his beard. It curls the blood-red crescent, the crescent of his lips. For the inmost sea of all the earth is shaken with his ships. They have dared the white republics up the capes of Italy, they have dashed the Adriatic round the Lion of the Sea, and the Pope has cast his arms abroad for agony and loss, and called the kings of Christendom for swords about the cross. The cold Queen of England is looking in the glass, the shadow of the Valois is yawning at the mast. From evening isles fantastical rings faint the Spanish gun, and the Lord upon the golden horn is laughing in the sun. Dim drums throbbing in the hills half heard, where only on a nameless throne a crownless prince has stirred, where, risen from a doubtful seat and half attainted stall, the last knight of Europe takes weapons from the wall, the last and lingering troubadour to whom the bird has sung, that once went singing southward when all the world was young. In that enormous silence, tiny and unafraid, comes up along a winding road the noise of the crusade. Strong gongs groaning as the guns boom far, Don John of Austria is going to the war. Stiff flags straining in the night blasts cold, in the gloom black purple, in the glint old gold. Torchlight crimson on the copper kettle drums, then the tuckets, then the trumpets, then the cannons, and he comes. Don John laughing in the brave beard curled, spurning of his stirrups like the thrones of all the world. holding his head up for a flag of all the free. Love light of Spain, hurrah! Death light of Africa, Don John of Austria is riding to the sea. Mahound is in his paradise above the evening star. Don John of Austria is going to the war. He moves a mighty turban on the timeless Houri's knees, his turban that is woven of the sunsets and the seas. He shakes the peacock gardens as he rises from his ease, and he strides among the treetops, and is taller than the trees, and his voice through all the garden is a thunder sent to bring Black Azrael and Ariel and Ammon on the wing, giants in the genii, multiplex of wing and eye, whose strong obedience broke the sky when Solomon was king. They rush in red and purple from the red clouds of the morn, from the temples where the yellow gods shut up their eyes in scorn. They rise in green robes roaring from the green hells of the sea, where fallen skies and evil hues and eyeless creatures be. On them the sea valves cluster and the grey sea forests curl, splashed with a splendid sickness, the sickness of the pearl. They swell in sapphire smoke out of the blue cracks of the ground. They gather and they wonder and give worship to Mahound. And he saith, "Break up the mountains where the hermit folk can hide, and sift the red and silver sands, lest bone of saint abide, and chase the Giaours flying night and day, not giving rest, for that which was our trouble comes again out of the west. We have set the seal of Solomon on all things under sun, of knowledge and of sorrow and endurance of things done. But a noise is in the mountains, and I know the voice that shook our palaces 400 years ago. It is he that saith not Kismet, it is he that knows not fate. It is Richard, it is Raymond, it is Godfrey at the gate. It is he whose loss is laughter when he counts the wager worth. Put down your feet upon him, that our peace be on the earth. For he heard drums groaning and he heard guns jar. Don John of Austria is going to the war. Sudden and still, hurrah, bolt from Iberia, Don John of Austria is gone by Alcalá. St. Michael's on his mountain in the sea roads of the north. Don John of Austria is girt and going forth, where the grey seas glitter and the sharp tides shift, and the sea folk labour and the red sails lift. He shakes his lance of iron and he claps his wings of stone. The noise is gone through Normandy, the noise is gone alone. The north is full of tangled things and texts and aching eyes, and dead is all the innocence of anger and surprise. And Christian killeth Christian in a narrow dusty room, and Christian dreadeth Christ that hath a newer face of doom, and Christian hateth Mary that God kissed in Galilee. But Don John of Austria is riding to the sea, Don John calling through the blast and the eclipse, crying with the trumpet of his lips, trumpet that saith, Ha! Domino Gloria, Don John of Austria is shouting to the ships. King Philip's in his closet with the fleece about his neck. Don John of Austria is armed upon the deck. The walls are hung with velvet that is black and soft as sin, and little dwarfs creep out of it, and little dwarfs creep in. He holds a crystal phial that has colours like the moon. He touches, and it tingles, and he trembles very soon. And his face is as a fungus of a leprous white and grey, like plants in the high houses that are shuttered from the day, and death is in the phial, and the end of noble work. But Don John of Austria has fired upon the Turk. Don John's hunting and his hounds have bayed. Booms away past Italy the rumour of his raid. Gun upon gun, ha-ha, gun upon gun, hurrah! Don John of Austria has loosed the cannonade. The Pope was in his chapel before day or battle broke. Don John of Austria is hidden in the smoke. The hidden room in man's house where God sits all the year, the secret window whence the world looks small and very dear. He sees as in a mirror on the monstrous twilight sea the crescent of his cruel ships whose name is Mystery. They fling great shadows forwards, making cross and castle dark. They veil the plumed lions on the galleys of St. Mark, and above the ships are palaces of brown black-bearded chiefs, and below the ships are prisons, where with multitudinous griefs Christian captives, sick and sunless, all a labouring race repines, like a race in sunken cities, like a nation in the mines. They are lost like slaves that sweat, and in the skies of morning hung the stairways of the tallest gods when tyranny was young. They are countless, voiceless, hopeless, as those fallen or fleeing on before the high king's horses in the granite of Babylon. And many a one grows witless in his quiet room in hell, where a yellow face looks inward through the lattice of his cell. And he finds his God forgotten, and he seeks no more a sign. But Don John of Austria has burst the battle line, Don John pounding from the slaughter-painted poop, purpling all the ocean like a bloody pirate's sloop, scarlet running over on the silvers and the golds, breaking of the hatches up, and bursting of the holds, thronging of the thousands up that labour under sea, white for bliss and blind for sun, and stunned for liberty. Vivat Hispania, Domino Gloria, Don John of Austria has set his people free. Cervantes, on his galley, sets the sword back in the sheath. Don John of Austria rides homeward with a reef. And he sees across a weary land a straggling road in Spain, up which a lean and foolish knight for ever rides in vain. And he smiles, but not a sultan's smile, and settles back the blade. But Don John of Austria rides home from the crusade. End of Lepanto by G.K. Chesterton for the LibriVox Coffee Break Collection 10, War and Conflict.
If, by Rudyard Kipling, read for LibriVox.org by Phil Chenevert. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about don't deal in lies, or being hated don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken and stoop and build 'em up with worn-out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and, which is more, you'll be a man, my son. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
My father wrote me a letter. My father, scholarly, indolent, strong, teaching Greek better than high school students repay. Teaching Greek in the winter, but all summer long sailing a yawl in Narragansett Bay. So, Susan, my dear, the letter began, you've fallen in love with an Englishman. Well, they're a manly, attractive lot, if you happen to like them, which I do not. I'm a Yankee through and through, and I don't like them all.
You're listening to the voice of Lynn Fontanne reading The White Cliffs of Dover by Alice Dewar Miller, a page from this afternoon's edition of Anthology. If I should die, think only this of me, that there's some corner of a foreign field that is forever England. There shall be in that rich earth a richer dust concealed, a dust whom England bore, shaped, made aware, gave once her flowers to love, her ways to roam. A body of England's, breathing English air, washed by the rivers, blessed by sons of home. And think, this heart, all evil shed away, a pulse in the eternal mind, no less gives somewhere back the thoughts by England given, her sights and sounds, dreams happy as her day, and laughter learnt of friends, and gentleness in hearts at peace under an English heaven. A few very beautiful thoughts of England expressed by the English poet Rupert Brooke in The Soldier. Our featured work on this afternoon's edition of Anthology also concerns England. Thoughts of England, a story of England, written by the American poetess Alice Dewar Miller. Miss Miller's narrative poem, The White Cliffs of Dover, covers a span of 2 generations, 2 world wars. It tells the story of an American wife faced with the problem of adjusting her life to the English way of life. On the screen in 1944, Susan Dunn was portrayed by Irene Dunn. This afternoon, we'll hear the role played by Lynn Fontanne in a Victor recording of the poem. The special musical score was written and conducted by Frank Black. And now, The White Cliffs of Dover.
I have loved England dearly and deeply since that first morning, shining and pure, the white cliffs of Dover I saw rising steeply out of the sea that once made her secure. I had no thought then of husband or lover. I was a traveler, the guest of a week. Yet when they pointed the white cliffs of Dover, startled I found there were tears on my cheeks. I have loved England, and still as a stranger. Here is my home, but I still am alone. Now in her hour of trial and danger, only the English are really her own. 1914, early May, London was crowded and rich and gay. A light blue carpet on the stair and tall young footmen everywhere, tall young men with English faces standing rigidly in their places. I went up the stairs between them all, strange and frightened and shy and small, and as I entered the ballroom door, saw something I never had seen before except in portraits. A stout old guest with a broad blue ribbon across his breast. That blue as deep as the southern sea, bluer than skies can ever be. The Countess of Salisbury, Edward III, no damn Merritt, the Duke. I heard my own voice saying, upon my word, the Garter, and clapped my hands like a child. Someone beside me turned and smiled, and looking down at me said, I fancy you're Bertie's Australian cousin Nancy. He told me to tell you that he'd be late at the Foreign Office and not to wait supper for him, but to go with me and try and behave as if I were he. I should have told him on the spot that I had no cousin, that I was not Australian Nancy, that my name was Susan Dunn, and that I came from a small white town on a deep-cut bay in the smallest state in the USA. I meant to tell him, but changed my mind. I needed a friend, and he seemed kind. So I put my gloved hand into his glove, and we danced together and fell in love. Young and in love, how magical the phrase, how magical the fact. Who has not yearned over young lovers when to their amaze they fall in love and find their love returned? We went to the tower, we went to the zoo, we saw every flower in the gardens at Kew. We saw King Charles a-prancing on his long-tailed horse and thought him more entrancing than better kings, of course. At a strange early hour in St. James's Palace yard, we watched in a shower the changing of the guard. And I said, what a pity to have just a week to spend when London is a city whose beauties never end. John had one of those English faces that always were and always will be found in the cream of English places till England herself sink into the sea. A blonde, bold face with prominent eyes, a little bit bluer than English skies. And what a voice he had, gentle, profound, clear, masculine. I melted at the sound. And still I did not see my life was changed, utterly different. By this love estranged forever and ever from my native land, that I was now of that unhappy band who lose the old and cannot gain the new, however loving and however true to their new duties. I could never be an Englishwoman. There was that in me, Puritan, stubborn, that would not agree to English standards, though I did not see the truth because I thought them good or ill, so great a people, and I think so still. The English are frosty when you're no kiss or kin of theirs, but how they alter when once they take you in. The kindest, the truest, the best friends ever known. It's hard to remember how they froze you to the bone. They showed me all London, Johnny and his friends. They took me to the country for long weekends. I never was so happy. I never had such fun. I stayed many weeks in England instead of just one. But a day came when I was forced to face facts. I went down to see the family place, John's mother, and the cradle of his race. A red brick manor house in Devon in a beechwood of old grey trees, ivy climbing to the clustered chimneys, rustling in the wet south breeze, gardens trampled down by Cromwell's army, orchards of apple trees and pears, casements that had looked for the Armada, and a ghost on the stairs. Johnny's mother, the Lady Jean, child of a penniless Scottish peer, was worn, handsome, high-coloured, lean, with eyes like Johnny's, more blue and clear, like bubbles of glass in her fine, tanned face. And presently she said, as they sooner or later always say, "You're an American, Miss Dunn. Really, you do not speak like one." She seemed to think she'd said a thing both courteous and flattering. I answered, though my wrists were weak with anger, "Not at all. I speak, at least I've always thought this true, as educated people do in any country, even mine." Really? I saw her head incline. I saw her ready to assert Americans are easily hurt. I saw the house with its oaken stair and the Tudor rose on the newel post, the panelled upper gallery where they told me you heard the family ghost. A gentle, unhappy ghost who sighs outside one's door on the night one dies. I saw the picture of every son, Percy the eldest and John and Bill in Chinese customs, and the youngest one, Peter the sailor at Osborne Still, and the daughter, Enid, married, alas, to a civil servant in farm address. A little thing happened just before we left. The evening papers came. John, flicking them over to find a score, spoke for the first time a certain name, the name of a town in a distant land, etched on our hearts by a murderer's hand. Mother and son exchanged a glance, a curious glance of strength and dread. I thought, what matter to them if Franz Ferdinand dies? One of them said, "This might be serious." "Yes, you're right." The other answered, "It really might." The English love their country with a love steady and simple, wordless, dignified. I think it sets their patriotism above all others. We Americans have pride. We glory in our country's short romance. We boast of it and love it. But Englishmen will serve day after day, obey the law, and do dull tasks that keep a nation strong. Once I remember in London how I saw pale, shabby people standing in a long line in the twilight and the misty rain to pay their tax. I then saw England plain. Johnny and I were married. England then had been a week at war, and all the men wore uniform as English people can, unconscious of it. Percy, the best man, as thin as paper and as smart as paint, bade us goodbye with admirable restraint, went from the church to catch his train to hell, and died, saving his batman from a shell. We went down to Devon in a warm summer rain, knowing that our happiness might never come again. I, not forgetting till death us do part, was outrageously happy with death in my heart. Lovers in peacetime, with 50 years to live, have time to tease and quarrel and question what to give. But lovers in wartime better understand the fullness of living with death close at hand. My father wrote me a letter. My father, scholarly, indolent, strong, teaching Greek better than high school students repay. Teaching Greek in the winter, but all summer long sailing a yawl in Narragansett Bay. So, Susan, my dear, the letter began, you've fallen in love with an Englishman. Well, they're a manly, attractive lot, if you happen to like them, which I do not. I'm a Yankee through and through, and I don't like them or the things they do. Whenever it's come to a knockdown fight with us, they were wrong and we right. If you don't believe me, cast your mind back over history, and what do you find? They certainly had no justification for that maddening plan to impose taxation without any form of representation. Your man may be all that a man should be, only don't bring him back to me saying he can't get decent tea. He could have got his tea all right in Boston Harbor a certain night when your great-great-grandmother, also a stew, shook enough tea from her husband's shoe to supply her house for a week or two. The War of 1812 seems to me about as just as a war could be. How could we help but come to grips with a nation that stopped and searched our ships and took off our seamen for no other reason except that they needed crews that season? I can get angry still at the tale of their letting the Alabama sail and Palmerston being insolent to Lincoln and Seward over the Trent. All very long ago, you'll say, but whenever I go up Boston way, I drive through Concord, that neck of the wood where once the embattled farmers stood. And I think of Revere and the old South steeple, and I say, by heck, we're the only people who lick them, not only once, but twice. Never forget it. That's my advice. They have their points. They're honest and brave, loyal and sure as the grave. They make other nations seem pale and flighty, but they do think England is God Almighty. And you must remind them now and then that other countries breed other men. From all of which you will think me rather unjust. I am your devoted father. I read and saw my home with a sudden yearning, the small white wooden house, the grass-green door, my father's study with the fire burning and books piled on the floor. I saw the dear Curie, 2 black kittens, stalking relentlessly an empty spool. I saw a little girl in scarlet mittens trudging through snow to school. I settled down in Devon when Johnny went to France. Such a tame ending to a great romance. 2 lonely women with nothing much to do but to get to know each other. She did, and I did too. Mornings at the rectory learning how to roll bandages and always saving light and coal. Oh, that house was bitter as winter closed in. In spite of heavy stockings and woolen necks to skin, I was cold and wretched, and never unaware of John more cold and wretched in a trench out there. All that long winter I wanted so much to complain, but my mother-in-law, as far as I could see, felt no such impulse, though she was always in pain, and as the winter fogs grew thick, took to walking with a stick heavily. And not for the blinking of an eye did she ever stop thinking of the suffering of Englishmen and her 2 sons in the trenches. Now and then I could forget for an instant in a book or a letter, but she never forgot either one, Percy or John, though I knew she loved one better, Percy the wastrel, the gambler, the eldest son. I think I shall always remember until I die her face that day in December, when in a hospital ward together she and I were writing letters for wounded men and dying, writing and crying over their words, so silly and simple and loving. Suddenly looking up, I saw the old vicar moving like fate down the hospital ward until he stood still beside her where she sat at a bed. "Dear friends, come home. I have tragic news," he said. She looked straight at him without a spasm of fear, her face not stern or masked. "Is it Percy or John?" she asked. "Percy." She dropped her eyes. "I am needed here. Surely you know I cannot go until every letter is written. The dead must wait on the living," she said. "This is my work. I must stay." And she did the whole long day. Out of the dark and dearth of happiness on earth, out of a world inured to death and pain, on a fair spring morn to me a son was born, and hope was born, the future lived again. To me a son was born, the lonely, hard, forlorn travail was, as the Bible tells, forgotten. How old, how commonplace to look upon the face of your firstborn and glory in your lot. To look upon his face and understand your place among the unknown dead in churchyards lying. To see the reason why you lived and why you die. Even to find a certain grace in dying. To know the reason why buds blow and blossoms die. Why beauty fades and genius is undone. And how unjustified is any human pride in all creation save this common one. And John came home on leave, and all was joy and thankfulness to me, because my boy was not a baby only, but the heir to the Devon acres, and a name as old as England. Somehow I became almost an Englishwoman, almost at one with all they ever did, all they had done. I want him called John after you, or if not that, I'd rather... But the eldest is always called Percy, dear. I don't ask to call him Hiram after my father, but the eldest is always called Percy, dear. But I hate the name Percy. I like Richard or Ronald or Peter like your brother, or Ian or Noel or Donald. But the eldest is always called Percy, dear. So the vicar christened him Percy, and Lady Jean gave to the child and me the empty place in her heart. Poor lady. It was as if she had seen the world destroyed, the extinction of her race, her country, her class, her name, and now she saw them live again. And I would hear her say, "No, I admire Americans. My daughter-in-law was an American." Thus she would well repay the debt, and I was grateful. They must come in the spring. Don't they care sixpence who's right? What a ridiculous thing saying they're too proud to fight. Saying they're too proud to fight. Wilson's pro-German, I'm told. No, it's financial. Oh, quite. All they care for is gold. Seem to like writing a note. Yes, as a penman he's bold. No, it's the Irish vote. What could I do but ache and long that my country, peaceful, rich and strong, should come and do battle for England's sake? What could I do but long and ache? And at last, like the dawn of a calm, fair day after a night of terror and storm, they came, my young, light-hearted countrymen, tall and gay, looking the world over in search of fun and fame, marching through London to the beat of a boastful air, seeing for the first time Piccadilly and Leicester Square, all the bands playing, over there, send the word to beware. And as the American flag went fluttering by, Englishmen uncovered, and I began to cry. How beautiful upon the mountains, how beautiful upon the downs, how beautiful in the village post office, on the pavements of town. How beautiful in the huge print of newspapers, beautiful while telegraph wires hum, while telephone bells wildly jingle the news that peace has come. That peace has come at last, that all wars cease. How beautiful upon the mountains are the footsteps of the messengers of peace. In the depth of the night, when the old house was sleeping, I lying alone in a desolate bed, heard soft on the staircase a slow footstep creeping, the ear of the living, the step of the dead. In the depths of the night, betwixt midnight and morning, a step drawing near on the old oaken floor, on the stair, in the gallery, the ghost that gives warning of death by that heartbreaking sigh at my door. Bad news is not broken by kind, tactful word. The message is spoken ere the word can be heard. The eye and the bearing, the breast make it clear, and the heart is despairing before the ears hear. I do not remember the words that they said. Killed, November. I knew John was dead. All done and over that day long ago. The white cliffs of Dover. Little did I know. Nanny brought up my son as his father before him, austere on questions of manners, habits, and food, generously yielding a mother's right to adore him, thinking that mothers never did sons much good, ready to lay down her life for her charge and ready to administer discipline without consulting me, bringing him up much better than I could do it, teaching him to be civil and manly and cool in the face of danger, and then, before I knew it, the time had come for him to go off to school. Off to school, to be rid of women's teaching, set on the road to manhood at 7 years old, into a world where a mother's hands vainly reaching will never more clasp and comfort and hold. Rabbits in the park scuttling as we passed, little white tails against the green grass. Next time, Mother, I really must bring my gun. I know you don't like shooting, but John's own son, that blonde, bold face, those clear, steady eyes, hard to be certain that the dead don't rise. Jogging on his pony through the autumn day, bad year for fruit, Mother, but good salt hay. Bowling for the village as his father had before, coming home at evening to read the cricket score, back to the old house where they had begun, just as his father and his grandfather had done. Later than many, earlier than some, I knew the die was cast, that war must come, that war must come. Night after night I lay, steeling a broken heart to face the day when he, my son, would tread the very same path that his father trod. When the day came, I was not sealed, not ready. Foolish, wild words issued from my lips. My child, why should you die for England too? He smiled. Is she not worth it if I must, he said. John would have answered yes, but John was dead. Is she worth dying for? My love, my one and only love, had died, and now his son asks me, his alien mother, to essay the worth of England to mankind today. I thought of my father's deep traditional wrath against England, the redcoat bully, the ancient foe, that second reaping of hate, that aftermath of a ruler's folly and ignorance long ago. Long, long ago. Yet who can honestly say England is utterly changed? Not I, not I. Arrogance, ignorance, folly are here today. And for these my son must die? I thought of these years, these last dark, terrible years, when the rulers of England bade the English believe lies as the price of peace. Lies and fears, lies that corrupt and fears that sap and deceive. Rulers of England, for them must I send out my only son to die? And then, I thought of the history of Englishmen, of Queen Elizabeth stepping down over the stones of Plymouth town to greet the men who had sailed away from rocky inlet and wooded bay, free men, undisciplined, uncontrolled, some of them pirates, all of them bold, feeling their fate was England's fate, coming to save it a little late, much too late for the easy way, much too late, and yet never quite too late to win in that last, worst fight. Men who had governed England know that dreadful line they may not pass. Even Elizabeth, long ago, honored and loved and bold as brass, daring and subtle, arrogant, clever, yet even the great Elizabeth never dared oppose the sullen might of the English standing upon a right. And were they not English, our forefathers? Never more English than when they shook the dust of her sod from their feet forever, angrily seeking a shore where, in his own way, a man might worship his God. Never more English than when they dared be rebels against her. That stern, intractable sense of that which no man can stomach and still be free, writing, when in the course of human events, writing it out so all the world could see whence come the powers of all just governments. The tree of liberty grew and changed and spread, but the seed was English. I am American bred. I have seen much to hate here, much to forgive. But in a world where England is finished and dead, I do not wish to live.
Of Christ's Nativity by John Milton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leon Meyer. On the morning of Christ's Nativity. This is the month, and this the happy morn, wherein the Son of Heaven's eternal King, of wedded maid and virgin mother born, our great redemption from above did bring. For so the holy sages once did sing, that he our deadly forfeit should release, and with his Father work us a perpetual peace. That glorious form, that light unsufferable, and that far beaming blaze of majesty, wherewith he wont at heaven's high council table to sit the midst of trinal unity, he laid aside, and, here with us to be, forsook the courts of everlasting day, and chose with us a darksome house of mortal clay. Say, heavenly Muse, shall not thy sacred vein afford a present to the infant God? Hast thou no verse, no hymn, or solemn strain, to welcome him to this his new abode, now while the heaven, by the sun's team untrod, hath took no print of the approaching light, and all the spangled host keep watch in squadrons bright? See, how from far upon the eastern road the star-led wizards haste with odors sweet. Oh, run, prevent them with thy humble ode, and lay it lowly at his blessed feet. Have thou the honor first thy Lord to greet, and join thy voice unto the angel choir, from out his secret altar touched with hallowed fire. The Hymn. It was the winter wild, while the heaven-born child, all meanly wrapped in the rude manger lies. Nature, in awe to him, had doffed her gaudy trim, with her great Master so to sympathize. It was no season then for her to wanton with the sun, her lusty paramour. Only with speeches fair she woos the gentle air, to hide her guilty front with innocent snow, and on her naked shame pollute with sinful blame, the saintly veil of maiden white to throw, confounded, that her Maker's eyes should look so near upon her foul deformities. But he, her fears to cease, sent down the meek-eyed Peace. She, crowned with olive green, came softly sliding down the turning sphere, his ready harbinger, with turtle wing the amorous clouds dividing, and, waving wide her myrtle wand, she strikes a universal peace through sea and land. No war or bat-tail's sound was heard the world around. The idle spear and shield were high uphung. The hooked chariot stood, unstained with hostile blood. The trumpet spake not to the armed throng, and kings sat still with awful eye, as if they surely knew their sovereign Lord was by. But peaceful was the night, wherein the Prince of Light His reign of peace upon the earth began. The winds with wonder wist, smoothly the waters kissed, whispering new joys to the mild ocean, who now hath quite forgot to rave, while birds of calm sit brooding on the charmed wave. The stars with deep amaze stand fixed in steadfast gaze, bending one way their precious influence, and will not take their flight for all the morning light or Lucifer that often warned them thence, but in their glimmering orbs did glow, until their Lord himself bespake and bid them go. And though the shady gloom had given day her room, the sun himself withheld his wonted speed, and hid his head of shame, as his interior flame the new enlightened world no more should need. He saw a greater sun appear than his bright throne or burning axle-tree could bear. The shepherds on the lawn, or ere the point of dawn, sat simply chatting in a rustic row. Full little thought they then that the mighty Pan was kindly to come with them below. Perhaps their loves, or else their sheep, was all that did their silly thoughts so busy keep. When such music sweet their hearts and ears did greet, as never was by mortal finger strook, divinely warbled voice, answering the stringed noise, as all their souls in blissful rapture took, the air, such pleasure loth to lose, with thousand echoes, still prolongs each heavenly close. Nature, that heard such sound, beneath the hollow round of Cynthia's seat the airy region thrilling, now was almost won, to think her part was done, and that her reign had here its last fulfilling. She knew such harmony alone could hold all heaven and earth in happier union. At last surrounds their sight a globe of circular light, that with long beams the shamefaced night arrayed, the helmed cherubim and sworded seraphim are seen in glittering ranks with wings displayed, harping in loud and solemn choir, with unexpressive notes, to heaven's new-born heir. Such music, as 'tis said, before was never made, but when of old the sons of morning sung, while the Creator great his constellations set, and the well-balanced world on hinges hung, and cast the dark foundations deep, and bid the weltering waves their oozy channel keep. Ring out, ye crystal spheres, once bless our human ears, if ye have power to touch our senses so, and let your silver chime move in melodious time, and let the bass of heaven's deep organ blow, and with your ninefold harmony make up full consort of the angelic symphony. For if such holy song enwrap our fancy long, time will run back and fetch the age of gold, and speckled vanity will sicken soon and die, and leprous sin will melt from earthly mold, and hell itself will pass away, and leave her dolorous mansions of the peering day. Yes, truth and justice then will down return to men, the enameled arras of the rainbow wearing, and mercy set between, throned in celestial sheen, with radiant feet the tissued clouds down steering, and heaven, as at some festival, will open wide the gates of her high palace hall. But wisest fate says no, this must not yet be so, the babe lies yet in smiling infancy, that on the bitter cross must redeem our loss, so both himself and us to glorify. Yet first, to those chained in sleep, the wakeful trump of doom must thunder through the deep. With such a horrid clang as on Mount Sinai rang, while the red fire and smoldering clouds outbreak, the aged earth, aghast with terror of that blast, shall from the surface to the center shake, when at the world's last session the dreadful judge in middle air shall spread his throne. And then at last our bliss, full and perfect is, but now begins. For from this happy day the old dragon underground, in straighter limits bound, not half so far casts his usurped sway, and, wroth to see his kingdom fail, swinges the scaly horror of his folded tail. The oracles are dumb, no voice or hideous hum runs through the arched roof in words deceiving. Apollo from his shrine can no more divine, will hollow shriek the step of Delphos leaving. No nightly trance or breathed spell inspires the pale-eyed priest from the prophetic cell. The lonely mountains o'er, and the resounding shore, a voice of weeping heard and loud lament, edged with poplar pale, from haunted spring and dale, the parting genius is with sighing sent, with flower enwoven tresses torn, the nymphs in twilight shade of tangled thickets mourn. In consecrated earth, and on the holy hearth, the Lars and Limarais moan with midnight plaint, in urns and altars round, a drear and dying sound affrights the flamens at their service quaint, and the chill marble seems to sweat, while each peculiar power forgoes his wonted seat. Peor and Balaam forsake their temples dim, with that twice-battered god of Palestine, and mooned Ashtaroth, heaven's queen and mother both, now sits not girt with tapers' holy shine. The Libyc Hammon shrinks his horn. In vain the Tyrian maids their wounded Tammuz mourn. And sullen Moloch, fled, hath left in shadows dread his burning idol all of blackest hue. In vain with cymbals ring they call the grisly king, and dismal dance about the furnace blue the brutish gods of Nile as fast, Isis and Orus, and the dog Anubis, haste. Nor is Osiris seen, in Memphian grove or green, trampling the unshowered grass with lowings loud. Nor can he be at rest, within his sacred chest. Naught but profoundest hell can be his shroud. In vain with timbreled anthems dark, the sable-stoled sorcerers bear his worshipped ark. He feels from Judah's land the dreaded infant's hand, the rays of Bethlehem blind his dusky eye. Nor all the gods beside longer dare abide, not Typhon huge, ending in snaky twine. Our babe, to show his godhead true, can in his swaddling bands control the damned crew. So, when the sun in bed, curtained with cloudy red, pillows his shane upon an orient wave, the flocking shadows pale troop to the infernal jail. Each fettered ghost slips to his several grave, and the yellow-skirted fays fly after the night steeds, leaving their moon-loved maze. But see, the Virgin blest hath laid her babe to rest. Time as our tedious song should here have ending, heaven's youngest teem'd star hath fixed her polished car, her sleeping Lord with handmaid lamp attending, and all about the courtly stable bright harnessed angels sit in order serviceable. End of On the Morning of Christ's Nativity by John Milton.
CBS Radio brings you The Couple Next Door, written by Peg Lynch and starring Peg Lynch and Alan Bunce.
I wish you'd put the newspaper down and get up and help me look, dear.
Look for what?
The other letter we got from your mother, the second one. It came last Saturday.
But all the plans she had in that one you said were changed anyhow in the letter you got today.
Yes, dear, they were.
But I told you that's the letter that has the list of relatives who will be at the wedding and reunion this Saturday. Now, you know this is your family, not mine. You'd think I was forcing you to go to a reunion of my family where you hardly knew any of my cousins and all that.
Well, it'll be the same thing. I hardly know any of mine anymore, anyhow.
And I should think you'd kind of look forward to it. Where is your mother's last letter? It's got the list of relatives who'll be there. You have about 30 clever little poems, dear, to write about each one for the reunion dinner.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
You better get at them. Where is... Oh, here it is. Here it is, the letter. Put on the bookshelf. Now, let's see. Did you look over this list at all? Yes, here
No.
Well, there's about 30 relatives and their little comments about each one to give you something to go on. Your cousin Leona won 2 blue ribbons at the county fair with her needlepoint and red cherry pies. Leona's husband, Clarence, works in the bank and recently received a special pin for teaching Sunday...
18 years.
Well, it only has to be about 4 lines, just a little something about each person. And it's just, it's just better, dear, if it's a little funny.
Yeah, sure, everything's better if it's a little funny. Why my mother ever let me in for a thing like this?
You've always liked writing, and your mother thinks you're clever.
Yeah.
She wants to show you off in front of the family. Nobody expects it to sound like Shakespeare, dear. Just 4 lines that rhyme, you know.
Look, just 4 lines that rhyme with 30 people to do it for. It takes a fair amount of time to do it.
I know it, and this is Monday. We're due there this weekend, and you can't write them driving up in the car, so start thinking, dear.
Oh, golly. Well, I guess I'm in for it. Now, let's see.
Paris, European capital of fashion and femininity, where women are dedicated to being desirable and appealing.
Paris, where the preferred deodorant among knowing women is new Odorono. Parisians have discovered that wonderful new Odorono forms a gentle, firm shield against odor-causing perspiration, gives you a clean, fresh feeling all day long. Odorono babies the skin, so mild it can't harm the finest fabrics.
And now, important news. To introduce you to Paris's favorite deodorant, new Odorono is being offered at just half price. For a limited time only, save 50 cents on the $1 jar of Odorono cream. Or get new Odorono spray, also at half price. Look for the Odorono half price offer wherever deodorants are sold.
Funny about a man who works in a bank and has taught Sunday school for 18 years without missing a Sunday.
Look, if you're stuck on that one, why don't you try someone else on the list? Here's your Aunt Sarah. Now, she's your great aunt, apparently. She's 83 and has a 100-year-old cactus plant that practically fills her living room.
A what?
Cactus plant. Probably one of those big tubs, I suppose. She still does her own housework and even mows her own lawn. Her son Casper never married and likes to play horseshoes. Well, don't look hopelessly at me, dear. These are the comments your mother wrote after.
All right. Don't go on. I get more discouraged with each one. Let's get paper and pencil and start at the top of the list.
Well, here's a pencil, and I'll get you some paper. While you're doing that, I'll go to the attic and dig out a couple of our baby pictures.
Baby pictures?
Yeah, that's what Bernadine's putting on the place cards. Each one's baby picture.
Thought my clever poems were to go on the place cards.
Oh, no. Didn't I tell you that's been changed? You're to be the toastmaster and get up and read each poem, introducing each relative, and they stand up while you read the poem about them, you know. And this is going to be done at the wedding dinner Saturday night instead of Sunday morning, so that the young bridegroom gets a better idea of his new wife's family or something. You know.
Oh, boy. He's certainly going to get a good idea of what he's in for. The wedding takes place before this gala dinner, doesn't it?
Oh, certainly,
Yeah, well, it's just a good thing, that's all. Oh, that poor bridegroom. All right, now let's see. Something funny about a guy who works in a bank and teaches Sunday school every Sunday for 18 years.
Now, dear, the poem doesn't have to be killingly funny, just amusing.
It won't be.
Just amusing so everybody has a good time, you know. Now I'll go up the attic and look through all our pictures. I also have to find some of when we were children. Bernadine's going to put them around, and I guess everyone is supposed to try and guess who they are, you know. Well, dear, since it's a family reunion at her daughter's wedding, she's trying to have some original ideas.
You know what? I'll bet we play charades and pin the tail on the donkey, too. All right. Run along to the attic. I'll work on the poems. I can't say things like that? Like what?
Just because your mother said your cousin plays the ukulele all the time, you cannot say no one ever gets used to Eustace.
Why?
And to say when he plays his ukulele, we all long for a shillelagh. Really,
Well, it's
dear.
the only thing that rhymes with ukulele.
Well, just the same, dear, really. Isn't a shillelagh sort of a club?
Yeah, sure it is. I think it's kind of amusing.
It's amusing to say everybody wants to hit Eustace over the head when he plays his ukulele.
Well...
Look, I know what you're trying to do, but will your family think it's funny? Will Eustace?
All right. I'll admit that poem needs some working on, but listen to this one, will you? Which also needs some polishing, but now listen to this.
Now, what's this about?
This is Clarence.
Clarence,
all right, now.
yeah.
And here is Cousin Clarence, the cleverest cousin of all, who's taught Sunday school spring, summer, winter, and fall. That's why no one has ever guessed, and it never appears, that he's been robbing the bank for 18 years. How about?
Oh, you gotta stop fooling around and wasting time on write things you can use.
What do you mean fooling around? What the Sam hell's the matter with that one? You laughed, didn't you? Certainly obvious that I'm just joking.
Well, you don't even know your cousin Leona's husband, Clarence. How do you know he'd know you were joking, huh?
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Oh, now, just don't throw your pencil up in the air.
Well, look, I might as well give up right now. You can't tell me that if I got up and read that at a family reunion, it wouldn't bring down the house.
Yes, it would. Right down around your ears, probably.
Now...
Supposing this Clarence didn't think it was so funny, dear?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see what you mean. Maybe he has been quietly robbing the bank, huh? Helping himself to the petty cash.
No, honestly.
Well,
I didn't mean that at all.
All right, now let's stop worrying about my family. One thing they've all got is a good sense of humor. Now, don't worry. Uncle Harry's the greatest practical joker of all time. Oh, wait, now listen to the other one I wrote here. This is about my cousin Pearl, you know, who talks incessantly, never shuts up. Even Mother said that.
Your mother just said that Pearl was sort of a chatterbox. That's what she said.
All right. Pearl and her whole family. Now listen here. And here is cousin Pearl in our family cloister. Now it's said that a pearl is found in an oyster. It must really be true, since even her brother is proof that a cherry stone clam was never their mother. Huh?
Look, you cannot write such insulting poetry, dear.
Oh, insulting.
Isn't it insulting to say somebody talks too much, to imply that she never clams up? Just what you're saying. Now, look, if this family reunion turns into a family disunion, your mother is going to be mighty
My mother
unhappy.
would think this was funny.
Oh,
she
honey,
would.
she would.
All right, I'll
All
put
right,
through a
Phil,
call
she
to her.
is-
I'll call her right now, and read her what I've done so
That's
far.
just a good idea.
You'll see.
I think you'd better while there's still time.
We'll return to the couple next door in just a moment.
If you could see how I do the bone in my hair, you'd realize I'm a typical housewife. What makes me that way, dears? I have the happy habit. Every weekday, fun day, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, inclusive. CBS Radio's Arthur Godfrey, Art Linkletter, Gary Moore, and the new Bing Crosby, Rosemary Clooney show. Well, Ducky, you listen, and you'll be just as typical as I am. Just between us, girls. Where else in radio are there stars all in a row, like Arthur Godfrey, Art Linkletter, Gary Moore, Bing and Rosie? Oh, don't bother the research scientists, sweetie. I didn't get the happy habit out of thin airwaves. I scouted the field. Field? There's just CBS Radio. Hate as I hate to sound patronizing. But from where I sit, CBS Radio is the only radio network still in showbiz.
Oh, no, Mother. No, Mother. It's about my cousin Pearl. You know Pearl, who chatters incessantly. You said so yourself. Yeah. No, all right. Now listen again, will you? No, just listen to it once. And here is cousin Pearl in our family cloister. Now it's said that a pearl is found in an oyster. It must really be true, since even her brother is proof that a cherry stone clam was never their mother. Oh, Mother. Well, what don't you get?
Why don't you give up?
Cherry stone is a kind of clam, Mother. Clam, and the expression when people don't talk is clamming up. Oh, well, I know Pearl talks too much. That is the point, Mother, and... Oh, look, let her go, Mother. Yes. Mother. All right.
Honey, I told you your family just doesn't understand this kind of humor.
Yes, well, okay. Yes, I will. Goodbye. Oh, golly, I don't know. My own mother, sometimes I wonder if I understand her at all.
Well, I guess she's wondering the same thing about you. What did she say?
You know what she said? She said I shouldn't try to write deep modern poetry. She did. I should just say something nice about everybody and try to make it funnier. She doesn't know where I got the idea that Clarence robbed the bank. It certainly isn't a bit true. He's as honest as the day is long. So help me.
Well, what I was trying to point out to you, dear, is that it's a kind of humor your family just doesn't understand. This present-day, pseudo-sophisticated idea of good-natured insults.
Look, we watched that Friars Club dinner or something on television one time, you remember? Honoring Eddie Cantor or somebody. And people like George Jessel, all right, and Phil Silvers and Jackie Gleason, I don't know who all, gave speeches and kidded the guest of honor. And he got as big a kick out of it as everybody else. Now, look, if my family...
But your family reunion isn't composed of Eddie Cantor and Phil Silvers and Jackie Gleason
I know. And all I'm saying is I think a person should be able to laugh at himself, to be able to take a little joke at his own expense.
Well, dear, all I can say is my own mother always thought Jack Benny and Fred Allen were bitter enemies. She never understood all the good-natured insults at all.
No?
No. And Aunt Effie, who certainly laughs at things, that she saw the Three Stooges one time on TV and she said, "My, I don't see how they can work together when they don't seem to like each other at all that hitting going on."
Oh, no.
He did, huh? Why, one time you said to me, "I can't think how anyone as brilliant as I am married anyone as stupid as you." And your mother lectured you for 15 minutes on being nicer to me. You remember that?
Yeah,
you remember
that? Yeah. Oh, boy. Well, of course. Well, look, I'll try to make each poem sound like a Mother's Day card. Look, we love our Pearl, who is a pearl among pearls, the sweetest and something and nicest of girls.
Well, I think something like that is better, dear.
Yeah.
Now, don't look sick. You've got 30 to do before Friday. Now, just...
The Couple Next Door stars Peg Lynch and Alan Bunce.
I Hear America Singing by Walt Whitman. Read for LibriVox.org by Zach Meisner. April 2013. I hear America singing, the varied carols I hear, those of mechanics, each one singing as it would be blithe and strong. The carpenter singing his as he measures his plank or beam, the mason singing his as he makes ready for work or leaves off work, the boatman singing what belongs to him in his boat, the deckhand singing on the steamboat deck, the shoemaker singing as he sits on his bench, the hatter singing as he stands, the woodcutter's song, the plowboy's on his way in the morning, or at noon intermission, or at sundown, the delicious singing of the mother, or of the young wife at work, or of the girl sewing or washing. Each end of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Secret People by G.K. Chesterton. Read for LibriVox.org by Alan Clare. In July 2007 in Birmingham, England. Smile at us, pay us, pass us, but do not quite forget, for we are the people of England that never has spoken yet. There is many a fat farmer that drinks less cheerfully. There's many a free French peasant who is richer and sadder than we. There are no folk in the whole world so helpless or so wise. There is hunger in our bellies, there is laughter in our eyes. You laugh at us and love us, both mugs and eyes are wet, only you do not know us, for we have not spoken yet. The fine French kings came over in a flutter of flags and dames. We liked their smiles and battles, but we never could say their names. The blood ran red to Bosworth, and the high French lords went down. There was naught but a naked people under a naked crown. And the eyes of the king's servants turned terribly every way, and the gold of the king's servants rose higher every day. They burnt the homes of the shaven men that had been quaint and kind, till there was no bed in a monk's house, nor food that man could find. The inns of God where no man paid, that were the wall of the weak, the king's servants ate them all, and still we did not speak. And the face of the king's servants grew greater than the king. He tricked them, and they trapped him, and stood round him in a ring. The new grave lords closed round him, that had eaten the abbey's fruits, and the men of the new religion, with their Bibles in their boots. We saw their shoulders moving to menace or discuss, and some were pure, and some were vile, but none took heed of us. We saw the king as they killed him, and his face was proud and pale, and a few men talked of freedom, while England talked of ale. A war that we understood not came over the world, and woke Americans, Frenchmen, Irish, but we knew not the things they spoke. They talked about rights, and nature, and peace, and the people's reign, and the squires, our masters, bade us fight, and never scorned us again. Weak if we be for ever, could none condemn us then. Men called us serfs and drudges, men knew that we were men. In foam and flame at Trafalgar, on Albuera plains, we did and died like lions, to keep ourselves in chains. We lay in living ruins, firing and fearing not the strange fierce face of the Frenchman, who knew for what he fought, and the man who seemed to be more than man, we strained against and broke, and we broke our own rights with him, and still we never spoke. Our path of glory ended, we never heard guns again, but the squire seemed struck in the saddle. He was foolish, as if in pain. He leaned on a staggering lawyer. He clutched a cringing Jew. He was stricken. It may be, after all, he was stricken at Waterloo. Or perhaps the shades of the shaven men, whose spoil is in his house, come back in shining shapes at last, to spoil his last carouse. We only know the last sad squires ride slowly towards the sea, and a new people takes the land, and still it is not we. They have given us into the hands of the new unhappy lords, lords without anger and honour, who dare not carry their swords. They fight by shuffling papers. They have bright, dead, alien eyes. They look at our labour and laughter as a tired man looks at flies, and the load of their loveless pity is worse than the ancient wrongs. Their doors are shut in the evenings, and they know no songs. We hear men speaking for us of new laws, strong and sweet, yet there is no man speaketh as we speak in the street. It may be we shall rise the last, as Frenchmen rose the first. Our wrath come after Russia's wrath, and our wrath be the worst. It may be we are meant to mark with our riot and our rest God's scorn for all men governing. It may be beer is best. But we are the people of England, and we have not spoken yet. Smile at us, pay us, pass us, but do not quite forget. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Or if thou wilt not, Be but sworn my love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet.
Shall I hear more, or shall I speak of it?
'Tis but thy name that is mine enemy. Thou art thy
Romeo and Juliet, Act 2, Scenes 1 and 2. A lane by the wall of the Capulet's orchard and within the Capulet garden. The players, members of the famed Old Vic Company of London, with William Squire as Benvolio, Peter Finch as Mercutio, Alan Badel as Romeo, and Claire Bloom as Juliet.
Can I go forward when my heart is here? Turn back, dull earth, and find thy center out.
Romeo, my cousin! Romeo! He is wise, and on my life hath stolen him home to bed. He ran this way and left the orchard wall.
Call them, Mercutio.
Oh, nay, I'll conjure too. Romeo, humors, madman, passion, lover, appear thou in the likeness of a sigh. Speak but one rhyme, and I am satisfied. Cry but army, pronounce but love, and done. Speak to my gossip Venus one fair word, one nickname for her purblind son in air, young Adam Cupid, he that shot so trim when King Cophetua loved the beggar wench. He heareth not, he stirreth not, he moveth not. The ape is dead, and I must conjure him. I conjure thee by Rosaline's bright eyes, by her high forehead and her scarlet lip, fine foot, straight leg, and quivering thigh, and the domains that there adjacent lie, that in thy likeness thou appear to us. And if he hear thee, thou wilt anger him. This cannot anger him. My invocation is fair and honest, and in his mistress' name I conjure but to raise up him. Romeo, good night. I'll to my truckle bed. This field bed is too cold for me to sleep. Come, shall we go? Go then, for 'tis but vain to seek him here that means not to be found.
He jests at scars that never felt a wound. But soft, what light through yonder window brings? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. Arise, fair sun, and kill the envious moon, who is already sick and pale with grief that thou, her maid, art far more fair than she. Be not her maid, since she is envious. Her vestal livery is but sick and green, and none but fools do wear it. Cast it off. It is my lady. Oh, it is my love. Oh, that she knew she were. She speaks, yet she says nothing. What of that? Her eye discourses, I will answer it. I am too bold, 'tis not to me she speaks. Two of the fairest stars in all the heavens, having some business, do entreat her eyes to twinkle in their spheres till they return. What if her eyes were there, they in her head? The brightness of her cheek would shame those stars as daylight doth the lamp. Her eyes in heaven would through the airy region stream so bright that birds would sing and think it were not night. See how she leans her cheek upon her hand. Oh, that I were a glove upon that hand, that I might touch that cheek.
I mean,
she speak. Oh, speak again, bright angel, for thou art as glorious to this night, being o'er my head, as is a winged messenger of heaven unto the white upturned wondering eyes of mortals, who fall back to gaze on him when he bestrides the lazy pacing clouds and sails upon the bosom of the air.
Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Or if thou wilt not, be but sworn my love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet.
Shall I hear more, or shall I speak of that?
'Tis but thy name that is mine enemy. Thou art thyself, though not a Montague. What's Montague? It is not hand, nor foot, nor arm, nor face, nor any other part belonging to a man. Oh, be some other name. What in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. So Romeo would, were he not Romeo called. Retain that dear perfection which he owes without that title. Romeo doff thy name, and for thy name which is no part of thee, take all myself.
I take thee at thy word. Call me but love, and I be new baptized. Henceforth I never will be Romeo.
What man art thou, that thou bescreened in night so stumblest on my counsel?
By a name I know not how to tell thee who I am. My name, dear saint, is hateful to myself because it is an enemy to thee. Had I it written, I would tear the word.
My ears have not yet drunk 100 words of thy tongue's utterance, yet I know the sound. Art thou not Romeo, and a Montague?
Neither, fair maid, if either thee dislike.
How camest thou hither, tell me, and wherefore? The orchard walls are high and hard to climb, and the place death, considering who thou art, if any of my kinsmen find thee here.
With love's light wings did I o'erperch these walls, for stony limits cannot hold love out. And what love can do, that dares love attempt, therefore thy kinsmen are no let to me.
If they do find thee, they will murder thee.
Alack, there lies more peril in thine eye than 20 of their swords. Look thou but sweet, and I am proof against their enmity.
I would not for the world they found thee here.
I have night's cloak to hide me from their eyes. And but thou love me, let them find me here. Life were better ended by their hate than death prorogued wanting of thy love.
By whose directions foundst thou out this place?
By love, who first did prompt me to inquire. He lent me counsel, and I lent him eyes. I am no pilot, but wert thou as far as that vast shore, washed with the farthest sea, I would adventure for such merchandise.
Thou knowest the mask of night is o'er my face. Else would a maiden blush bepaint my cheek for that which thou hast heard me speak tonight. Fain would I dwell on form, fain deny what I have spoke. But farewell compliment. Dost thou love me? I know thou wilt say aye, and I will take thy word. Yet if thou swearst, thou mayst prove false, and lovers perjure, as they say, Jove laughs. O gentle Romeo, if thou dost love, pronounce it faithfully. Or if thou thinkst I am too quickly won, I'll frown and be perverse, and say thee nay, so thou wilt woo, but else not for the world. In truth, fair Montague, I am too fond. Therefore thou mayst think my behavior light. But trust me, gentlemen, I'll prove more true than those that have more cunning to be strange. I should have been more strange, I must confess, but that thou overheardst, yet I was ware my true love's passion. Therefore pardon me, and not impute this yielding to light love, which the dark night hath so discovered.
Lady, by yonder blessed moon I swear, that tips with silver all these fruit tree tops.
Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon that monthly changes in her circled orb, lest that thy love prove likewise variable.
What shall I swear by?
Do not swear at all, or if thou wilt, swear by thy gracious self, which art the god of my idolatry, and I'll believe thee.
With my heart's dear love.
Well, do not swear, although I joy in thee. I have no joy of this contract tonight. It is too rash, too unadvised, too sudden, too like the lightning which doth cease to be ere one can say it lightened. Sweet. Good night. This bud of love by summer's ripening breath may prove a beauteous flower when next we meet. Good night. Good night. As sweet repose and rest come to thy heart as that within my breast.
Oh, wilt thou leave me so unsatisfied?
What satisfaction canst thou have tonight?
The exchange of thy love's faithful vow for mine.
I gave thee mine before thou didst request it. And yet I would it were to give again.
Wouldst thou withdraw it? For what purpose, love?
But to be frank and give it thee again. And yet I wish but for the thing I have. My bounty is as boundless as the sea. My love is deep. The more I give to thee, the more I have. For both are infinite.
Madam?
I hear some noise within. Dear love, adieu.
Juliet.
Anon, good nurse. Sweet Montague, be true. Stay but a little. I will come again.
Oh, blessed night. I am afeard being in night. All this is but a dream, too flattering sweet to be substantial.
3 words, dear Romeo, and good night indeed. If at thy bent of love be honorable, thy purpose marriage, send the word tomorrow by one that I'll procure to come to thee where and what time thou wilt perform the rite. And all my fortunes at thy feet I'll lay, and follow thee, my lord, throughout the world.
Lady!
I come anon, but if thou mean'st not well, I do beseech thee.
Madam!
By and by I come to see thy suit, and leave me to my grief. Tomorrow will I send.
So thrive, my soul.
1,000 times good night.
1,000 times the worse to want thy light.
Romeo. Wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Or if thou wilt not, be but sworn my love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet.
Shall I hear more, or shall I speak of it?
'Tis but thy name that is mine enemy. Thou art thy...
Then a consummation of tragedy. Romeo and Juliet, Act 2, Scenes 1 and 2. A lane by the wall of the Capulet's orchard and within the Capulet garden. The players, members of the famed Old Vic Company of London, with William Squire as Benvolio, Peter Finch as Mercutio, Alan Badel as Romeo, and Claire Bloom as Juliet.
Can I go forward when my heart is here? Turn back, dull earth, and find thy center out.
Romeo! My cousin! Romeo!
He is wise, and on my life hath stolen him home to bed. He ran this way and left the orchard wall.
Call, good Mercutio.
Oh, nay, I'll conjure too. Romeo! Humors! Madman! Passion! Lover! Appear thou in the likeness of a sigh. Speak but one rhyme, and I am satisfied. Cry but army, pronounce but love and done. Speak to my gossip Venus one fair word, one nickname for her purblind son in air, young Adam Cupid, he that shot so trim, when King Cophetua loved the beggar wench. He heareth not, he stirreth not, he moveth not. The ape is dead, and I must conjure him. I conjure thee by Rosaline's bright eye, by her high forehead and her scarlet lip, fine foot, straight leg, and quivering thigh, and the domains that there adjacent lie, that in thy likeness thou appear to us.
And if he hear thee, thou wilt anger him.
This cannot anger him. My invocation is fair and honest, and in his mistress' name I conjure but to raise up him. Romeo, good night. I'll to my truckle bed. This field bed is too cold for me to sleep. Come, shall we go?
Go then, for 'tis but vain to seek him here that means not to be found.
He jests of scars that never felt a wound. But soft, what light through yonder window breathes? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. Arise, fair sun, and kill the envious moon, who is already sick and pale with grief that thou, her maid, art far more fair than she. Be not her maid, since she is envious. Her vestal livery is but sick and green, and none but fools do wear it. Cast it off. It is my lady. Oh, it is my love. Oh, that she knew she were. She speaks, yet she says nothing. What of that? Her eye discourses, I will answer it. I am too bold, 'tis not to me she speaks. Two of the fairest stars in all the heavens, having some business, do entreat her eyes to twinkle in their spheres till they return. What if her eyes were there, they in her head? The brightness of her cheek would shame those stars as daylight doth a lamp. Her eyes in heaven would through the airy region stream so bright that birds would sing and think it were not night. See how she leans her cheek upon her hand. Oh, that I were a glove upon that hand, that I might touch that cheek.
I mean,
she speaks. Oh, speak again, bright angel, for thou art as glorious to this night being o'er my head, as is a winged messenger of heaven unto the white upturned wondering eyes of mortals who fall back to gaze on him when he bestrides the lazy pacing clouds and sails upon the bosom of the air.
Oh, Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father and refuse thy name. Or if thou wilt not, be but sworn my love, and I'll no longer be a Capulet.
Shall I hear more, or shall I speak of thee?
'Tis but thy name that is mine enemy. Thou art thyself, though not a Montague. What's Montague? It is not hand, nor foot, nor arm, nor face, nor any other part belonging to a man. Oh, be some other name. What's in a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet. So Romeo would, were he not Romeo called. Retain that dear perfection which he owes without that title. Romeo doth thy name, and for thy name which is no part of thee, take all myself.
I take thee at thy word. Call me but love, and I'll be new baptized. Henceforth I never will be Romeo.
What man art thou, that thou the screened in night so stumblest on my counsel?
By a name I know not how to tell thee who I am. My name, dear saint, is hateful to myself because it is an enemy to thee. Had I it written, I would tear the word.
My ears have not yet drunk 100 words of thy tongue's utterance, yet I know the sound. Art thou not Romeo, and a Montague?
Neither, fair maid, if either thee dislike.
How camest thou hither, tell me, and wherefore? The orchard walls are high and hard to climb, and the place death, considering who thou art, if any of my kinsmen find thee here.
With love's light wings did I o'erperch these walls, For stony limits cannot hold love out. And what love can do, that dares love attempt. Therefore thy kinsmen are no let to me.
If they do find thee, they will murder thee.
Alack, there lies more peril in thine eye than 20 of their swords. Look thou but sweet, and I am proof against their enmity.
I would not for the world they found thee here.
I have night's cloak to hide me from their eyes. And but thou love me, let them find me here. Life were better ended by their hate than death prorogued wanting of thy love.
By whose directions foundst thou out this place?
Thy love, who first did prompt me to inquire. He lent me counsel, and I lent him eyes. I am no pilot, but wert thou as far as that vast shore, washed with the farthest sea, I would adventure for such merchandise.
Thou knowest the mask of night is o'er my face. Else would a maiden blush bepaint my cheek for that which thou hast heard me speak tonight. Fain would I dwell on form, fain deny what I have spoke. But farewell compliment. Dost thou love me? I know thou wilt say aye, and I will take thy word. Yet if thou swearst, thou mayst prove false, and lovers perjuries, they say, Jove laughs. O gentle Romeo, if thou dost love, pronounce it faithfully. Or if thou thinkst I am too quickly won, I'll frown and be perverse, and say thee nay, so thou wilt woo, but else not for the world. In truth, fair Montague, I am too fond. Therefore thou mayst think my behavior light. But trust me, gentlemen, I'll prove more true than those that have more cunning to be strange. I should have been more strange, I must confess, but that thou overheardst ere I was ware my true love's passion. Therefore pardon me, and not impute this yielding to light love, which the dark night hath so discovered.
Lady, by yonder blessed moon I swear, that tips with silver all these fruit tree tops.
Oh, swear not by the moon, the inconstant moon that monthly changes in her circled orb, lest that thy love prove likewise variable.
What shall I swear by?
Do not swear at all, or if thou wilt, swear by thy gracious self, which art the god of my idolatry, and I'll believe thee.
With my heart's dear love.
Well, do not swear. Although I joy in thee, I have no joy of this contract tonight. It is too rash, too unadvised, too sudden, too like the lightning which doth cease to be ere one can say it lightens. Sweet, good night. This bud of love by summer's ripening breath may prove a beauteous flower when next we meet. Good night. Good night. A sweet repose and rest come to thy heart as that within my breast.
Or wilt thou leave me so unsatisfied?
What satisfaction canst thou have tonight?
The exchange of thy love's faithful vow for mine.
I gave thee mine before thou didst request it. And yet I would it were to give again.
Wouldst thou withdraw it? For what purpose, love?
But to be frank, and give it thee again. And yet I wish but for the thing I have. My bounty is as boundless as the sea. My love is deep. The more I give to thee, the more I have, for both are infinite.
Madam?
Yes, a noise within. Dear love, adieu.
Do it.
Anon, good nurse. Sweet Montague, be true. Stay but a little. I will come again.
Oh, blessed night. I am afeard being in night. All this is but a dream, too flattering sweet to be substantial.
3 words, dear Romeo, and good night indeed. If at thy bent of love be honorable, my purpose marriage, Send the word tomorrow by one that I'll procure to come to thee where and what time thou wilt perform the rite. And all my fortunes at thy feet I'll lay, and follow thee, my lord, throughout the world.
Lady!
I come anon, but if thou meet'st not well, I do beseech thee.
Madam!
By and by I come to cease thy suit, and leave me to my grief. Tomorrow will I send.
So thrive, my soul.
1,000 times good night.
1,000 times the worse to want thy light.
The breaking wave dashed high on a stern and rock-bound coast, and the woods against a stormy sky their giant branches tossed, and the heavy night hung dark the hills and waters o'er, when a band of exiles moored their bark on a wild New England shore.
You are listening to the voice of Agnes Moorehead reading The Landing of the Pilgrims by Felicia Hemans, a page from our special Thanksgiving Day edition of And Season, when we give thanks for the bounty of our table, the peace and comfort of our home. We'd like to open today's program with Lydia Maria Child's beloved Thanksgiving Day. Or perhaps you remember the poem from your school days by the more familiar opening lines, "Over the river and through the woods to grandfather's house we'll go." The poem has been expanded by Frank Kunkel for the special holiday recording you'll hear. The music is by Harry Simeon. And so, if you'll join us, Fred Waring and the Pennsylvanians are waiting outside in the sleigh. Since those days, since the era of the sleigh, mittened hands, frost blue noses. Yesterday, the Thanksgiving Day dinner required weeks of preparation. Today, in this age of streamlined cookery, it's only a matter of minutes from the deep freeze to the dining room table. Many old Thanksgiving Day traditions have been stored away upstairs in the attic or between the pages of the family album. All the warm, casual little customs remembered only by the very old. Yes, much of the tradition of the holiday has been lost down through the years, but one story will never be forgotten. The story of the Pilgrims, who were the first to celebrate this happy holiday. We'd like to tell their story again for you today. The story of Thanksgiving. The Mayflower set sail from Southampton, England, on August 5th, 1609. She was a small, badly equipped vessel of 180 tons. There were 90 people aboard and 30 more aboard a smaller vessel, the Speedwell. The Speedwell, however, proved unseaworthy, and after twice putting back for repairs, 12 of her passengers were crowded into the Mayflower, which finally, on September 6th, turned her prow to the west and disappeared into the gray veils of a rain-washed dawn. For the men and women aboard that tiny vessel, it seemed that time stood still. The minutes, the hours, the days dissolved into the creak of the rigging, the constant slap of the waves against the sides of the Mayflower, the harsh sound of the wind. Time was the sick child lying with her head in her mother's lap. Time was a bowl of cold, unappetizing porridge. Time was a body sewed in a rough piece of canvas, slid down a pine plank into the darkness of the sea. It was 9 weeks later, on November 19th, before the nightmare ended, before land was sighted, 9 weeks of fear and anguish and suffering, of praying for a landing.
The breaking waves dashed high on a stern and rock-bound coast, and the woods against a stormy sky their giant branches tossed. And the heavy night hung dark the hills and waters o'er, when a band of exiles moored their bark on a wild New England shore. Not as the conqueror comes, they the true-hearted came, not with the roll of stirring drums and the trumpets that sing of fame, not as the flying come, in silence and in fear. They shook the depths of the desert's gloom with their hymns of lofty cheer. Amidst the storm they sang, and the stars heard, and the sea, and the sounding aisles of the dim woods rang to the anthem of the free. The ocean eagle soared from his nest by the white waves foam, and the rocking pines of the forest roared. This was their welcome home. There were men with hoary hair amidst that pilgrim band. Why had they come to wither there, away from their childhood's land? There was woman's fearless eye, lit by her deep love's truth. There was manhood's brow serenely high, and the fiery heart of youth. What thought they thus afar? Bright jewels of the mind, the wealth of seas, the spoils of war. They sought a faith's pure shrine. I call it holy ground, the soil where first they trod. They left unstained what there they found, freedom to worship God.
It was on Saturday, November 21st, that the Mayflower dropped anchor in what is now the harbor of Provincetown. A party was put ashore to explore the neighboring shore to search for a suitable place for the settlement. And on Monday, December 21st, Plymouth Harbor was selected. 4 months later, when the little colony had struggled through its first terrible winter, an Indian came into the hamlet and in broken English welcomed the strangers. He said his name was Samoset, that he came from Monhegan, 5 days' journey to the southeast, and that he was an envoy from the greatest commander in the country, a sachem named Massasoit. Massasoit himself appeared a few days later, and a treaty, offensive and defensive, was signed, which remained in force for 54 years. The Pilgrims set about planting their fields as soon as spring came, and the harvest proved a good one. Governor William Bradford, delighted by the success of the colony and the rich harvest, called a meeting of the elders to propose a festival. And now, said the governor, gazing abroad on the piled-up store of the sheaves that dotted the clearings and covered the meadows o'er, 'tis meet that we render praises because of this yield of grain. 'Tis meet that the Lord of the harvest be thanked for his sun and rain. And therefore, I, William Bradford, by the grace of God today and the franchise of this good people, Governor of Plymouth, say, through virtue of vested power, ye shall gather with one accord, and hold in the month of November thanksgiving unto the Lord. He hath granted us peace and plenty, and the quiet we've sought so long. He hath thwarted the wily savage, and kept him from wrack and wrong. And unto our feast the sachem shall be bidden, that he may know we worship his own great spirit, who maketh the harvests grow. So shoulder your matchlocks, masters, there is hunting of all degrees. And fishermen, take your tackle, and scour for spoil the seas. And maidens and dames of Plymouth, your delicate crafts employ to honor our first Thanksgiving and make it a feast of joy. We fail of the fruits and dainties, we fail of the old home cheer. Ah, these are the lightest losses mayhap that befall us here, but see in our open clearings how golden the melons lie. Enrich them with sweets and spices, and give us the pumpkin pie. So bravely the preparations went on for the autumn feast. The deer and the bear were slaughtered. Wild game from the great to least was heaped in the colony cabins. Brown home brew served for wine, and the plum and the grape of the forest for orange and peach and pine. At length came the day appointed. The snow had begun to fall. But the clang from the meeting-house belfry rang merrily over all, and summoned the folk of Plymouth, who hastened with glad accord to listen to Elder Brewster as he fervently thanked the Lord. In his seat sat Governor Bradford, men, matrons, and maidens fair. Miles Standish and all his soldiers with corselet and sword were there. And sobbing and tears and gladness had each in its turn the sway, for the grave of sweet Rose Standish o'ershadowed Thanksgiving Day. And when Massasoit the Sachem sat down with his 100 braves, and ate of the varied riches of gardens and woods and waves, and looked on the granaried harvest, with a blow on his brawny chest he muttered, "The good Great Spirit loves his white children best." The Landing of the Pilgrim Fathers, read by the distinguished Hollywood star, Miss Agnes Moorehead, and the poem, The First Thanksgiving, by Margaret Junkin Preston. The earliest poetry came to America with the Pilgrims as the Ainsworth Psalter. Henry Ainsworth, a member of the Pilgrim sect, fled from England to Amsterdam in 1593. A learned biblical scholar and teacher, he translated the Psalms from the Hebrew and then turned his translations into verse, form which he set to music. This work, called the Book of Psalms, became known as the Ainsworth Psalter and served as the religious music of the Pilgrims for many, many years. The Pilgrims sang in unison and without accompaniment. They believed, as did John Calvin, that the sole purpose of sacred music was the worship of God, and that organ music was a distraction from the prime purpose. From the Ainsworth Psalter, we'll hear 3 psalms for the Thanksgiving season. Psalm 23, Jehovah feedeth me, I do not lack. Psalm 34, In all time bless the Lord. And Psalm 100, Show to Jehovah all the earth. They will be sung by the New England Conservatory Alumni Chorus, conducted by Lorna Cook de Varon, James Pease, baritone soloist.
Jehovah feedeth me, I shall not lack. In crafty bounty thou dost make me lie. He gently leads me quiet waters by. He doth return my soul for his name's sake. In paths of justice leads me quietly. Yea, though I walk in vale of deadly shade, I'll feel the river with me thou wilt be. Thy rod, thy staff, they shall comfort me. For me a table thou hast ready made. In their presence that my distressed be. Thou makest fast mine head with ointing oil. My cup abounds, good and mercy. Shall all the days of my life follow me. Also within In all time bless the Lord will I, His praise within my mouth alway. My soul shall in the Lord glory, the meek shall hear and joy shall say, Oh, magnify the Lord with me, His name together extol we. Lions are continually stand, and they do hunger greedy be, but any good shall they not want, that seekers of Jehovah be. From children unto me, dear, I will you learn Jehovah's fear. Who is the man that light doth will? Who is the man that light doth will? That loveth days good for to see. That loveth days good for to see. Refraining keep thy tongues from ill. Refraining keep thy tongues from ill. Thy lips from speaking fallacy. Thy lips from speaking fallacy. Do good and evil quietest too. Do good and evil quietest you. Seek peace and laughter it pursue. Seek peace and laughter it pursue. The Lord thy soul just is dear. Attend thee come to their outcry. The Lord's patience he will do, to raise on earth their memory. They cried and hear Jehovah did, and them from all their troubles rid. Shout to Jehovah all the earth, serve ye Jehovah with gladness, before him come with singing mirth. Know that Jehovah is God is. If he hath made us not weak, his host and sheep forgive him. Oh, with confession enter ye, his gates, his courtyard with praising. Confess to him that he is name, because Jehovah he good is. His mercy ever is the same, and his faith unto all ages.
And so, Anthology number 38, dated Sunday, November 21st. Next week, Poetry and the Dance. Our guest will be Walter Sorrell of Dance Magazine. And as an added highlight, we'll present Mr. Sorrell's original verse narrative, Isadora Duncan, starring Miss Sidney Smith. Anthology is brought to you by WRCA, in cooperation with the Poetry Center of the YM and YWHA, 92nd Street and Lexington Avenue in Manhattan. John Malcolm Brennan, director. Next Sunday, at the Teresa L. Kaufman Auditorium, the Poetry Center will present E. E. Cummings, the indomitable enfant terrible of American poetry, reading from his prose and poetry. Remember the date, Sunday, November 28th. E. Cummings at the Poetry Center. Anthology is produced by Steve White, written and directed for WRCA by Draper Lewis. Until next Sunday, this is Fleetwood wishing you good luck and good reading.
Carter.
Yeah?
I feel a hunk of poetry coming on.
Well, let it go right by, will you, Joe?
Oh, I can't. I got poetry in my soul, I guess.
Oh.
Get this, Carter. Here I lie on a rooftop high, waiting till I see a guy. Come out of City Hall across the street, and then I'll plug him nice and neat.
It smells.
How do you want it, with music?
Yeah, loud music. Loud enough to drown it out. Sure wish His Honor and company would trace out of City Hall, though. Getting sore elbows lying up here on this roof.
Oh, they'll be out pretty soon. All of them will. That meeting in the mayor's office was supposed to be over at noon. It's 1:15 already. Got your rifle set?
I'm ready. You?
My fingers itchier than poison ivy. Oh, Carter, I feel a hunk of poetry coming on.
I think this is the last job we'll do together. Now, shut up, will you? The rooftop is no place for poetry.
It's a nice place for a sunbath, though, huh?
What?
I like to lie in the blazing sun until on one side I am done.
What?
And then I flip on my other side and tan the rest of my little hide.
Oh, brother, somebody should have tanned your hide a long time ago. Your stuff gets worse every time.
Well, how do you want it? With a choir?
Yeah, a choir of angels hoisting you into heaven.
Oh, Carter.
Now, check the sight of that rifle.
All right.
Never used one of these telescopic jobs before.
Listen, I'll be able to ping this guy with my eyes closed. Hey, Carter.
Yes?
There's the mayor.
Yeah. Got guys with him, too. Easy. Wait till our man's in the clear.
Hey, they're bunched up like a clump of grapes.
Wait.
What for? On a cinch from here.
Wait, I said.
Hey, they're splitting up at the bottom of the steps. Only one guy near him.
Wait. Now.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Oh, hello, Inspector Faraday. I'm Williams, 23rd Precinct.
Hello, Williams. Had a little shooting here, huh?
A big one, Inspector. It's Mayor Rogers.
Mayor Rogers? Is he dead?
Bullet in the heart, one through the head, Inspector.
The mayor. Nobody told me it was the mayor. This is all I need.
Hey, move away. Yeah, move away.
High caliber bullets, too. Keep everybody back. Clear the sidewalk if they don't stay back.
Get back.
Williams, any witnesses?
Yes, sir. There were several men with him when he got it, but no one knows where the shots came from. No one even heard them.
Yeah, that's not good. How was he standing when he was hit?
The men with him all agree he had his back to the street.
He's hit in the back of the head. I can see from the wounds the bullets entered in a downward direction. Williams, those shots came from the roof of that building across the street.
Well, no one knows where they came from.
I do. We're going to get to the bottom of this by getting to the top of that building. Anyhow, Boston Blackie would say it that way.
Probably.
Oh, Blackie's really going to burn at this. This is one time I figured something out before he's even shown up at the scene of the crime.
Mary, I told you if we came up to the roof of this building, we'd find where those shots were fired from. Here are 2 exploded rifle shells.
Well, I don't know how you knew it, Blackie. I saw the commotion and everything in front of City Hall at the same time that you
But
did.
Mary, did you see anyone running away or hear anyone yelling, stop?
No, I didn't.
Well, that's how I knew the shots came from up here. They certainly couldn't come from any of the offices in this building. They didn't come from the street. They didn't come from City Hall because no one is going to use a rifle to shoot a man in the back from so short a distance.
Well, all right, but I still don't see why you chose this rooftop. There are other buildings in the block.
This is the only one with a clear view of the steps and doors into City Hall, obviously.
Oh,
That's the roof up here, man.
Okay, Chief.
I'll guarantee you'll find proof of those shots were fired from up here.
Blackie, it's Inspector Faraday.
I heard.
Hello, Faraday.
Blackie. Beat it. The short way. Jump off the roof.
I'm sorry, Faraday. I'd do it for you, but I have Mary.
Now, use her for ballast. Now, beat it. I don't want you annoying me as usual.
Annoying? Well, how can you say that?
How can I?
I'm admiring the view of the city. Of course, I've also figured that this is the place from which Mayor Rogers was shot.
So you figure that, too?
Of course. Mayor Rogers was shot from up here. Here are 2 exploded rifle shells, .30 caliber. I'm surprised you're here, but congratulations. You're almost as smart as I am.
You're smart, huh? Just because you know those shots came from up here. Well, what help is that? Doesn't prove who murdered Rogers, so why?
Find out why someone would want to kill the mayor, and you will have the someone who killed him, Faraday. And if you need any help, call on someone like me.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Johnson. Harry Johnson.
This is Johnson speaking.
Well, this is Martin. Rex Martin.
Oh.
Yes, your favorite business rival. You were with the mayor when he was shot, weren't you?
Yes.
Well, I just thought I'd, call up and tell you things are going to be different from now on. A lot different.
Are they?
You ought to know they are. Times have changed.
I don't think so.
You're hard to convince, aren't you, Johnson?
Maybe.
I've got a little logic some friends of mine are arranging that you're going to find very easy to understand and very hard to argue against.
Harry, I wish you'd let me fix you something to eat. You didn't touch your dinner.
I'm sorry, Anne. I can't think of eating. I keep seeing Mayor Rogers being shot down not 2 feet away from me. And that phone call I got from Rex Martin today.
I know, darling. I know you're terribly upset about the mayor, but think, darling, it might have been you.
I almost wish it had been.
Oh, maybe it's the weather that's making you so depressed. It's cleared now, but we practically had a cloudburst until an hour ago, and you know how low you get when it rains.
Don't look for excuses for me, darling. I'll be all right if I can...
Oh, will you answer the door, dear, please? I'm going out in the backyard a minute.
All right. I hope this isn't company, Anne. I just couldn't face anyone tonight.
If it's company, I'll be back to see to it that they won't stay long.
Thanks. Yes?
Are you Harry Johnson?
Yes?
Well, we got something for you, Johnson.
What?
A present? How do you want it? With mustard and piccalilli?
Oh! Mrs. Johnson, where were you when your husband went to this door?
Well, I'd just gone out in the backyard, Inspector Faraday.
Out in the yard? Doing what?
Well, I went to see if the wash was dry.
I see. Did you...
Oh, Inspector Faraday.
Yes, Sergeant.
I just talked to the man from next door. He didn't see anyone around at the time of the shooting, sir.
That's fine. Nobody saw anything or anyone. Mrs. Johnson here claims she was out in the backyard.
Yes, I was.
That's right, she was, Inspector. The man next door says he saw her out there at the time he heard shots.
Thanks, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Well, Mrs. Johnson, that bears out your story. Sorry I had to question you.
That's quite all right, Inspector. I understand everything.
Well, if you do, you're the only one around here who does.
There's the city recorder's office at the end of the hall, Mary.
Blackie, I hope you find what you're looking for.
I think they will. Mayor Rogers was obviously shot by accident by the same person who later shot Johnson. That's why the bullet hit the mayor in the back of the head. He probably walked over to Johnson just as the gunman fired. But why was anyone gunning for Johnson?
Because he was going to get a contract someone else wanted. If you know what you're talking about, and you usually do.
I'm sure I know what I'm talking about this time, Mary. Well, here we are.
Okay. Oh. Place looks empty.
There's a guy in the back of the room there. Now we're going to find out all about a man named Rex Martin. I know he was Johnson's business rival.
Blackie, if Rex Martin was in line for a big contract that you think Mr. Johnson was going to get, you're not going to be very happy.
Johnson was going to get the contract, all right, and Martin may have wanted to stop him. Oh, you, may I see you for a minute?
Sure. What can I do for you?
I want to find out something about a contract.
Sorry, mister, I'm not...
This is important. I think it has some bearing on the Johnson murder case.
I can't help you, mister.
Look, all I want to do is to see the last city contract.
That's private city business, mister, and none of yours.
Look, son, there's no such thing as private city business. Rex Martin wanted that big contract, but Johnson was getting it, wasn't he?
I'm not going to talk, mister.
Maybe you don't understand. I'm Boston Blackie.
Blackie? Well, why didn't you say so?
Hello?
Hello, Carter. This is Joe.
Oh, yeah, Joe. Did you get the money?
Part of it. And, Carter, I feel a hunk of poetry coming on.
Never mind the poetry. Come on up here with that dough, will you?
Okay, I'll be right up. Nobody's around.
What difference does it make if anybody's around? Nobody saw us get the mayor. Nobody saw us kill Johnson. We don't have anything to worry about.
You sure?
Positive. The cops got the only worries. Oh, boy, I gotta laugh. The cops have the answer to everything right under their noses, but they'll never know it's there.
Yeah, that's right.
You know something, Joe?
What?
I feel so good, I could even listen to some of your lousy poetry.
Okay, then listen.
Yes?
Whenever I think of the racket we're in, I close my eyes and I just gotta grin.
Yeah?
Maybe we're nuts, but we sure have fun killing two birds for the price of one.
Blackie, can't you find a better place to loaf than in my office? Now beat it. Can't you understand the mayor's been murdered?
What's the matter with you, Faraday? Why don't you listen to me and pick up Rex Martin? He's the answer to this thing.
What am I going to pick him up with? Radar? He's out of town. He won't be back till tomorrow. And I don't have any reason to pick him up. What's he got to do with this?
You get a look at the last city contract, and you'll have a reason. I looked for it at the recorder's office, but couldn't find it.
Yeah?
I'll bet anything that was going to Harry Johnson. And I know Martin's been trying for years to get a big city job. So when Johnson was due to get the contract, Martin had Johnson killed.
Yeah, what about the mayor? Martin kill him, too? Blackie, stop trying to confuse me.
Faraday, the mayor was killed by mistake. Look, ask Mrs. Johnson if her husband wasn't set for a big contract.
She doesn't know anything about anything.
She was at home when her husband was killed, wasn't she?
She was out in the backyard. A neighbor saw her. She went out to see if her wash was dry. She's no help, neither are you.
That's what you think.
What?
I'm going to see Rex Martin when he gets back to town tomorrow. And then this case will be closed as tight as your mind.
And now back to Boston Blackie. From a rooftop, a gunman named Carter and his partner Joe shoot and kill Mayor Bob Rogers as he walks out of City Hall with friends. Later, the same two men murder Harry Johnson, who was with the mayor at the time of the assassination. So far, neither Boston Blackie nor the police have any clue to the identity of the killers or reason why Johnson was killed. The mayor, obviously, was murdered by accident. As we return to our story, Carter and his friend Joe are in their hideout.
Come on, Joe, come on. Tell me how much you got for killing Johnson.
Carter, I feel a hunk of poetry coming out.
Never mind your poetry. How much did you get?
I told you, 1,000 deposit.
I thought we were getting 15 grand.
We got one. The rest later.
I don't believe it, Joe.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, look, you're holding out on me. And so help me if you are.
Now, take it easy, Carter. You can bust bones grabbing a guy like that.
And the bones will be in your neck if I ever found out that you...
All right, let me go, stupid. Go answer the door.
We'll take this up later.
Anytime you like. Go on the door.
Okay.
Hello, Mr. Carter.
Oh, Mrs. Johnson. Come in.
Thank you.
Joe, take off your hat. There's a lady present.
Yeah, I know the lady. You like the job we did on your husband, huh?
It was quite satisfactory.
How about the police, Mrs. Johnson? Have you had much trouble with them?
None at all, Mr. Carter. They asked me a few questions, but outside of that, nothing.
They can't possibly suspect.
Well, I sure hope not, lady. If you get caught, we don't get the rest of our dough.
You'll get the rest of your money as soon as my husband's insurance policy pays off.
Oh, that's why we only got 1,000 so far. When does the company pay, Mrs. Johnson?
Well, it shouldn't take more than a few days. By the way, I heard arguing just before I came in. What's the matter?
Oh, Carter here thinks I held out some of the advance you gave me.
He claims it was only 1,000. I say it was
1,000?
more.
It was 2.
Oh, 2, huh?
Now, wait, Carter.
Well, what do you know, Joe?
Carter,
Come here.
Okay, Carter, it was $2,000. I'll give you your half. You can't blame a guy for trying, now can you?
You're not going to be able to try any longer.
Carter, Joe, no fighting.
Yeah, no
We've done
fighting.
beautifully so far. Everything's perfect. Let's not spoil it.
I'd like to spoil that guy's kiss.
No, don't fight, you two. That's a mistake. You've made a slight error already.
Killing a man?
Yes,
We made up for it, didn't we?
yes. Now suppose you make up with Joe. The next mistake may not be so easy to correct.
How much longer do I have to wait to see Mr. Martin, Miss Beautiful?
Thank you, Blackie. And the name is Joanne.
And the phone number?
My husband doesn't like me to give it out.
I'll just write that. Huh? Well, that's different. And may I use this telephone here to make a call while I'm waiting for Mr. Martin?
Of course, there's one on the desk there. I'll give you an outside line.
Thank you, Mrs. Beautiful. Mm-hmm. How long have you worked for Rex Martin?
About a year.
Lucky Martin.
Faraday speaking.
Hello, Faraday, old pal. This is Blackie.
Don't old pal me.
Okay, old pal, I won't. Instead, I'll old pal Rex Martin.
Rex Martin? Why don't you leave him alone?
Faraday, I've told you I know just why Johnson was killed, and Rex Martin is it.
Sure. And I'm the queen of the May.
Well, look, Queenie. Johnson was killed by someone working for Rex Martin because Martin wanted a city contract that Johnson got, or was going to get. I told you that. Now I'll prove it.
Oh, Blackie, Mr. Martin will see you now.
Thanks, Joanne. I'll call you back in 5 minutes, Faraday.
Yeah.
Because I'll prove Johnson took a contract away from Martin and sew up your case for you when it won't take longer than that.
This way, Blackie.
Thank you.
Mr. Martin, Mr. Boston Blackie.
Come in, Blackie. That'll be all, Joanne.
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Blackie.
No, thanks. I'd rather stand. Martin, are you in the habit of killing all your business rivals?
What? What did you say?
You heard what I said.
Yes, I did. But I'm afraid you're in the wrong office. Or am I?
You're the head of the wrong company, Martin. The company that didn't get a big city contract it wanted.
Am I?
You know you are. Johnson's company got it, or was about to get it. That's why you had it killed. I checked at City Hall and found out you and Johnson were bidding for the same job.
That's right. We were.
And Johnson got it. So you sent a gunman or two to give him something else while you were out of town.
You base your assumptions on that contract, do you, Blackie?
Certainly. With him out of the way, the contract would be yours.
I see. Blackie, take a look at this. Here's the contract Johnson and I were bidding for. And I got it. Signed, sealed, and delivered. 2 days ago. The day before he was killed.
The shop I want is in the next block, Blackie.
Yes, Mary, I know.
You're really upset about this case, aren't you?
The case is upset, too. Something funny about this somewhere. And I don't know what it is. Martin's not the man I want.
Maybe your reasoning's been all wrong.
Maybe. I know it's been all wrong. Here's your shop.
Thanks. Pick me up later?
Mm-hmm. When?
Oh, in about an hour. I don't take as long to pick out a hat as you think.
A hat? Again?
Yes.
What's wrong with the bonnet you bought the day Johnson was shot?
I didn't buy one that day. It was raining cats and dogs. Remember?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, I'll be... Mary, I've got it. You've just solved this case.
I have.
It wasn't only raining cats and dogs that day. It was raining clues. And I've been all wet for not figuring what happened till now.
Coming. Yes.
Are you Mrs. Harry Johnson?
Yes, I am.
I'm Walter Keith from the National Insurance Company.
Oh, yes. Come in.
Thank you.
Well, I've been expecting you.
I imagine you have. I hope I haven't called too soon after your husband's unfortunate death.
Oh, no, it's quite all right. I know these things have to be taken care of right away.
Yes, they do. But sometimes there are rather long delays.
Long delays? What for?
Red tape, Mrs. Johnson. I'm afraid it'll be 6 months before you receive the benefits of your husband's policy.
6 months? I won't stand for that.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Johnson, but the company wants to investigate a little bit. There's nothing I can do about it.
Well, I'll do something about it.
6 months, Mrs. Johnson. And there may be a further delay beyond that. I'm sorry, Mrs. Johnson, but that's the case.
Oh, no, it's not.
I've been told to advise you that it is. Goodbye.
6 months. 6 months. Well, I'd better call. Oh, what's the matter with this phone? That's funny. It's dead. Operator. 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 Operator.
Mary, this is Blackie.
Oh, hello, Blackie. Well, how did Mrs. Johnson take the news about her insurance?
The same way she'd take a dose of medicine. She didn't know me, I'm sure of that. Only I hope my plan works.
Oh, certainly a long shot, Blackie.
But it's worth a try. She had to come into the store to use the phone any minute now.
I hope so.
I think she'll be here. If she hired someone to kill her husband, she probably has to collect her insurance to make the payoff. So she'll have to report what I told her, that the payoff will be delayed.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
Well, there's no maybe about her using the phone at her house. I cut the wires before I went in, and she wouldn't dare use a neighbor's phone to call a killer. This is the nearest phone, and I may... Oh, here she comes now, Mary. In fact, she's going into the booth next to mine. It's the only other one. I'll call you back later.
You mean much later, too, I know. Well, I hope you hear what you want to hear.
Well, if she's making the call, I think Faraday and I will be making a call ourselves.
Carter, I feel a hunk of poetry coming out.
Oh, save it, will you, Joe? Keep packing.
I'm packing.
Gotta get out of here fast.
Carter, I don't think the dame's double-crossing us. Maybe she can't get the insurance, though, for 6 months.
Well, if she can't, it's because the case is going to be investigated. We're not going to be around when it is.
You
Come on, let's roll out of here.
Uh-oh.
See who it is.
Okay.
But don't open that door too much.
Think I'm a dope?
Hey, okay, you open the door all the way. They're coming in.
Carter, I think it's enough.
Shut up, Blackie. I'm shoving Faraday.
Carter, help me.
Oh, no, I'm getting out of here.
Not without me, you will.
Just stand right where you are.
I think we'll have to convince him with a little noise, Faraday.
Okay. I know you'll take better aim on the next shot. I'm through. We quit.
Smart boy. Well, Faraday, here are your two killers.
Glad to see you.
Well, Carter, I think these guys are suffering from a case of mistaken identity.
Shut up, Joe.
The mistake is all yours, Carter. Yours, too, Joe. Mrs. Johnson talked.
Oh, yeah?
You know you shot and killed Mayor Rogers and Mrs. Johnson's husband. So come on. I'm through with this case. And you're through for good.
Rain, rain, go away. Little Mary wants to go out and buy a new hat. I hate rain.
You hate it. Imagine what Mrs. Johnson thinks of it.
Blackie, how long did it take her before she confessed?
Oh, not long. As soon as I told her she couldn't have gone out in the yard to see if the wash was dry because it had just stopped raining, well, that broke her down.
All she wanted to do was have an alibi for the time that her two hired killers shot her husband. And when her neighbor saw her in the yard at the time the shots were fired, she was in the clear. She thought. How did you find the two killers, Blackie? You never told me.
Well, it was Mrs. Johnson's phone call to Carter that led me to them. When I heard the number she called, Faraday took it from there. From the phone number, Faraday got the address, and then it was easy.
You think that was a stroke of genius, don't you?
Oh, the stroke of genius was the idea to cut the wires to her phone at home.
Oh.
I had to force her to call Carter from a phone where I could hear her talking. But it really wasn't such a clever stunt. No, I wouldn't brag about that.
Well, I want to do a little bragging. I gave you the hint about the rain when I didn't buy my hat the day of the murder.
Yes, you did, Mary. You know, one of the characters in this case had a yen for poetry. You know how he'd sum up this case?
How?
It rained, and so you got no hat. That's true, and there's no botch.
Yes.
But the rain broke down an alibi, It all came out in the wash.
Oh, Blackie.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Verses 1 to 38 of the Song of Roland. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joy Chan. The Song of Roland, Anonymous, translated by Charles Kenneth Scott Moncrief. Verses 1 to 38. Anonymous old French epic, dating perhaps as early as the middle 11th century. Charles the King, our lord and sovereign, full 7 years hath sojourned in Spain, conquered the land and won the western main. Now no fortress against him doth remain, no city walls are left for him to gain, save Saragosse, that sits on high mountain. Marsile its king, who feareth not God's name. Mahomet's man, he invokes Apollin's aid, nor wards off ills that shall to him attain. King Marsiles he lay at Saragosse, went he his way into an orchard cool. There on a throne he sate, of marble blue. Round him his men, full 20,000 stood. Called he forth then his counts, also his dukes. My lords, give ear to our impending doom, that Emperor Charles of France the Douce into this land is come, us to confuse. I have no host in battle him to prove, nor have I strength his forces to undo. Counsel me then, ye that are wise and true, can ye ward off this present death and duel? What word to say no pagan of them knew, save Blancandrin of the castle of Valfunde. Blancandrin was a pagan very wise. In vassalage he was a gallant knight. First in prowess he stood his lord beside, and thus he spoke. Do not yourself affright, yield to Carlun, that is so big with pride. Faithful service, his friend and his ally. Lions and bears and hounds for him provide, 1,000 mewed hawks, 700 camelry, silver and gold, 400 mules load high, 50 wagons his rights will need supply, till with that wealth he pays his soldiery. War hath he waged in Spain too long a time, to Aix in France, homeward he will him hie. Follow him there before Saint Michael's tide, you shall receive and hold the Christian right. Stand honour bound and do him fealty. Send hostages should he demand surety. 10 or a score our loyal oath to bind. Send him our sons, the firstborn of our wives, and he be slain, I'll surely furnish mine. Better by far they go, though doomed to die, than that we lose honour and dignity, and be ourselves brought down to beggary. Says Blancandrins, by my right hand I say, and by this beard that in the wind doth sway, the Frankish host you'll see them all away. Franks will retire to France their own terrain. When they are gone, to each his fair domain. In his chapelle at Aix will Charles stay. High festival will hold for Saint Michael. Time will go by and pass the appointed day. Tidings of us no Frank will hear or say. Proud is that king, and cruel his courage. From the hostage he'll slice their heads away. Better by far their heads be shorn away, than that ourselves lose this clear land of Spain, than that ourselves do suffer grief and pain. That is well said, so be it, the pagans say. The council ends, and that King Marsili calleth aside Clarun of Balegi, Astramarin and Eudropin his peer, and Priamun and Gualun of the beard, and Machina and his uncle Mahi, with Jono, Malbian from oversea, and Blancandrin, good reason to decree. 10 hath he called, were first in felony. Gentle barons, to Charlemagne go ye, he is in siege of Cordres the city. In your right hands bear olive branches green, which signify peace and humility. If you by craft contrive to set me free, silver and gold you'll have your fill of me. Manors and fifes, I'll give you all your need. We have enough, the pagans straight agree. King Marsilies, his counsel finishing, says to his men, Go now, my lords, to him, olive branches in your right hands bearing. Bid ye for me that Charlemagne the king, in his God's name to show me his mercy. Ere this new moon wanes, I shall be with him. 1,000 men shall be my following. I will receive the rite of christening. Will be his man, my love and faith swearing. Hostages too he'll have, if so he will. Says Blancandrins, much good will come of this. 10 snow-white mules then ordered Marsili, gifts of a king, the king of Swatili, bridled with gold, saddled in silver clear. Mounted them those that should the message speak. In their right hands were olive branches green. Came they to Charles, that holds all France in fee, yet cannot guard himself from treachery. Merry and bold is now that emperor. Cordres he holds, the walls are tumbled down. His catapults have battered town and tower. Great good treasure his knights have placed in pound, silver and gold and many a jewelled gown. In that city there is no pagan now, but he been slain or takes the Christian vow. The emperor is in a great orchard ground, where Oliver and Rollant stand around. Sanson the duke and Ancey the proud, Geoffrey d'Anjou that bears his gonfalon. There too Geraint and Gerier are found. Where they are found is seen a mighty crowd, 15,000 come out of France the Douce. On white carpets those knights have sate them down, at the game boards to pass an idle hour. Chequers the old, for wisdom most renowned, while fence the young and lusty bachelors. Beneath a pine in eglantine embowered stands a faldstool fashioned of gold throughout. There sits the king that holds Douce France in power. White is his beard, and blossoming white his crown. Shapely his limbs, his countenance is proud. Should any seek, no need to point him out. The messengers, on foot they get them down, and in salute full courteously they lout. The foremost word of all Blancandrin spake, and to the king: May God preserve you safe, the all-glorious, to whom ye are bound to pray. Proud Marsilies this message bids me say, much hath he sought to find salvation's way. Out of his wealth meet presents would he make, lions and bears and greyhounds leashed on chain, 1,000 mewed hawks, 700 dromedaries, 400 mules his silver shall convey. 50 wagons you'll need to bear away, golden besants, such store of proved assay, wherewith full tale your soldiers you can pay. Now in this land you've been too long a day. Hie you to France, return again to Aix. Thus saith my lord, he'll follow too that way. That emperor towards God his arms he raised, lowered his head, began to meditate. That emperor inclined his head full low. Hasty in speech he never was, but slow. His custom was, at his leisure he spoke. When he looks up, his face is very bold. He says to them, "Good tidings have you told. King Marsilies hath ever been my foe. These very words you have before me told. In what measure of faith am I to hold?" That Sarrazin says, "Hostages he'll show. 10 shall you take, or 15, or a score. Though he be slain, a son of mine shall go. Any there be you'll have more nobly born, to your palace seigneurial when you go. At Michael's feast, called in periculo, my lord hath said, thither will he follow, even to your baths, that God for you hath wrought. There is he fain the Christian faith to know." Answers him Charles, "Still may he heal his soul." Clear shone the sun in a fair eventide. Those 10 men's mules in stall he bade them tie. Also a tent in the orchard raise on high. Those messengers had lodging for the night. Dozen sergeants served after them aright. Darkling they lie till comes the clear daylight. That emperor does with the morning rise. Matins and mass are said then in his sight. Forth goes that king, and stays beneath a pine. Barons he calls, good counsel to define. For with his Franks he's ever of a mind. That emperor beneath a pine he sits, calls his barons his counsel to begin. Oger the Duke, that Archbishop Turpin, Richard the Old, and his nephew Henry, from Gascony the proof Count Acolin, Tedbald of Reims, and Milun his cousin. With him there were Gerars, and also Gerin, and among them the Count Rollant came in, and Oliver, so proof and so gentle. Franks out of France, 1,000 chivalry. Guenes came there, that wrought the treachery. The council then began, which ended ill. "My lords barons," says the emperor then, Charles, "King Marsilies hath sent me his messages. Out of his wealth he'll give me weighty masses, greyhounds on leash, and bears and lions also, 1,000 mewed hawks, and 700 camels, 400 mules with gold Arabian charged, 50 wagons, yea more than 50 drawing. But into France demands he my departure. He'll follow me to Aix, where is my castle. There he'll receive the law of our salvation. Christian he'll be, and hold from me his marches. But I know not what purpose in his heart is." Then say the Franks, "Beseems us act with caution." That emperor hath ended now his speech. The Count Rollanz he never will agree. Quick to reply, he springs upon his feet, and to the king: "Believe not, Marsili, 7 years since when into Spain came we, I conquered you Nopals, also Commibles, and took Valterne and all the land of Pine, and Balaguet and Tuelle and Cézilie. Traitor in all his ways was Marsilies. Of his pagans he sent you then 15, bearing in hand their olive branches green, who e'en as now these very words did speak. You of your Franks a council did decree. Praise they your words that foolish were indeed. 2 of your counts did to the pagan speed. Besan was one, and the other Basili. Their heads he took on the hill by Haltilly. War have you waged, so unto war proceed. To Saragosse lead forth your great army. All your life long, if need be, lie in siege, vengeance for those the felon slew to wreak." That emperor he sits with lowering front. He clasps his chin, his beard his fingers tug. Good word nor bad, his nephew not one. Franks hold their peace, but only Guenelun springs to his feet and comes before Carlun. Right haughtily his reason he's begun, and to the king: "Believe not any one my word nor theirs, save whence your good shall come. Since he sends word, that King Marsiliun, homage he'll do by finger and by thumb. Throughout all Spain your writ alone shall run. Next he'll receive our rule of Christendom. Who shall advise this bidding be not done, deserves not death, since all to death must come. Counsel of pride is wrong. We've fought enough. Leave we the fools, and with the wise be one. And after him came Neimes out, the third. Better vassal there was not in the world, and to the king. Now rightly have you heard Gauwaine the count, what answer he returned. Wisdom was there, but let it well be heard. King Marsilies in war is overturned. His castles all in ruin have you hurled. With catapults his ramparts have you burst. Vanquished his men, and all his cities burned. Him who entreats your pity do not spurn. Sinners were they that would to war return. With hostages his faith he would secure. Let this great war no longer now endure. Well said the Duke, Franks utter in their turn. My lords barons, say whom shall we send up to Saragosse, to King Marsilion? Answers Duke Neimes, I'll go there for your love. Give me therefore the wand, also the glove. Answers the king, Old man of wisdom prough, by this white beard, and as these cheeks are rough, you'll not this year so far from me remove. Go sit you down, for none hath called you up. My lords barons, say whom now can we send to the Sarrazin that Saragosse defends? Answers Rollanz, I might go very well. Certes you'll not, says Oliver his friend, for your courage is fierce unto the end. I am afraid you would misapprehend. If the king wills it, I might go there well. Answers the king, be silent both on bench. Your feet nor his, I say, shall that way wend. Nay, by this beard that you have seen grow blench, the dozen peers by that would stand condemned. Franks hold their peace, you'd seen them all silent. Turpin of Rains is risen from his rank, says to the king, In peace now leave your Franks. For 7 years you've lingered in this land. They have endured much pain and sufferance. Give, sire, to me the clove, also the wand. I will seek out the Spanish Sarrazand, for I believe his thoughts I understand. That emperor answers intolerant, Go sit you down on yonder silken mat, and speak no more until that I command. Franks chevaliers, says the emperor then, Charles, choose ye me out a baron from my marches, to Marsilly shall carry back my answer. Then says Rollanz, There's Gauwaine, my good father. Answer the Franks, For he can wisely manage, so let him go, there's none you should send rather. And that Count Gauwaine is very full of anguish. Off from his neck he flings the pelts of marten, and on his feet stands clear in silken garment. Proud face he had, his eyes with colour sparkled. Fine limbs he had, his ribs were broadly arched. So fair he seemed that all the court regarded. Says to Rollant, Fool, wherefore art so wrathful? All men know well that I am thy good father. Thou hast decreed, to Marsilion I travel. Then if God grant that I return hereafter, I'll follow thee with such a force of passion that will endure so long as life may last thee. Answers Rollanz, Thou'rt full of pride and madness. All men know well I take no thought for slander. But some wise man surely should bear the answer. If the king will, I'm ready to go rather. Answers him Gauwaine, Thou shalt not go for me. Thou'rt not my man, nor am I lord of thee. Charles commands that I do his decree, to Saragosse going to Marsilly. There I will work a little trickery. This mighty wrath of mine I'll thus let free. When Rollant heard, began to laugh for glee. When Gauwaine sees that Rollant laughs at it, such grief he has, for rage he's like to split. A little more, and he has lost his wit. Says to that count, I love you not a bit. A false judgment you bore me when you chid. Right, Emperor, you see me where you sit. I will your word accomplish, as you bid. To Saragosse I must repair, 'tis plain, whence who goes there returns no more again. Your sister's hand in marriage have I ta'en, and I've a son, there is no prettier swain. Baldwin, men say he shows the knightly strain. To him I leave my honours and domain. Care well for him, he'll look for me in vain. Answers him Charles, your heart is too humane. When I command, time is to start amain. Then says the king, Guenes, before me stand, and take from me the glove, also the wand. For you have heard, you're chosen by the Franks. Sire, answers Guenes, all this is from Rollanz. I'll not love him so long as I'm a man, nor Oliver who goes at his right hand. The dozen peers, for they are of his band, all I defy, as in your sight I stand. Then says the king, over intolerant, now certainly you go when I command. And go I can, yet have I no warrant, Basile had none, nor his brother Basant. His right-hand glove that Emperor holds out, but the Count Guenes elsewhere would fain be found. When he should take, it falls upon the ground. Murmur the Franks, God, what may that mean now? By this message great loss shall come about. Lordings, says Guene, you'll soon have news enow. Now Guene said, give me your orders, sire. Since I must go, why need I linger, I? Then said the king, in Jesu's name and mine. With his right hand he has absolved and signed, then to his care the wand and brief confides. Guenes the count goes to his hostelry, finds for the road his garments and his gear. All of the best he takes that may appear. Spurs